A very warm welcome to you all. Welcome to Reuters Next. This is our definitive live event where we hear from global newsmakers and future thinkers about the greatest challenges and the opportunities facing the world at large, so no pressure. I'm Kim Vanell. I am a journalist with Reuters and I'm the host of Reuters World News podcast. I'm going to be your MC for the day. We have a huge lineup of speakers, but we need to run through a few housekeeping things first. I promise I'll be very, very quick. Number one, fire safety. If the decision has been made to evacuate, you'll hear the alarm. Please proceed to the exit. Everyone must exit immediately and listen to all alarm messages. Please wear your badges at all time. If you lose it, we hope you don't, but you can go to registration to get a new one. Lunch, perhaps the most important part of the housekeeping, will be served in the Grand Gallery and the Crossroads Gallery. And we would love you to join us to continue the conversation after today's speakers and sessions conclude at our drinks reception, which is taking place in the Grand Gallery just out here from 5:40 to 6:40. Now, we would also love you to get involved today. Join the Q&A for all of the sessions, whether you're here with us in the room or joining us on the global broadcast. And I can promise you there are many, many people who will be doing that. So I'm going to bring up the QR code here behind me. You can scan that code now. I'll give you all a moment. Or you can go to slido.com and enter the code #Next23. So this is where you submit your questions for the Q&A throughout the event. So if there's someone on stage and you want to ask a question or you feel like the moderator is not asking that question you think needs to be answered, you can ask it. If you're at another stage, at the banking and finance stage, make sure you click, see up there on the right-hand side where it says World Stage, you click there, a drop-down menu comes up and you can change the stage to make sure your questions go to the right place. Now, the sessions today are a mixture of panels and one-on-ones, and you'll hear us mention throughout the day that some sessions will be helmed by the Reuters newsroom and others will be moderated by our commercial colleagues at Reuters Events. So the sessions run by the Reuters newsroom come under the Reuters Trust Principles. That means no questions are agreed in advance, nothing is off the table. These are very much journalism in action, and I find I'm very much looking forward to it. Now, with that said, it's time to kick off our agenda for the day. So please join me in welcoming Reuters Editor-in-Chief Alessandra Galloni to the stage.
Kim, thank you and welcome everybody. I'm Alessandra Galloni, I'm Reuters Editor-in-Chief, and I am thrilled to welcome you to our 4th annual Reuters Next. So as the name implies, Reuters Next is an opportunity for us to look forward, to look beyond the headlines of the day and to ask, what's next? It's a chance for us to come together to analyze the challenges that we face today, those that we are likely to face tomorrow, and to discuss some solutions. So needless to say, we have our work cut out for us. We're in a highly uncertain economic environment, as you all know. In the West, central banks are expected to keep interest rates high for some time to come in the face of persistent inflation. But there's also concern, as you know, that an overcorrection could lead to a recession. Higher rates are imposing a high burden on many nations around the world, especially in emerging markets. And as they are naturally trying to get through piles of massive debt. And then you add to that, Nix, China's economic issues, 2 major wars, not one, 2 crucial elections, and other crucial geopolitical issues. So 2024 is looking a little troubled. Climate change. Climate change continues to fuel devastating weather events with enduring repercussions across many industries, from wildfires in Hawaii, floods in Libya, and record heat waves across Europe. The number of climate-related events continues to grow, and with it, a shocking economic toll. In Ukraine, the war waged by Russia continues. It has now been nearly 2 years of fighting, and there's no signs of resolution. Thousands are dead, millions are displaced, And the conflict, of course, has led to economic turmoil around the world. And of course, the topic on everyone's minds these days. We are 4 weeks into a devastating conflict between Israel and Hamas, in which more than 10,000 people have been killed in just a month. So in just a few moments, I will sit down with UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres, and we're going to talk about the conflicts in Gaza and Ukraine. We're going to talk about international humanitarian law and climate change. Later, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskiy will join us virtually to discuss the ongoing war in Ukraine. These discussions are taking place here, a world stage, where we're going to talk, as I said, about the opportunities and the risks for the future. That includes how to mitigate not only the risks of war, but economic and financial instability and inflation. We're going to look at both the macro and the micro economy with some top CEOs. And of course, how could we not? We're going to talk about the future of AI and the future of our planet with a number of experts. This year, we have significantly expanded Reuters Next to cover industry and political leaders across a variety of themes. And we're going to have multiple stages, each of which is going to be curated by our newsroom. On the banking and finance stage, which is going to be led by our global finance editor, Paritosh Bansal, you're going to get a look at investment banking, consumer banking predictions, wealth management opportunities and risks. On the AI stage, led by our global tech and media editor, Ken Lee, we're going to explore the business and social ramifications of generative AI. We're going to debate the ethics of it. And we're also going to consider where the smart money should go. In our studio, which you'll see outside, we will dive deep into some of the biggest trends and topics around the world, including the private sector's role in the refugee crisis, female leadership, and the workplace of the future. So yes, we're here to discuss the future, but at the same time, the future is not something that we journalists can reliably predict. Our job is to deliver the facts of the now. At Reuters, our journalists work tirelessly on the ground to deliver the truth, not to predict what is next. We deliver fact-based journalism to billions of people around the world. We provide our readers and our viewers the information that they need to make their decisions about important issues so that they can shape the future and drive a better tomorrow. Delivering facts is not without risk. In the past month, 34 journalists have been killed covering the conflict in the Middle East. That includes one of our own. Our talented visuals journalist, Issam Abdallah, was killed on October 13th. He was in the south of Lebanon covering crossfire between Lebanon and Israel. It is a profound tragedy for us at Reuters, of course, for Issam's family, for his colleagues and his friends. Sorry. We've created a tribute to Issam, with which we aim to highlight some of his superb work at Reuters. So I hope that you will join us in honoring him.
Issam was a handsome young man. I've known him for 17 years. He did not change much. His signature smile never left his face.
Right now there are Russian soldiers and Russian flags all around the city.
He always had that passion and that creativity that made him the special journalist that he was.
Thank you. Issam will be deeply missed, as will all the journalists and indeed all the thousands of people who have been killed in these two tragic conflicts that the world is facing today. And I hope you will sort of join us in thanking all the journalists who put their lives at risk every day to bring us the facts on the ground. But with this, I would like to introduce our first guest, Secretary-General Antonio Guterres. Please do join me on the stage. Thank you very much for joining us. We were just saying in the back
pleasure.
that the war is that the world is not being very disciplined at the moment. Is giving us a lot of grief.
That's an understatement.
Indeed. So look, I'd like to jump right in, and in particular let's start with the conflict in Israel and Gaza. Now, you and the UN have called for many things over the past few weeks. You've called for a humanitarian ceasefire, you've called for the release of hostages, you've called for the protection of civilians, the protection of hospitals, and getting more aid into Gaza. So far, your demands have largely gone unheeded. So what is the plan?
Well, the plan is to do everything we can to make those things that need to happen, happen. You mentioned hostages. To be hostage is an absolutely horrendous thing for the person and for the family. I had the experience when I was High Commissioner for Refugees of two colleagues of mine that were kept hostage. One in Pakistan for 6 months, one in Chechnya for 1 year. And it is devastating for the families. So I feel that we have the obligation to do everything possible to obtain the release of hostages. Now, we have no leverage over Hamas for that. But there are some countries that have capacity of influence. Qatar has been extremely positive. I've been in very close contact with Qatar. I even visited Doha to talk with the Prime Minister. Egypt has been very active. Others are doing their best. We are in contact with Israeli authorities too, in relation to situations in the field where we might be useful if things happen. It's absolutely essential that all hostages are released immediately and unconditionally. And it is a terrible violation of the laws of war to have hostages, as it was horrible what we have seen the 7th of October with the killing, the maiming, the torturing, the slaughtering, those horrific acts by Hamas that I have condemned since the beginning. So this is an area where we are extremely active. Second, humanitarian aid inside Gaza. Usually in Gaza we have 500 trucks per day, both humanitarian and commercial trucks to supply 2.2 million people. In the last 18 days, we managed to have 630 trucks. And we are in intense negotiations with Israel, with US, with Egypt, in order to make sure that we have an effective humanitarian aid to Gaza. Until now, it has been too little, too late. Water, fuel has not yet been authorized, and water is very limited. We have problems. Now we have people coming to our premises and asking for water and bread. I mean, so terrible, terrible, catastrophic, I'd say, humanitarian situation. Lack of medicine in hospitals. So it is absolutely essential to have a flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza that corresponds to the dramatic needs that the population is facing. And we are in intense advocacy with Israel, with US, with several others to push for that. Then, international humanitarian law, protection of civilians. It's absolutely crucial. First of all, there are violations by Hamas when they have human shields. But when one looks at the number of civilians that were killed with the military operations, there is something that is clearly wrong. I mean, I'll give you an example. Children. Every year we present a report, sometimes a very polemic report, with how many children are killed and maimed in wars by the different countries that are at war. I've done it since the beginning of my mandate. Every year, the highest number of killing of children by any of the actors in all the conflicts that we witness is the maximum in the hundreds. We had, in a few days in Gaza, thousands and thousands of children killed, which means there is also something clearly wrong in the way the humanitarian military operations are being run. So, again, it's a matter of advocacy with Israel, advocacy with the friends of Israel, in order to make sure that we have a humanitarian ceasefire, allowing for the release of hostages more effectively done, allowing for massive entrance of aid, and allowing for alleviating the dramatic situation the people is facing. And I would like to say very clearly, this in nothing should reduce our total rejection for the horrible things that Hamas did the 7th of October. But we need to distinguish. Hamas is one thing, the Palestinian people is another. If we don't make that distinction, I think it's humanity itself that loses meaning.
Absolutely. So let's dissect a few of the things that you have put on the table. You said you're talking to the Israeli authorities. What are you telling them to basically to allow yourselves to enforce and even expand your humanitarian remit in Gaza? And crucially, what are they telling you? Give us an update on where those talks are going, because on the ground, we are not seeing much.
Well, first of all, it's essential that the laws of war are respected. One of the great conquests that we had are the Fourth Geneva Conventions. The laws of war must be respected by everybody and entirely, not a la carte. And one of the things we say to Israel clearly, it is very important that the laws of war are fully respected.
And they're not respecting it now?
Well, as I said, Hamas is using shields, and the number of civilian casualties is so high that something is wrong about the way things are being conducted. But now, it is also important to make Israel understand that it is against the interests of Israel to see every day the terrible image of the dramatic humanitarian needs of the Palestinian people. That doesn't help Israel in relation to the global public opinion. Israel has grievances, very strong grievances about what has happened the 7th of October, but to a certain extent, the sympathy that this generated in the world is being put into question by the images that every day we have in which we see people in a dramatic humanitarian situation. So I think it's in the interest of Israel to, of course, they have their operations to conduct. They are at war with Hamas. That's not what we are questioning, even if we believe that the humanitarian ceasefire is necessary at the present moment. But these must be conducted with full respect to the laws of war, and these must be conducted allowing for the humanitarian aid that is necessary, at the scale that is necessary, to come to the people in Gaza, as we try to do in all other conflicts in the world.
But what is the response so far? Where are you in these negotiations?
Normally,
specifically?
I mean, it's not for me to talk on behalf of others. But,
what are they telling you? What are you receiving?
Usually, the response is linked to, I mean, what has happened the 7th of October and what they consider to be their military operations.
Okay, let me talk about the International Criminal Court. The record of the International Criminal Court on prosecutions, has not been stellar. Some don't even recognize its legitimacy, as you know. So, do you believe that the allegations of war crimes committed by Hamas and by Israel will ever be investigated and prosecuted?
Well, that is for the court to decide. And one of the things I learned when I was a politician in my country is that the executive will never interfere in the work of courts, and I will never interfere in the work of courts. What I want to say is that I truly believe in the importance of the ICC. We will be doing everything possible in all situations of conflict in which the ICC intervenes to support them in full respect for their independence. And I believe that one of the important conquests in the world in relation to the rule of law was the creation of different courts, not only the ICC, we had the Rwanda court, we had a few others, Yugoslavia court, but a few instances in which accountability is effectively translated in action.
One last question on the humanitarian situation. Considering everything that we have said, what levers does the United Nations have to stop what you have called a possible genocide?
Well, we have no money, we have no power, we have two things: voice, and an independent voice, and a voice that we believe is guided by the principles of the Charter of the United Nations. And voice, when voice is morally independent, is an important thing. And second, we have a convening capacity. Just to give an example, nothing to do with these situations we have discussed. We have just created an high-level advisory body in artificial intelligence with people from science, from the public sector, from the private sector, from the civil society, 38 very prestigious personalities to help us come to some concrete suggestions to the Summit of the Future on the governance of AI. So again, no power, no money, but a voice and a platform where people can come together, governments, civil society, businesses, and at least try to find ways to address the dramatic problems of our time. Climate change, technology,
We're going to get to that.
Conflict,
We're going to get to that.
and many others.
Just a record number of UN employees, this affects you personally and your organization personally very, very much. A record number of UN employees have been killed in this conflict.
92.
What are you doing to keep your people safe, and how are you seeking accountability?
It is impossible to keep people safe because, they have to do their job. And some of them died in their houses. Their houses, they were with their families, their houses were bombed. So, it's impossible to keep people safe. Our objective is to create the best possible conditions, to give indications of where are the, for instance, schools, hospitals, etc., for them not to be attacked. So we do everything we can, but I would lie to you if I would say that we are doing enough to keep our people safe, and the result is obvious.
And accountability?
And you can imagine what it is. I pay tribute to your colleague that was killed. And the number of journalists, by the way, killed in this conflict is unique, never seen in such a period anywhere in the world. But you can imagine what it is to run an organization that is working in the field with 92 colleagues that already have been killed. This is, I must tell you, very difficult.
Accountability? How can you seek accountability?
The accountability, as I said, I believe that, first of all, there are different mechanisms of accountability. We support all of them. We, as UN Secretariat, have no instrument of accountability. We fully support the international institutions that were created for that objective.
Let me turn to the day after. The Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has indicated that Israel would seek to have overall security responsibility for Gaza for an indefinite period. Will the UN take the lead, maybe during the years of the recovery in Gaza?
Well, the lead of the UN depends on member states' decisions. I cannot take a decision in relation to that. I think there is a best-case scenario, and I think we should try to work for that best-case scenario. And it's important to give hope to the Palestinian people. For me, the best-case scenario would be that after the military operations end, the Palestinian Authority, and hopefully a revigorated Palestinian Authority, would be able to assume political control in Gaza. There is, of course, a transition that needs to be defined between what is the Israeli occupation and the future solution. Several entities can play a role. The UN can play a role. Several countries that are relevant in the region can play a role. The United States can play a role. So this is something that, of course, needs to be discussed with Palestinians, with Israelis. And then to have this as a starting point of a serious negotiation for a two-state solution. Because I believe sometimes the worst tragedies become an opportunity. This was completely paralyzed. Nothing was moving. Palestinians were losing hope in a dramatic situation. Maybe, and I believe we need to work for the best case scenario, even if we always risk to have a worst case scenario, but maybe this horrible situation may create an opportunity for finally to have a clear movement towards a solution that, in my opinion, must be a two-state solution, in which the question of the security of Israel needs to be fully taken into account, of Israel and the Palestinians, but I understand the concerns of the Israeli people in relation to their own security, and I think there must be a way, in the context of this solution. I remember John Kerry, one of the last things he did when he was Secretary of State was to present a plan for the security of Israel and Palestine in the context of DUSA. There must be a way for the two states to live in peace and with the security guaranteed.
You talked about a transition period. Do you imagine a military UN
I'm just speculating.
No, of course. But can you imagine, or have you spoken to the Israeli authorities about a possible UN peacekeeping force to go in this transition?
This is a
that
matter
on the
that
table?
Only member states can decide.
So it's not being discussed?
So this was not discussed. I think it's premature to have any discussion of this sort. I believe that if we want to have the Palestinian Authority, and as I said, ideally with a revigorated Palestinian Authority, assuming also political control in Gaza, we need to find a mechanism of transition to allow for it to happen in a positive way. And the UN is one of the possibilities, but we have not discussed in detail any concrete proposal.
Okay.
It's still too early to do that.
You're not off the hook yet. Let me go to Russia, Ukraine. What is the end game?
That's $1 million question. No?
Well, that's why you get paid the big bucks.
I don't know what's the end game,
what compromises need to be made?
But look, as I said, we have no power, we have no money, but we have a voice. And the voice is clear on this. The end game must respect the Charter of the United Nations and international law. And for that, the territorial integrity of Ukraine needs to be guaranteed. Will this happen? Will this not happen? I cannot be sure about it. But that this is the right thing to do, I have no doubt about it. And so, as I have not the power to solve the problem, I have the responsibility to be coherent with the voice that we have and to say we must have a just peace, and a just peace in line with the Charter and in line with international law.
But just to be clear, therefore, what you're saying, there can be no compromises, or should there be compromises to bring people to the negotiating table?
I'm telling you what the principles are for an organization like the UN. What the parties do in their negotiations, it happens all over the world in different ways. It's for them to decide. But I believe it's important that we know what the international principles are and what international law means. Because the day we consider international law doesn't matter, the day we consider the Charter of the United Nations doesn't matter, and I know that normally are the most powerful that violate the Charter, but the day we give up on affirming the principle of law to be maintained, that day we serve no purpose.
The UN did play a key role in this crisis. You brokered the landmark deal in July 2022 to allow the safe passage of Ukraine grain.
And I congratulate Reuters because you were very closely following it.
Yes, we were. We broke that story, only to see it, but of course it fell apart. So can it be revisited?
It will be difficult. We are going on with our efforts, but it will be difficult. I would say the ideal would be if the parties to the conflict would one day accept, because it's vital for both the Ukraine and Russia. The ideal would be if the parties at a certain moment would accept to allow for freedom of navigation in the Black Sea for both. But this is probably to dream too much.
Okay. Let me ask you about another hotspot, Iran. Iran has enough highly enriched uranium now for several nuclear weapons. If enriched further, and if the stockpile continues to grow, do you think that enough is being done to rein in these nuclear ambitions?
Sorry,
do you think enough is being done to rein in Iran's nuclear ambitions?
I think it is clear that non-proliferation is the basic principle for us and for all. So I think that the idea to have another country with nuclear weapons is an idea that we fully reject. Now, the JCPOA was a very important diplomatic achievement. And I was very sorry when the JCPOA was put into question. And I was hopeful that the JCPOA might be, to a certain extent, reborn, probably with some adjustments. And it looked at a certain moment that that was possible. The present circumstances have interrupted that. But I think it would be very important to create the conditions that would allow for, to be clear, that Iran will not have nuclear weapons.
Do you think that there is a risk that not enough attention is being paid right now to this very clear risk of Iran's nuclear program because there's so much going on, Gaza, Ukraine?
Now, the drama is that there is no attention to many other risks. There has been much less attention to climate change. There has been much less attention to the crisis that we are witnessing in Africa. So look at Sudan, look at the Sahel. If you come out of the border of Senegal and go to the Red Sea, you cross a continent where there is chaos almost everywhere. So, I mean, all these situations have been forgotten. And we see it in the lack of support to our humanitarian programs around the world. The most well-funded program is the Ukrainian humanitarian program. It's funded at 53%. We have programs, humanitarian programs in different parts of the world, namely in Africa, funded at 15, 20%. There has been a progressive neglect of so many things because there is this way in which I think it's a kind of not a conspiracy, but a kind of a natural way in which political societies, media societies, and civil societies work together to isolate in each moment the issue that is discussed and to forget about everything else. And this is not good.
You mentioned climate, COP28. Give me 2 success metrics for COP.
Oh, it would be very important if in the COP28 the loss and damage fund would be fully operational. And it would be very important if the COP28 would come with a very clear program in relation to the increase of renewables and in relation to the progressive phase-out of fossil fuels.
Okay, my last question for you. We've talked about conflicts in Gaza, conflict in Ukraine, climate. It seems that the world's major powers are more and more reluctant to be constrained, if you will, by multilateral agreements. Is the UN still the right forum to address such problems?
Well, we have had several multilateral agreements recently. One, for instance, about biodiversity in international waters, just to give an example. And if you look at the General Assembly of the United Nations, we had a remarkable consensus on a declaration on the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. And we are preparing a summit of the future. We are going to discuss a new digital compact. We are going to discuss governance in outer space. We are going to discuss a new agenda for peace, the future of peacekeeping, the future of peace enforcing. We are going to discuss the questions of gender parity in the world. We are going to discuss how the interests of future generations can be taken into account in decision-making processes in the UN and at national level. We are going to discuss what are the parameters of a new social contract that is possible with the technological evolution that we are seeing. So, I mean, there are lots of things in which the UN is exactly the place where people can come together to discuss and, in many aspects, to agree.
So
even if we have all these problems.
No power, no money.
But a voice and the capacity to bring people together.
Thank you. And with that, thank you very much, Mr. Secretary-General, for joining us.
Well, that was a fascinating discussion. I hope that advocacy and negotiations that are underway bear some fruit to help those who are suffering. Interesting, Ale, hearing about Mr. Guterres saying that crises are being forgotten because it's not long until COP28, and the Global Stocktake Report is so clear, we are not on track to curb global warming. So what are we going to do? What can we do? What are we actually going to do at this year's Conference of Parties in Dubai? So to discuss this, I'd like to invite to the stage a fantastic group of panelists. And for this, I am going to be changing hats from MC to moderator. This panel, I should point out, is an editorial one. That means that nothing has been agreed in advance and nothing is off the table. We've got a lot to discuss. We are going to be talking about the phasing out of fossil fuels. We're going to be talking about whether the focus is going to be on the right things. We're going to be talking about whether climate justice is accurately being addressed, how the loss and damage fund is going to be managed, whether we can meet all of these targets. So let's see now if our panelists are ready. Please come to the stage. Let's give them a round of applause. Hi, Jerome. Hi, nice to meet you. Take a seat. If we start from the end and work our way back. Hi, Reggie. Nice to meet you. Hi, hello again. All right, so to introduce everyone here, we have Jennifer Sarah, who is the World Bank Group Global Director of Climate Change and Global Practice. We have Rajiv Shah, who is the Rockefeller Foundation President. And we have Jerome Foster, who is an activist and also on the White House Environmental Justice Advisory Board. So thank you very much for joining us here at Reuters Next. I'd like to start with you, Rajiv. I just want to get your assessment of the chances of COP actually making a substantive difference. We're hearing Joe Biden may not even turn up. Is COP still fit for purpose?
Well, thank you for having me. And look, I think the COP is extraordinarily important, and we should all have a very high expectation for this particular one. The reason I say that is, as you said in your introduction, we are blowing past all of the major ecosystem milestones on which the global Paris Agreement and the global targets were set. Those are irreversible tipping points related to ice sheet melt and temperature rise. And the global stocktake will show that we're simply not on path. And at the same time, there have been some strong policy actions taken in wealthy economies. So the reason we're not on path is that we haven't made this fight against climate change truly global. There are 80+ countries in the world effectively left out of any meaningful financing to address climate change and to transition their economies. So the COP should be held to a bar to say, are you solving that problem? Are you bringing together global leaders to make binding agreements to finance a climate transition globally? And frankly, the COP is being hosted by a nation that benefits from the extraordinary run-up in oil prices in the last few years. And analysts, former Prime Minister Gordon Brown has noted that the petrostates themselves have earned about $2.5 trillion in windfall profits in just the last 2.5 years. So resources exist to be imaginative and committed to actually addressing the needs of the world in this climate challenged future. And the COP is the major political moment this year to make progress happen. And so at the Rockefeller Foundation, we're all in on working with the UAE and with the whole range of national partners to actually make this COP successful.
We will talk about the host nation and other things you mentioned, climate finance, a little later. Jerome, I'd like to come to you. What is keeping you up at night right now when you look at the state of the world? What do you think COP should be focused on, and do you feel like there's going to be real change?
I think that's a really good question, in a sense that COP28 and many previous COPs have been about convening many different stakeholders and making sure that we have a very robust policy actions. But what we've seen is that more people who are representing fossil fuel interests than small nations are tipping the scales against change and against progress. And I think what's really keeping me up at night is the fact that we have so much potential, that we have so much ability to be able to exponentialize the impact we can make on communities that are dying right now because of inaction. And if we have the sense of moral clarity in which we're able to disentangle ourselves from the interest that is fossil fuels, I think we will be able to have a COP which is centered around equity. And I think one of the biggest things that we've seen from COP27 that's been a big win is the loss and damage finance facility being on the table and on the agenda. Now we have to follow through with that and fully fund that and make sure communities have the ability to be able to be insulated from the climate crisis in a way that is equitable and that can allow them to grow in a way that supports their citizens and their people. And I think one thing that we have to always keep in mind when we're at these discussions is who is not at the table. In COP27, we're in a country called Egypt, which continues to exploit LGBTQ people and keep them in solitary confinement for over 45 days if you're only able to hold your hand or even blow a kiss to someone. And I was not allowed to go there because I'm a person of LGBTQ background. And a lot of my friends weren't either. And it wasn't about, per se, our safety, but about the safety of people that are in that country. And when the UN goes to countries and communities and says, we're going to talk about intersectional environmental justice, we have to also talk about LGBTQ people because, and there's been cases in the storm relief shelters because they've been presenting as gay or trans or non-binary. And I think that's really important is that COP has to make sure that it isn't a hypocrisy in and of itself. It is a statement to how the world is backwards in a way.
So to that end, how do you feel about it being held in the UAE?
I mean, Dubai has continued to have anti-LGBTQ laws just as Egypt and has an even worse track record as well for imprisoning and detaining LGBT people as well. But I think on the policy merit of what COP28 is talking about, it's also how do we make sure that the people that aren't at the table don't allow justice to backslide. Because if we're not there, then how will anyone be able to advocate on our behalf?
We will be talking about climate justice, which is obviously huge. Jennifer, I'd like to come to you. Jerome, everybody's talking about fossil fuels. Phasing out fossil fuels is going to be the #1 topic in the media, if not on the agenda. Are we going to see discussions around fossil fuel emissions perhaps being sidelined by other apparent solutions?
No, thank you so much. So before I get to just the fossil fuels, from the World Bank perspective, I think what's really important is understand how important it is that we look at climate and development together. And last month in Marrakesh, in our annual meetings, we actually put forward our new mission and vision, which is ending poverty on a livable planet. And that's really putting climate and development together. So when we look at climate and development together, you can't support farmers increase crop yields if they're going to be hit by 3 years of drought. You can't have positive health outcomes if you're going to have climate change increase infectious diseases. Entrepreneurs can't get their goods to markets when the roads get flooded out. Coming back now to COP, I was in Abu Dhabi at the pre-COP last week, and what we see is really, I agree, COP is really, really important. Let's remember, COP is actually about negotiations. It is about, first and foremost, sticking to the 1.5 agreement, is sticking to the Paris Agreement of 1.5 degrees, which means phasing out fossil fuels and also increasing access to renewable energy. And at the COP last week, the pre-COP, it's the three. It's the mitigation angle, it's the adaptation, where the global stocktake is clearly showing that we're staying way, way far behind. So how do we actually bring much, much more needed finance to adaptation in all aspects of adaptation in an integrated perspective? And the third part of COP is about means of implementation, which is about financing, it's about knowledge, it's about policies, and that's really where the World Bank comes in. And so we really do see COP as very important on the mitigation side, really focusing in on how do you expand access to renewable energy as you at the same time phase out fossil fuels, and then zero in on the most important reduction of emissions, methane, hard to abate sectors, and I'm sure we'll come back to that to drill down on that. On adaptation, again, adaptation's about delivering clean air, clean water, health, education, jobs, but in a way that really takes into account resilient development. So it's really resilient development. It's not adaptation on the side and little boutique things. You really need to do it in an integrated way. And that came very clearly through, and this is something that for us at the World Bank that's going to be very important. Delighted to see health for the first time ever being put forward at COP. And then finally, financing is really going to be a critical element of COP. And on the financing, it's not just about spending more money, spending it better, but measuring outcomes. And so finally, that's an important part for all of our conversations, is how do we actually measure climate and development outcomes, the net reduction in GHG emissions, but also how do you measure which communities are vulnerable and how do you build a resilience? And I think that's of critical importance for all of us.
Just before we get to climate finance, I want to ask you about the World Bank and its role in all of this, because obviously you live and breathe this stuff because you are the Global Director of Climate Change Global Practice. But as a development institution, the World Bank's primary goal is the alleviation of poverty, right? How do you see the World Bank's role in combating climate change? Should it be more of a central focus?
Well, I think climate change has to be central to everything anyone does right now. We need to mainstream it. But as I mentioned earlier, you cannot separate poverty alleviation from climate change. They go hand in hand right now. And as I mentioned, if communities, everything you do, if you're building roads and they get washed out by a flood, you lose all your development impact. And I think zooming in also on the most vulnerable is really, really important. I think that those who are most impacted by climate change, the whole agenda of fragility, small island states, you mentioned that, excluded communities, that's very part on the poverty side, but we need to put climate and development together. And in that, we're really excited with all the other multilateral development banks. This July, we all agreed to make all of our operations Paris aligned. Now, what does that mean? That means that any investment that we do, anyone, be it health, be it in education, be it in energy, we have to look at this investment, this development outcome we're trying to achieve. Is it aligned with the country's low emissions trajectory? And does it consider adaptation? So that is how you mainstream every climate into the DNA of every single thing that anyone does.
I want to get onto climate finance and dig a little deeper. Rajiv, a Wood Mackenzie report found $2.7 trillion is needed in global investments annually to achieve net zero by 2050 and to achieve the Paris Agreement objectives. What needs to change in climate finance to make that happen, or is it just pie in the sky?
Well, there are probably 15 studies that show that somewhere between $2 and $4 trillion a year is needed on an annual basis to address climate consistently for decades. And in a $100+ trillion economy, that's 2 to 4% of global economic GDP. If you look in wealthy nations, the US, China, Europe, they're putting now very serious investment, trillions of dollars of public subsidy, restructuring incentives to achieve that in those economies. The climate challenge is that 80 countries around the world that house the majority of the world's population include 3.5 billion people who are not consuming anywhere near the level of energy they will in 10, 15, 20 years. And they are poised to grow their energy consumption based on coal, 112 gigawatts of new coal coming online, a lot of it financed by low-cost Chinese debt, heavy fuel oil, and diesel generation. It's inefficient, it's dirty, it's not inclusive, it doesn't support growth and poverty reduction, and it will kill our opportunity to be successful in the fight to protect our planet. So the question is, how do you get the trillions of dollars you need? And there's really only one answer, and that is you have to have significant public investment, structured smartly in cooperation with the private sector. There is no source of $2 to $4 trillion of public money from wealthy nations to less wealthy nations. 60 countries around the world are teetering on the edge of a debt crisis. I was in Kenya a few weeks back. 60+% of their public budget is going to paying debt repayment. Ghana at 72%, Zambia was 78%. In that environment, you're not going to be successful at mobilizing local resources. So you need these large-scale public-private partnerships. One of them is the biggest bet the Rockefeller Foundation has made in 110 years, and it was establishing an $11+ billion public-private partnership called the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet to bring renewable electrification to low-income and emerging economies at genuine scale. And that is starting to work, which is very exciting. But it needs to be, 10, 20, 30, 40 times bigger. And that's why the COP matters. And you should, and Reuters should, and everyone should hold this COP accountable. If they cannot generate tens of billions of dollars of additional financing for an energy transition in low-income and emerging economies, it will not be a successful COP.
Don't you worry, we'll be there. Jerome, just talking about coal, do you think that developing countries, particularly those in Africa, should be able to decide whether they want to pursue natural gas for their development? Is the expectation for them to leapfrog straight to renewables, is that unfair?
I think when talking about kind of energy usage in a way, and I think how countries should be expected to leapfrog, I think it's more about the question of what access do they have, and about how are we supporting them in a way that is equitable. Because if we're having the expectation that they have to leapfrog that energy which is sustainable and that they shouldn't have to follow in the footsteps, that is a bad path to start on in the beginning. I think we allow ourselves, through investments and through campaigns, that we're able to educate around why it's important that we don't continue to invest in coal and invest in these fossil fuel technologies, and making sure that communities have a way to know how to get out of it. Because a lot of communities I talk to don't even know what environmental justice means. They don't know what the climate crisis looks like. They don't know what many of these terms mean. So when they think about coal and oil and energy, they aren't really thinking about anything but this is my needs, this is what I need to get, and this is how I'm going to make sure my family is safe. And I think that's the number one issue everyone's focusing on. And I think if we are able to, in a way, make sure that our programs are supporting them, that is not in just saying, oh, we're going to give you a handout in which, oh, you can slap a solar panel on your roof, but we're not going to focus on the underlying issues of poverty and of racism and sexism that are intersecting in their everyday lives, then we're only really putting a Band-Aid that's going to fall right off as soon as we put it on, because we aren't focusing on the fact that it's not about having expectations that seem unrealistic. It's about having a standard in which the world needs to understand that we cannot continue on this path. It's very clear what our morals need to be, and poor countries aren't exempt from those morals. They know them even more than we do, because they've lived in harmony with nature, and they've lived in harmony with the planet in a way that the Western world doesn't understand. And I think it's not that we have to tell them something, we need to learn from them.
I'd like to talk about the Loss and Damage Fund. I'd like to come to you, Jennifer. There has been some anger over the proposal for the World Bank to host the Loss and Damage Fund, saying it's too influenced by the US. Others say it's too slow or lacks the organizational culture to tackle climate change. What do you say to that?
First of all, I think the Loss and Damage Fund is really, really important, and delighted that COP27 last year that there was a decision that they need to go ahead with the Loss and Damage Fund. And we're seeing the impact, your previous question, the impact of climate change on poverty. And it's not just the impact that you have when you hear about these huge floods in Pakistan, but there's also a whole lot of slow onset impacts of mainly small island states where they're seeing the long effects of climate change. So what do you do to redress that? So within the Loss and Damage Fund, the Transitional Committee has had 5 sets of negotiations. They were supposed to have 4, and they had have an emergency one last week, really trying to come to an agreement. And this is Transitional Committee members are representing from developing countries and developed countries. And as part of these negotiations, the big question is who's going to pay, who's going to benefit, and what are the rules of the game? And also within that is how do we manage the fund? What is the best way? And so as a result of all these negotiations, the World Bank has been invited as an interim to host the fund. And we host a number of funds. We serve as trustees as a number of funds, like the Green Climate Fund, the Global Environment Facility.
Is the World Bank the right place to host it? Is it too influenced by the US? Does it have the right culture to tackle climate change?
The role of the World Bank in hosting the fund is that to serve the host. The Trust and Damage, they will have their own board. They will set their own rules. So we as a host do not influence the rules. Who funds it, who's eligible. We're just, as a host, we serve as a platform where the Secretary is hosted.
Okay. Jerome, I'd like to come back to you talking about the loss and damage fund, because obviously that is a huge part of this. What are your thoughts on the progress so far? What do you see as the biggest opportunities with this fund and the biggest potential pitfalls?
I think the biggest opportunities we can see with the loss and damage fund is for communities to be able to reinvest in a way that they haven't been able to before. But I think one of the key examples is how do we make sure the implementation is equitable and doesn't just continue to follow money and follow privilege in a way. And I think one of the biggest ways that I've seen that we can structurally make sure that the loss and damage fund is impactful is also working with CDFIs and working with local communities and making sure that it goes to the local, not just the local governments, because oftentimes local governments and politics can get in the way of giving it to the communities that have been impacted first and worst. There are examples in Louisiana and Texas where there have been local officials that have swindled funds away for 70 years plus because of their interest. And if we had given it to local banks, CDFIs, that would have been much more impactful. I think the Loss and Damage Fund also has to continue to, I know that you brought a lot of young people to Washington, D.C. for the past few weeks to think about the strategy behind that. But I think we have to build more into accelerating progress, because you're having long-term timescales which aren't to the scale of the problem that is the climate crisis. And I think that is the biggest thing, is working with environmental justice community leaders and working with people who have been doing this work for a long time and saying, hey, we're going to listen to you, and not in a way that's just advisory, but they have the ability to structurally change the process of it.
Rajiv, I'd like to come to you, and we're going to go to one of the questions now from the audience. Please, anyone here or watching at home, please continue to put your questions through Slido. Is there any chance that the goal of the total elimination of fossil fuels can be implemented when there is no plausible renewable energy alternative?
That's a question for me.
That's for you. Yeah.
Well, obviously we can't totally eliminate the use of fossil fuels tomorrow because we have a massive global infrastructure invested in fossil fuels, and because we don't have enough specific alternatives, especially for things like large-scale baseload power in nations that are high energy consumers over time. But if you extend the thinking beyond tomorrow to 10 years from now, 15 years from now, 20 years from now, there are many plausible pathways to largely eliminate the use of fossil fuels and to replace those fossil fuels with energy technologies. I'd say two things that should guide our conversation here that I feel we haven't really hit home enough. The first is the technology frontier is actually pretty amazing, and even today is helping us bring renewable electrification to people that have been left out and left behind by coal generation tied to large grids run by governments that never reached 1 billion poor people that live around the world in effective energy poverty. Rockefeller, together with a host of partners, including the bank, are already serving millions of people in Eastern Congo, in Northern Bihar, in India, and parts of Central America, even in Puerto Rico, with solar grid systems that are totally commercially viable in their own right, serving customers that have never before had access to viable productive power. And in the last deal we rolled out, it took about $7 or $8 million of our resources as a grant to mobilize $70 or $75 million of commercial investment to launch some of these solar projects in Eastern Congo as one example. So the first thing is the technology is pretty amazing. The second is this project, climate change and fighting climate change, only works if the solutions are public-private. So whether it's loss and damage fund or anything else, if you're only talking about a public investment vehicle, you're not going to be successful. You have to have public and private together. There are precious few instruments and structures that exist in climate finance that are truly public-private when it comes to reaching the emerging and developing economies. And that's why I think that's such an important criteria for us.
Roger, I just want to follow up on that. There has been some criticism that governments are leaning too heavily on technology or direct air capture, carbon capture, storage, and hydrogen. Is that the case?
Well, direct air capture and carbon capture basically don't make sense in almost everywhere unless you're sitting on top of a geothermal site or you're in Iceland, you know. And so if energy is free, then some of those things become kind of cost effective from an energy perspective. But wherever energy is costly, which is pretty much everywhere around the world, those are not viable solutions and technologies. What are viable solutions and technologies our renewable electrification, the whole range of things offered in that context. Energy efficiency, the whole range of things offered in that context. Switching, we're helping India switch to 50,000 electric buses in metropolitan areas around the nation. You know, at that sort of scale, you create whole industries. And that creates jobs and that creates movement. Together with the World Bank, we decommissioned the Komati coal plant in South Africa and are replacing it with green energy program that, in addition to putting solar on that site, will also create jobs in a country that has a 48% official unemployment rate. So, you know, this is not rocket science. You need to invest in energy transitions in a way that creates jobs in an environment in emerging and developing economies that's deeply challenged by the current macroeconomic reality. And anything shy of real public-private, high-leverage solutions is really just happy talk that won't get us there.
Jennifer, I want to talk about leadership in this space. Obviously, as we've discussed, there's been some criticism of the venue of COP, of the host nation. How do you think the UAE's leadership under the COP president this year, who was also the UAE's CEO of the national oil company, how do you think this leadership might impact the outcomes that we see at COP28?
So I think, again, let's come back. What the COP is a process, you know, it's a gathering of parties. So I think what's important, the host country is responsible to bring everyone around the table and to give everyone an equal voice. And I think that's what's really important. And what we're seeing so far, that this is actually what's happening. The pre-COP last week, there were 60 countries there, the negotiators, ministers already starting to think how we work on the negotiations with the UNFCCC. So there's a process there. It's not just the host country, but it's the UN processes that are in place in the country processes. And then, of course, associated with the negotiations is the whole programming, and that's the delivery, the implementation, where the Rockefeller Foundation and the World Bank, this is where we then support countries in working together to deliver all the outcomes that we're working on. What we're seeing, I mean, these are the questions about energy. When we look at renewable energy, we have also the same approach. How do you scale up to phase down? And I think that's what's important, scaling up renewables to phase out fossils. And they need to go hand in hand. And I think also that's coming up, also you're hearing that from the UAE as well, that they're promoting, they have set as a target for COP, tripling renewable energies by 2030 and doubling down on energy efficiency. So that is an important part of the equation, as then we keep on putting on the pressure to phase out of fossil fuels as quickly as possible, but we find solutions, again, for the hard-to-abate sectors, and like I say, zoom in on the most toxic gases, those methane that's 80% more toxic than carbon dioxide, the solutions to that.
We are coming nearly to the end. We've got 3 minutes. I'm going to give you 1 minute each, and this is the question that's going to go to each of you. Which world leader, current world leader, is likely to be the most influential or inspirational at this year's COP? You know, are there any leaders which have moral authority right now or are leading by example globally? I want a specific name or names. Let's start with you, Rajiv.
Well, I think I'll start with a head of state of a small nation, but Mia Mottley of Barbados has basically pulled together many of the smartest people and said, look, after World War II, we made some big judgments about how to protect our planet going forward. At that time, in a different context, we built institutions like the World Bank and the IMF. We created the United Nations, and obviously the SG was just speaking here. And we're in that moment again. So what would we do with that mindset? And she's laid out a really consensus approach to what has to happen. The bank has to change pretty fundamentally to become an instrument of public-private leverage as opposed to just public finance. The IMF has to change the way we do debt sustainability analysis from 5 years to 30 years or 50 years to even have a chance at understanding what it means to invest in a climate transition and the appropriate infrastructure over time. And private capital has to crowd in with public incentives at a scale that meets the $2.7 trillion gap you described. So I'd say Mia's plan and Prime Minister Mottley's leadership, obviously she's not, as the head of a smaller country, not able to do it herself, but getting everybody aligned around that basic vision will, I think, make a huge difference. Solutions exist out there, we just have to have the courage to implement them.
Jerome?
Yeah, I completely agree with what you're saying. Mia Mottley has had incredible leadership as well. And I think one of the biggest things that I would recommend is that a lot of world leaders have a lot of talk and not a lot of action. And I think there's been a lot of leaders I can name that say really great things, but when it gets down to the point of what are we implementing, it's kind of wishy-washy. I would say like with the Inflation Reduction Act has been an incredible step forward, but I think there's also been a lot of investment in oil and continual kind of exposure in kind of sacrificed communities that are continuing to be sacrificed. So I think that there are a few leaders that need to step up in a way, but definitely Mia Mottley has been kind of leading that coalition for young people to be engaged and to be educated on the climate crisis and to be more involved in how do we kind of, as we get older, figure out how we make sure our world is structurally much more sustainable, from growing up in sustainable practices, making sure our government and our representatives reflect communities in a more sustainable way, et cetera.
Jennifer.
I mean, there's a lot of really important world leaders, Mia Mottley, President Ruto of Kenya. There's so many of them coming out. But I'm going to go actually for Pope Francis. We just found out Pope Francis is actually going to go to COP, and not just because he represents the Catholic religion, but a faith. I think that's really to bring faith and to bring communities back together. And I think that's the representation of coming back again to communities and remembering what this is about. This is really about ending poverty and providing climate justice to people today, but really preserving this planet for tomorrow and for the children of tomorrow. And I think that's what's really, really important, is that we need people who represent all voices from around the world. And so that was my choice, is just Pope Francis, because that's a different type of world leader that really is aspirational.
I think that's a fantastic point to leave it. Thank you very much for joining us on stage. Give them a round of applause. Please, we'll let you to. Thank you. Thanks, Tron. Okay, we are moving on now. Let me check the time. I believe we're moving into this session. We have a Reuters event session coming up, which is in partnership with Honeywell. Honeywell invents and manufactures technologies to address tough challenges linked to global macro trends like safety, security, and energy. So welcome to the stage, please, Honeywell Corporate Vice President and Chief Scientist Gavin Towler, with Reuters Next Head of Strategy, Gareth Ragg. Please.
Thank you very much, Kim. Good morning, everyone. So for our next fireside at Reuters Next, we're going to keep with the subject of sustainability. And I think if we spent the last 30 minutes looking at that macro policy picture, with COP28 very much just around the corner, for the next few minutes, we'd like to dig a little bit more into some of the technologies and some of the strategies that are really going to accelerate this transition towards net zero. And I'm very pleased to say I'm being joined by Gavin Towler, Chief Scientist at Honeywell, for the conversation. Gavin, thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you, Gareth.
So let's kick things off. If you could start with a bit of context for us, please, just to give a bit of insight with what you're doing at Honeywell, in particular around integrating environmental and social considerations into your strategy and operations.
Yes, so for Honeywell, those of you who don't know Honeywell, we're a systems automation company. We do control systems for industrial companies, for aviation, for buildings, for chemical plants, and we provide a lot of technologies to the oil, gas, chemical, energy industries. And so we've been very aware of sustainability as a need for a long time. About 60% of our revenues of our business actually comes from sustainability, safety, and resiliency. So it's a big part of everything that we do and every conversation we have with our customers. And we set our own first climate goals back in 2004. We've actually reduced our carbon footprint 90% since then. And we've signed up to be net zero across our own operations, or to be carbon neutral across our Scope 1 and Scope 2 in our own operations by 2035. So we have our own path, but we're also very engaged in working with all of our customers around the world on their paths to reduce their carbon footprint.
Okay, so let's start on your path. And you say 2004 is when you started on this journey. Can you let us into some of those learnings that you've got and some specific examples about the things you've actually done that have delivered results to reduce your carbon footprints?
Yeah, actually, the technologies that we sell to our customers, it's the same thing we do in our own facilities. So it starts with understanding what is your carbon footprint? How does it break down between fuels, electricity, where are you using energy? And then deploying things that can be used to immediately make an improvement. Things that are just really simple things, switching to LED lights, better insulation, more use of renewable power, some of the things that were talked about, variable speed drives. We've done actually over 6,000 projects across our own facilities, and that's how we got that 90% reduction. And we do the same projects also with customers. We do them for governments, for universities, hospitals, schools. We go in and we actually implement the same set of savings. And we actually even guarantee the dollar savings that will come from those projects.
And when you go into these companies and you're talking to your customers, and you're trying to bring them along on this journey, what are those kind of conversations that you're having? Often you've got an advocate inside of the business, but then they're trying to break down those silos and spread the sustainability message across. How are you making sure that you can get that message in and they can actually see those results?
Yeah, there is a level of advocacy, but most people who are actually really implementing sustainability things aren't doing it just out of the goodness of their hearts. They're doing it to save money, right? So people talk about the sort of triple deliverable that you want. You want to get to the cleanest power you can, the lowest carbon footprint, but at the same time, low cost and minimize the cost of the energy transition. And of course, high resilience. You've got to be able to keep providing whatever service you provide to your customers or to the communities that you serve. So you need to find a way to get to all three of them. And that's the sweet spot. That's the thing that you have to optimize for, is to find the things that have a payback. If you think in terms of carbon abatement curves, right, you can figure out the cost per CO2 of any technology change, and you can plot them from the things that have the best paybacks to the worst. Well, there's still plenty of activity on things that have great paybacks. So we implement those kinds of projects with people, and that helps them bring their carbon footprint down. That's helping companies advance towards their net zero goal, while actually at the same time getting a saving from it.
Yeah, and as an organization, you have sites all over the world. In terms of actually delivering a sustainability strategy on a global scale, how challenging is that, and how do you go about trying to create that global strategy?
Obviously, different countries are at different points in their journey to net zero, right? Some have set targets for 2030 for their electric grid. Some are saying 2060, 2070. So there'll be a different sense of urgency in different places. But we just heard about Mere Motley, right? Barbados is a great example, and we're working with Barbados on part of their strategy to get to net zero. We see countries all around the world moving at different pace. And obviously, as a technology supplier, we're willing to work with whatever pace the customer or the country wants to go at. So we obviously don't drive that, but we're there with technology that can be deployed as and when the country or the company or whatever we're talking to is ready to actually take steps towards dropping their carbon footprint.
Okay, so let's get into the tech, because I know that's the area that you absolutely love. Could you talk us through some of the industries in which you're working with, where we're seeing the greatest impact and people moving at pace today in the best way possible?
Yeah, you forgive me, I love the science part of it. I am the chief scientist. So there's a few areas where the technology really is ready now to be implemented for dropping carbon footprint in a way that there'll be no regrets. Obviously, renewable power, we just heard about it in the panel session. In many, many regions of the world now, wind and solar power are actually the cheapest incremental way of adding electricity. So we need to make power more renewable. We need to advance technologies for long-term energy storage. In some countries, that's going to be pump storage hydropower. In other places, that's going to be batteries. And in particular, developing lower-cost battery technologies. Lithium-ion batteries are fantastic for transportation and for personal consumer electronics because they're very high energy density, but they're quite expensive. And they use some materials that are, that are mined in relatively few locations. So getting to cheaper forms of long-duration batteries is going to be key to the transition. One of the things that we're very excited about is more deployment of microgrids. So you've heard the saying, the future's here, it's just not evenly distributed. Well, what's happening is all around the world, regions are setting up net zero business parks or net zero economic zones. And this is basically just an area where you have a microgrid, you have some renewable power, whether it's wind, solar, hydro, or whatever, and you manage the loads inside of the microgrid and the renewable power to balance them so that it gets to net zero faster. And some of these are net zero zones, some of them are near zero zones. But if you create a region like that, it becomes a magnet for investment, because obviously any manufacturing that happens there is net zero, or for tourism, because any hotel that's there is going to be a net zero hotel. So you can create a zone where you're able to take the advantage of living in a net zero future already, even if the whole country hasn't yet got there. So microgrids are something that we think is going to be a growing trend.
Yeah.
Hydrogen.
I'll just tell Hannah to chat slow now. I'll just message Hannah.
By the way, I think that's coming out over here.
Somebody on the back wanted to join in.
Hannah wants to get involved.
Yeah. So hydrogen. So I actually started my career at Honeywell to work on the hydrogen economy in 1998. I think we were a little bit ahead of the gun at the time. We were anticipating it a little bit before everything was ready. But we're now really seeing a lot of activity in the USA, also in Europe, on building out hydrogen infrastructure. And all kinds of hydrogen are good. Obviously, you hear people talk about whether we should have blue hydrogen or green hydrogen. To us, it's not an or, it's a both. We just need to go faster. So we work on technologies for hydrogen from methane with carbon capture, as well as on hydrogen from water by electrolysis using renewable power. And in the future, both of these can play a role. But hydrogen is key to decarbonizing some of the most difficult sectors in heavy industry where you really need high temperature heat. And so we're excited to see the hydrogen economy building out. And then lastly, from Honeywell, we obviously are very big in aviation, and I can't go without talking about the future of aerospace. Air travel has been a huge benefit to humanity. It allows people to move from where they were born to go to take advantage of educational opportunities, to go work in a different country and still be able to go home and visit their family. And it allows people to visit different countries and get a better feel for the entire world and how much we have in common with each other. So we want everyone to have the benefit of aviation, but we want to reduce the carbon footprint of it, obviously. And one of the things that I was very fortunate to be able to work on in my career at Honeywell was developing the technology for sustainable aviation fuels. And we worked on that in the labs in the early 2000s. We commercialized the technology. We flew all the original test flights with sustainable aviation fuel. And now seeing it actually being deployed around the world is fantastic. We obviously need to build out the supply more and bring more feedstocks available so that we can have more sustainable aviation fuel for everyone to use. But I think that that's going to really help to drop the carbon footprint dramatically. And it's not just sustainable aviation fuel. British Airways did a test flight using some of our flight management software, and they were able to actually reduce the carbon footprint of the flight by 16% just by better route planning and taxi management. So the combination of better efficiency, better aircraft platforms that will be lighter and more efficient, and sustainable aviation fuel is going to make aviation sustainable in the future.
Yeah, it's super interesting, because I think the assumption is there's going to be a trade-off, especially around the areas of aviation. We will have to do less, but it sounds like with the technology that's available today, we might not be having to make those decisions because technology can do the hard work for us.
That's the hope. I mean, that's really the challenge to everyone who's a scientist or engineer working in the energy transition or anything to do with sustainability. It's not, by all means, you can make a personal decision to do less, and that's a great thing for the planet, right? But as engineers and scientists, if we can find a way to take the things that give us all the benefits of the modern way of life, but deliver them in a way that has less impact on greenhouse gases, then we can still have the benefits without having the downsides. So that's why pretty much every one of these technologies, there are people working to find better solutions, alternative solutions, so that we can have the benefit without having to do less.
You've used the phrases ready now, go faster, no regrets. So what it's all coming back to, it seems, is around pace. And it's great to sit here and talk about some of these technologies that are here and ready now, but why aren't we going faster, and how do we pick up the pace, do you think?
Yeah, I think it is important to understand that when you think about carbon abatement, if you think about a carbon abatement curve and you say, okay, well, look, here's all of the things you could do to reduce CO2. You can figure out how much CO2 you could reduce and how much it would cost. And you can do a Pareto plot, and you can see here's all the things that have a good payback and all the things that have a terrible payback, right? And you can rank them. And the panel sort of hinted at this, right? You should start at the things on the left with the things that give you a great payback and do those first, and then work your way towards the more expensive ones. Everything on that curve can be made better, right? That's why there's thousands, millions probably of engineers and scientists working on everything on that curve. You can always produce better technology, and the technology will get better, it will get cheaper in future. So that's great, but it can't be an excuse for inaction, because the longer we wait, the worse the problem gets. If we allow global warming to just take off, we'll melt the tundra, we will release a lot more methane, it'll be a bigger problem to solve. And this is very clear in the AR6 reports from that came out from the IPCC. So we have to take action now. And a lot of the technologies that are needed to take action now, they're ready to go. They aren't going to change. Yeah, they'll probably be better. You'll probably be able to upgrade them in 10 years' time. Absolutely. Solar panels will be more efficient 10 years than they are now. Right? Wind power will be more efficient 10 years from now than it is now. But it's already the cheapest. So don't build more coal-fired power stations, put in more wind power and solar power, right? Take advantage of things you can do now, because these are no regrets. These technologies, if deployed at scale, they'll be the right technologies 10, 20 years. Don't wait for the miracle.
And there is a reality out there at the moment, though. In the last year, we've seen very tough economic conditions. Over the next 2 days, we're going to talk about rising geopolitical tensions on stage here. That has an effect on people, businesses, governments. And often in the good times, sustainability people can invest in. And at the times when it's not quite so good, they might start to row back. Is that a worry that you have? And are you starting to see that with customers at all? That a trade-off, you would say, between sustainability and the financial reality right now?
I would say there's, obviously for big investments at corporate level, there's always trade-offs, right? There's always trade-off between do this versus do that. But I think that most corporate leaders now are aware of the fact that the need to transform their carbon footprint, the need to demonstrate sustainability in their operations isn't going to change. It's something that requires long-term thinking, and it requires longer-term investment planning. That doesn't mean that you can't get immediate returns. Obviously, I just said, most of the business that we do is in things where people get a payback right away. So as leaders of companies, what they have to navigate is, well, what are the things where we've got a good payback, but we know it's not going to be a regretted investment in the future? And so making decisions now to deploy capital towards assets that are going to have 20, 25-year life. Well, if you're in a country that's going to be net zero by 2050, that asset's got a pretty good chance it'll still be running, and it's going to have to be compatible with a net zero future. So we're seeing a lot of our customers looking at technologies, and it's actually a part of the decision, part of the investment is deciding, okay, well, how is this going to work? Is this still going to be something that's viable when we're in a net zero world, or when we're at net zero electricity?
Yeah. So for our last couple of minutes, we've just had the COP panel. You're going to be there. I'm going to be there. What are the messages or the key things that you would like to see come out of COP in 3 weeks' time?
Well, you heard a lot of it in the last session, actually. We're really hoping that the COP is going to mobilize people around some of the easiest to solve problems. Methane emissions is a very obvious one. Methane has actually about 24 times the greenhouse gas impact of CO2. So cleaning up methane emissions from venting, flaring, and fugitive emissions, it's very easy to do. We've got technologies that can help there, and we'd like to see global action around reducing methane emissions as soon as we can. More deployment of renewables and microgrids, like as I was saying earlier on, and accelerating the deployment globally of SAF. The airlines CORSIA legislation is actually going to really help with this, but we need more countries to sign on to moving faster on deploying sustainable aviation fuel. So I think there's a lot of areas where governments around the world can align on the fact that these are things that are going to be, that are ready to go, that don't need further technology development, and do need the investment, and do need the societal support to actually get the technologies invested at scale.
1 minute to go, and I like to always ask every person I speak to sustainability this question. because the tone of the conversation I find can often shift from optimism to frustration, even helplessness sometimes around the conversation. And having talked to you for the last 20 minutes, I think I know how you're going to answer it. But how are your optimism levels right now? Are you feeling we are moving in the right direction at the pace we need?
So I would say we're moving in the right direction. We're not at anything like the pace that we need, but I am super optimistic. As a chemical engineer, as an engineer and scientist, and someone who works with teams working on all these problems, almost everywhere I go, I was actually just at an engineering conference yesterday. You meet young people who are fired up about this, who are enthusiastically working on solutions to the problem. And it really doesn't matter which solution they're working on. You can be working on anything in carbon abatement. It's probably going to be part of the answer. We have, I think, a generation coming who have grown up with the problem, and they don't feel powerless about it. They feel that this is a problem that has to be solved. And so there's an enormous amount of human creativity now being applied to this challenge. And to me, it is awe-inspiring to be a part of that. I love hearing about the solutions people are coming up with, even when they're from other companies or from startups or from kids in college or kids in high school. And I think all of that creativity is going to help us get there. So we do need to talk about how to finance it. We do need to get the societal buy-in. We do need to build alliances to make sure that we actually are all on board with making the change, because if we don't have that, then there'll be countries that will backslip, or there'll be places where people will vote against it, or they'll say this is costing too much. But if we all put our minds to it, that we as a species, we humans can actually solve a lot of things, and we've made great progress to get where we are. I think we can make greater still progress to make it sustainable.
Thank you. Gavin Towler, thank you very much for joining me today.
Thank you.
We now have a very short coffee break, so please head out, grab a coffee, but make sure you're back before 10:40 a.m. because that is when we will have our exclusive interview with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskiy, which starts at 10:40 on the dot. Thanks very much. Today, the UN Secretary-General sits down with Reuters editor-in-chief after calling Gaza a children's graveyard.
Abortion rights activists and Democrats score big wins on election day.
The V8 engine is ruled extinct from iconic Ram trucks. Hope for Parkinson's sufferers in the form of a Swiss implant.
And chaos in Australia as the internet and mobile phone coverage goes dark for millions. It's Wednesday, November 8th. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes, every weekday. I'm Carmel Crimmins in Dublin.
And I'm Kim Vanell at Reuters Next in New York. Enough is enough. That's the UN Secretary-General's blunt message about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Antonio Guterres says the enclave is fast becoming a graveyard for children. Here is one of the lucky ones, a child being pulled from the rubble of a destroyed building in Khan Yunis. Rescuers run to a nearby ambulance to rush to hospital, but even there, the UN warns help is limited. International organizations say hospitals can't cope with the wounded, and food and clean water is quickly running out. Médecins Sans Frontières' Claire Magone says we already know the situation in Gaza is catastrophic. But hour by hour, the shortages reach such a critical threshold that the life prognosis of the population of Gaza is in jeopardy. She is begging the international community to force a ceasefire. In New York, UN ambassadors are lining up to condemn the situation. Chief among them is Guterres.
Ground operations by the Israel Defense Forces and continued bombardment are hitting civilians, hospitals, refugee camps, mosques, church, and UN facilities, including shelters. No one is safe. At the same time, Hamas and other militants use civilians as human shields and continue to launch rockets indiscriminately towards Israel. The way forward is clear. A humanitarian ceasefire now. All parties respecting all their obligations under international humanitarian law now.
Apart from repeated calls for a ceasefire, what can the UN do to force a cessation of hostilities between Israel and Hamas? Later today, Reuters Editor-in-Chief Alessandra Galloni will try to find out in an interview with Guterres in New York. That interview is happening at Reuters Next, which I'm in town for. For 2 days, our correspondents will speak to global policymakers, business leaders, and forward thinkers about the challenges the world faces.
Come and see the main room, which is going to be where we do the world stage.
Israel and Gaza will impact many of the discussions. But day one will also see an interview with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskiy. And I'm hosting a panel on COP28, the climate change conference happening in Dubai in just a few weeks' time. We'll also hear from heads of banks and companies about the economy and AI, as well as government leaders from around the world. You can watch it live on Reuters.com. Check out the link to the agenda, which we'll put in the podcast description. We'll also have day one highlights in tomorrow's episode.
Israel says airstrikes on the Gaza Strip have killed a top Hamas weapons maker and several fighters. The latest phase of the offensive is focusing on the vast tunnel network beneath the Palestinian enclave. Hamas says its fighters have inflicted heavy losses. Reuters was unable to verify the battlefield claims of either side.
Senate Democrats have blocked House Republicans' bid to pass a bill providing aid to Israel, but not Ukraine. Democrats are instead backing Biden's $100 billion package that includes aid to Israel and Ukraine and border security funding.
Abortion rights power Democrats to big victories in 3 states on Election Day. Ohio voters put a right to abortion in their constitution. Democrats won full control of Virginia's legislature, and Governor Andy Beshear was re-elected in deep red Kentucky.
I can work, just that I can't get into the office because my office has a specific app. because I can't open the app. Unable to get actually into the office today.
I was running late for work. I couldn't let my boss know that I was running late. And when I got to site, I couldn't find my boss.
2 of the millions of Australians left without a phone or internet connection for 9 hours on Wednesday. The country's second largest telecommunications provider, Optus, suffered an unexplained outage, crippling online services and leading to transport chaos.
So what we do know is that this is a deep fault.
Australia's Communications Minister, Michelle Rowland, angry at the issues faced across the country, with hospitals and emergency services also hit.
Apresentei a minha demissão a Sua Excelência, o Sr. Presidente da República.
Portugal's Prime Minister Antonio Costa announcing his resignation just hours after prosecutors detained his chief of staff in a corruption probe. At issue is his administration's handling of lithium mining and hydrogen projects. Prosecutors say Costa is the target of a related investigation. He says his conscience is clear. Markets are in a holding pattern today, waiting for Fed Chair Jerome Powell to speak. Investors had started betting that interest rates had peaked, but some Fed policymakers have warned about getting complacent about inflation. So, traders are looking to Powell to see what he says about the possibility of future rate hikes. In the meantime, Treasury yields in the dollar are hovering above multi-week lows, and stocks are in the red.
The iconic Ram truck is getting a makeover, internally at least. Stellantis says it will no longer use the iconic V8 Hemi engines in its new light-duty pickups. It's part of a strategy to cut the CO2 emissions of its North American fleet. It's also looking to a plug-in hybrid model of the truck as another way to get cleaner. Global automotive correspondent Joe White is in Detroit.
It's a big deal. The Ram pickup truck line, which is one of the most profitable vehicles Stellantis sells, has been sold with a Hemi V8 for the last 20 years or so. There's ads of the early 2000s.
Hey, that thing got a Hemi? Yeah. Sweet.
That thing got a Hemi in it that really caught people's imagination, and this engine has been associated with this truck line for a couple of decades. It's been very successful.
So then why are they changing it?
They're changing it because of climate regulation. The Biden administration wants significant reductions in greenhouse gases coming from cars and trucks sold in the United States. The Ram truck is not a climate-friendly vehicle with a V8 engine in the front, and Stellantis is under a lot of pressure to clean it up.
But how big of a cut in emissions are we talking about here?
That is a great question, because when we asked the head of the Ram brand that question, he didn't give us an answer. It's not probably going to be a massive amount. Where the big gains in mileage would come is if Ram is successful in getting people to buy the plug-in hybrid version. And that will definitely be an interesting truck to watch to see if a plug-in hybrid is the thing that American truck buyers will accept.
I'm just trying to understand, if it's just an incremental difference in emissions, what's the point?
Well, the point is every bit counts. This is a high-volume line. Even if they gained a couple of miles a gallon or 2 or 3 miles per gallon over a high-volume product line like this, it would help. Their problem is they're squeezed because a lot of U.S. truck buyers are not ready to buy an all-electric truck. That's sort of being proven in the marketplace every day. People buy trucks because they want to tow stuff, they want to haul things, they want to carry around big loads, and you need a big engine to do that. The question is, can you use technology to get the same load pulling power, load carrying power in a somewhat more efficient package? And that's the bet they're making.
Programming will resume in just a moment on the world stage, so please return and take your seats.
Confidently walks across a room, something most of us do without thinking. For Mark, it's evidence of a life-changing transformation. As a long-term Parkinson's patient, the 63-year-old was previously confined to his home. He's now become the first person to receive a new Swiss-designed implant. The neuroprosthetic has an electrode field placed against his spinal cord. Under the skin of his abdomen is an electric impulse generator. Together, they stimulate his spinal cord to activate his leg muscles. Gregoire Courtine is one of the doctors leading the project.
Not everyone will respond to the therapy. We need to understand the responder, but we believe that many can benefit from the improvement in their daily life.
Many Parkinson's patients suffer from debilitating mobility issues. Jocelyn Bloch is the neurosurgeon who carried out Mark's operation.
And in the case of Mark, he was almost always at home because he was scared of falling. You know, a fall means a danger. And I think, and that's something you only realize when it happens to you, that with this therapy, if people can gain more confidence and can go out and have a better social interaction and do more things, it's an enormous plus in the daily activity and the quality of life.
That's it for today's episode. We'll be back tomorrow with our daily headline show. To make sure you know what's going on in the world, listen in for 10 minutes every weekday. And don't forget to subscribe on your favorite podcast player or download the Reuters app.
All right, welcome back. I think that's my cue. Welcome back. I hope you had a chance to grab a coffee and meet some people. That's obviously all part of it. So, you know, I mentioned earlier about the Reuters trust principles, which means that when we have sessions helmed by our newsroom, no questions are off the table, nothing is agreed in advance. We now have one of those sessions. We have an interview with the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelenskiy, who is zooming in live, and conducting this interview is Reuters Editor-in-Chief Alessandra Galloni. So I'd like to invite you back to the stage, Alessandra.
So, welcome back, everybody, and welcome to President Zelensky. President Zelensky, thank you for joining us.
Good evening.
Hello, hello. So, shall we get started right away? Thank you for joining us. So let's talk about today's news, which is European Union accession. The EU has recommended that the bloc open negotiations for membership with you. When do you expect that Ukraine will be in the European Union?
Thank you so much. Yes, today is a successful day. But if I can use such word during the war, but anyway, our fighting is for democracy, for freedom, is the same values which we share with EU leaders, EU countries, people who live in EU. So so for today, that we have very good recommendations, but the result to open this dialogue about membership, this will be the decision. This decision will be, I think, on 14th, 15th December. So it will be the next step. After those steps will be dialogue, and dialogue, I don't know how long it will be. Nobody knows, but that is a very important signal today, signal that recommendations, including reforms, first of all, reforms in Ukraine. That's a good signal that even during the war, we can do all we can, all of the best we can, and we do it. And for us, it's very important.
Great. One of the key conditions that the EU mentioned is to make more progress in tackling corruption. How specifically do you plan to deal with this?
Very concretely, we did a lot, mostly in anti-corruption infrastructure. We voted on the laws, mostly. Now we have some law about special anti-corruption prosecutor, and some questions with it, but it's the new law, and it's already been registered in the parliament, and I hope our parliamentarians in the closest time will vote for this law. it's the new step. We didn't need it for this moment, but anyway, again, I can repeat it. First of all, our people, our heroes, our soldiers, what we do, work or fight, we do it for us, and the reforms is the same. This is also fighting with the old system, and that's why we do it for us. Of course, we need it for EU to be the member of EU, but first of all, we do it for us, for our people. We need it.
One more question on this. The report also flags that as over time you start to rebuild infrastructure and places that have been devastated by the fighting, and that you will be using foreign money, that you ensure that the process, that this specific process is free from corruption. Can you do that?
Yes, absolutely. First of all, I think that what is important on what topic we are working out, it's very important not only to have clean system and anti-corruption infrastructure will be done. It's almost done, and this what we need. We need to make a jointly decision with EU members and G7 countries also, how to use Russian assets for renovating. That is also very important, because I understand, and I'm very thankful, United States, EU members and other countries who are in all the world, they really help us from first days of this full-scale war. It was crucial, important, not to be alone against Russian tyranny, but they are with us. But for today, if Russia attacked us during all these years, almost 2 years of full-scale war, attacked us and destroyed our, from infrastructure to energy infrastructure to houses, just apartments, people lives. Why, if they attack, why we can't use these assets? And we began to work on it. We have progress in it. We began to use now interests from some of these assets. But we need joint decision to hold this money, which are frozen now, and to take this money for innovation, because Russia destroyed. It means that Russia have to pay for this. And I think that is it's very important for us, and I think for the world also. Now we have, for example, only minimum we have after Belgium decision. Thanks, Alexander, Prime Minister and his team. We can use only taxes from interest of the assets. So that is the answer. Because, for example, when we have gap in our budget, about 40 billion, it was last year. This year, we managed it better, and now 5% increase of GDP. But anyway, we have big gap. If we will use even only interest, not taxes, interest from all this frozen money, we can shut, the half of this gap. Great. It will be more simple for the United States and for Europe.
Thank you. Let's move to the counteroffensive. So the Ukrainian counteroffensive has not achieved as much as you would have hoped, as the West would have hoped. Just in the last month, I believe Ukraine has taken a net 16 square meters, 16 square meters of land. What is your new plan?
Thank you for your question. First of all, what does mean the new plan? So I can share some details. Yes, we have plan. We have very concrete cities, very concrete directions where we go, where we have counter-offensive. I can't share with you all the details, but you know that we have some slow steps forward, like you said, on the south of our country. Also, we have steps on the east, and some I think good steps on the on near Kherson region, and but you have, I mean that I'm sure that we will have success. It's difficult. Sometimes it sounds like something, you know, fantastic, but like I said, nobody believed at the beginning of the war that we can manage this war and we can destroy Russian army. We did it. Now there are some difficulties. When some people, or some, I don't know who, I mean that when they said that we count on quick steps of counteroffensive. But you have to know that in each steps there are first motivation, people, ammunition. And when we count, for example, for one volume of ammunition and we get half, for example, so it doesn't mean that I'm not thankful. No, I'm thankful to all the leaders, really. I know that without your help, without United States, leaders of Europe, we couldn't manage this result, what we have for today. It's real, but you have also understand that there are so many bad surprises, crisis. Can be crisis in some parliament or in Congress. The decision are making a little bit slowly. Then, of course, our soldiers came on the south and saw a lot of minefields, because we waited for ammunition 7 months, really. And Russia used this time to undermine, yes, in English.
Yes.
To mine all this. But I just want to tell you one thing. So I'm sure in our people, and first days of the war, we've been together, people and army, and we showed all the world our unity. And I think that is important not to lose it. And on this unity, there is a big influence, not only in our country, there is a big influence on the West. Leaders of the West, leaders in Europe, United States, and your attitude Congress of the United States, and their attitude, not, of course, it's difficult when you have now the war on the Middle East, and nobody knows when it will finish, and nobody knows the result of this tragedy. But you have to know, if everybody been focused on Ukraine previous year, now you see the dividing focus. Yes, so a lot of challenges, and that's why there are some slow process.
Yes, I'm going to come back to allies in just a moment, but I did want to press you just one more time on the situation on the ground and the counteroffensive. How much land do you think that you can claim back over the next year?
Next year, we didn't. First of all, we didn't finish this year. You have to know that
okay.
We are trying.
This year. This year. Let's.
I don't know how many kilometers to these square kilometers. I don't know. Sometimes it can be like it was previous year with Kherson. 2 months we couldn't. It was tough period on Kherson, very tough. We couldn't, deoccupy dozens of kilometers, and then we broken this defending line of Russia, and they began to run away. And we deoccupied the Kherson region, including one of the biggest cities, Kherson, one of the biggest occupied cities in region. So that is the answer. So we'll see. We'll try to show the result this year, and for us it's very important because we lose people each day. It's not because of some movie, some show. I mean that we don't need to surprise everybody in the world. Yes, we need for ourselves try not to lose each day. because each day we are losing people.
Of course.
Less than Russians, that's good news, but less people, but people, it's very bad news.
Of course.
So, and next year we have plan. We have plan, yes, for the next year, very contracted plan, and but I will not share. I'm so sorry. I'm so
That's
sorry.
a pity.
I can't do it. I can't do it.
That's a pity. Okay, let's move to your allies. You said yourself, you know, the U.S. and other countries are now being asked to fund 2 wars, not one. And as you said, there is some resistance, particularly in the U.S., in Congress, particularly among Republicans, about spending more on Ukraine, and that the war is distracting some of your allies. So what is your new narrative, and what is your new ask as attention has shifted to Gaza?
First of all, I don't want to compare these two situations. We understand that this is big tragedy on the Middle East. Of course, human losses. Of course, it's big tragedy, but you can't compare it with a full-scale war. I'm not trying to say that something is more important. No, with all respect to all the nations. But you have to understand that full-scale war, it's another thing. It's another thing. It's about, for today, millions. It's about millions of people which are not living here, which are abroad. It's about 7-8 million people. So it's another way. And if Ukraine will be broken by Russia, you will see millions of victims and dozens of millions of immigration. Yeah. So that's other things, and the war will go to other NATO countries after Ukraine. It's a fact. We have all documents from intelligence, and we always share in these documents with our partners, and they understand that risk is so high of this full-scale war, and the crisis on the Middle East, it's a part of the global idea of Russia, and now Russia with Iran, and that's a fact. And I understand that there are political challenges in Congress because of election period, because of many details, and I understand, but we can't compare it. What I wanted to share with you.
Of course. Let me ask you, you mentioned, we're talking about the U.S., we're in the U.S. Here, those of us gathered in this conference are in the U.S. now. How worried are you about a possible Trump presidency?
That is the decision of American people, who will be the American president. So it's really not my decision. It's good or bad, I don't know, but it's a fact. I hope that American people, that the president will always look to the attitude of people, of society. If American society supporting Ukraine, if we share the same values, if we share the same, the same problems, if we understand all these challenges and the result and the damage of the war, I think that any president will be, I don't know, will help Ukraine. But if the plan is to stop the war and to manage it very quickly, just to manage it, just to fix it for yourself, and doesn't matter what the price, our people, our sovereignty, our independence, our structure of our brains, of our heads, of our souls, yes, not to be free, if that is the price. So we will be, of course, we will not support such people who share such things.
Mm-hmm.
So that is, and of course, some voices from Republicans are now really danger. And I mean this for us, this sounds and of course our people, afraid of such voices is difficult. Yeah, you understand? If United States will change the position, if changing some leaders in some institutions, including Congress or White House, if something will be like this, and if it will change your foreign policy, so what can I say? Okay, we will fight. Okay, we will fight without you, but you have to understand our people. We will do it, because for us, freedom, it's the most important value what we have, the most important, and nobody can take it off, and nobody will give, even if big leaders trying to push us to this,
Yeah, that's very clear. Let me, Russia is not going to stop militarily. So what compromise do you want them to make, and what compromise would you make in order to negotiate a peace?
So why do you think that the country which is in war, which been attacked, have to be ready to compromise? So I mean that we are target for today for Russians, but we are not target for the world. We are target for Russians, but Russia has to be target for the world, for democracy. And I think that is the goal. That is very important. If the compromise will be our territories, you have to understand what will be in other regions, on other continents, everywhere. From this moment, the territories of other countries, of other nations will be compromised.
So let me
including
ask you
Asia, Africa, and other regions.
So let me ask you then, as we draw to a close, how does this war end, President Zelensky?
Russian soldiers have to go to their own sovereign land. First of all, they have to go out, because this is real way to stop the war. They have to go out, and after that we can begin diplomatic platform or way how to finish the war. That's written in the peace formula. There are 10 points of peace formula, but I don't want now deeply go to the peace formula. I know all these points. It consists of how to decrease 10 big challenges of the war. But for today, what is important? To go out of our land, and they will do it, and you will see they will do it. Somebody think that, what can I say? Somebody, I know that there is such emotion now through some leaders. They say that, but Russia 4 times bigger. If we're speaking about population, 4 times bigger than Ukraine. It means that Ukraine can't be in war too long, because 4 times bigger. Yeah, it's true. But you have to know, I don't want to share with you, I can't share with you our victims, our casualties, but I can say that they are, for today, minimum 5-hour casualties, 5 times less.
So you've said no compromise and no solution until Russia leaves. My last question then is, China has offered to be a mediator in this conflict. Would you accept that?
I don't know. I didn't hear that China's proposed something. I'm so sorry. They had their proposition, very concrete proposition. They had a list of steps. I remember this. That is from their vision, peace decisions. And not only them, also Africa had it. I had conversation with African leaders, and I had conversation with China. We are open for any voices, not Russian, from any voices, including our partners and including Brazil, United States, China, Africa. And we involve them to our peace formula. We said that we can share your ideas. It's normal. We are free. And it's not dogma that only our 10 points and that's it. Yes, our 10 points, but with your proposition, please. But everything has to be based on one idea. Otherwise, we'll never find solution. On one idea. There is idea. And the last time in Malta, after Jeddah and Denmark, Copenhagen, the last time we had 66 countries. We had 66 countries on this meeting on the level of political advisors. And we've got, I think it was very successful.
Thank you. So we do have to close. We've gone over time, but I must ask you this one last, and truly this is to close. You are a comedian, an actor, a comedic actor. Can you tell us one thing that has made you laugh, even amid the tears of the past 2 years? One thing where you have laughed.
Зараз ви мені поставили це запитання. Now you asked me, and it's funny. That is the last moment. Yeah, sometimes I have possibility sometimes, really have possibility to see my children and my dogs. It's really great. My wife with children and with the dogs, and it's always funny, always funny. Sometimes I'm thinking, really, looking at all these wars, looking at all the crises, Middle East, not only Ukraine, everywhere, in Africa, in the Middle East. Sometimes I'm looking at this and think that the best way, if this planet will be the planet of dogs. I don't understand. Sometimes I don't understand people, really. I can't understand. I think that they are just crazy people.
Well, thank you. On the note of dogs leading the world, thank you very much. Thank you, President Zelensky.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. All the best. Bye-bye.
Thank you to President Zelensky for joining us, and thank you for that, Alessandra. So our next interview is with the Bank of America CEO, Brian Moynihan. A reminder that you can submit your questions for all of the interviews that come under the Reuters Trust Principles that are helmed by the Reuters newsroom, like this one, which this interview is going to be conducted by my colleague, US Finance Editor Lenan Nguyen. Please welcome them to the stage.
Thank you, everyone. Hard act to follow, Brian.
Yeah, you've got to negotiate a better slot for us.
At least we know, breaking news, President Zelensky is a dog person. So, Brian, thank you so much for joining us. Again, my name is Lenan Nguyen, U.S. Finance Editor at Reuters. Brian runs the second largest bank in the U.S. with 69 million consumer and small business customers. So he's going to give us a really excellent read on what's happening out there in the economy. Brian, so let's start. You've just been in Omaha opening a branch. Tell us what you're hearing about the broader U.S. economy at large.
So 2 or 3 things, Lenan, thanks for having us. Number one, our research team is the best in the business, and they've moved to the soft landing category, and they have to slow down the economy in the middle of next year. It is a U.S. economy. 2 quarters, about 0.5% growth, and then builds back out from there. Rates, it takes about to the end of 25 to get the inflation down to the 2% plus, low 2s level. Unemployment continues to move up. It sits around 4-ish%. And all that's pretty good. And the question is, if you look at our consumer base, what you're really seeing through the end of the month in October and now is a precipitous slowdown in the consumer spending going on by our consumers. So they were double-digit growth year over year earlier this year over the prior year, first quarter, month of X. Now they're about half of that. So around 4 to 5%, 4%. The important thing to think about, that is consistent where it was in 16, 17, 18. And that is consistent with a lower growth, low inflation economy. And that's not a small sample. It's about $4.5 trillion of money moving from those consumers in the economy. So it's a pretty good read. And so, the thesis of a soft landing and the Fed's impact of the rate structure is having on the activity in the U.S. is seen, and it's done. And I think that leads to the Fed holding rates here. We have one more rate increase, whether that happens or not, and then starting to bring them down second half of next year now.
So how does that soft landing happen? Because as you say, consumers are starting to spend down their buffers, they're spending less. At the same time, the cost of living is pretty high. How does the Fed finagle that soft landing and avoid a recession?
And quite honestly, they don't, we do. Business does, all the people, all the employees and stuff. So the reality is how we behave, and you see businesses, financial conditions have tightened. What that really means is loans are more expensive, so people aren't borrowing as much. Financial conditions have tightened. What that means is house mortgage rates have moved up, and people aren't, housing market slowed down, and car market purchases. So the Fed, with monetary policy, sets a rate. They had to overcome a huge fiscal infusion. That's kind of done, and now they just have to wait for the impact to go out. What makes it a soft landing is, in fact, that the employment levels in the U.S. are still very strong, albeit that's slowed down a lot. Last year this time, you would have been asking me lots of questions about the Great Resignation, or maybe a little earlier, and that's come to a screeching halt because the dynamics of the economy. So it's really what the customers do. Consumers slower spending, commercial customers not borrowing as much, people not making quite as aggressive business moves, and then we move outside the United States, similar things going on. Our team has Europe growing just over 1% next year, Japan just over 1%, China just under 5%, India just over 6%. None of those numbers are, sort of fast growth numbers, are kind of back to normal, and that's the central banks around the world having the same activity.
Got it. And so even with customers kind of being later on their payments right now, that's still not going to be a major concern.
The American consumer, the prime borrowers, there's great discussion about how delinquencies are moving up to where they were in 2019. 2019 for our industry was a multi-decade great credit year. And for our company, it was like 50 years. And so they're moving up to levels that were great years. So as long as the unemployment rate stays the 4 to 4.5% or lower, you won't see massive consumer delinquencies. You remember in the financial crisis, the unemployment rate topped 10%. So at 6 points, 7 points difference is across 170 million workers. Think about the numbers, and people can't pay. So people are overstating the quote normalization, because normalizing is a great thing. What happens next will be an interesting thing. That comes down to our company's going to keep people employed and keep paying them, and you see no real breakage in that yet, although it's slowed down.
And let's move back to geopolitics. Obviously, we were just preceded by President Zelenskiy. Please tell us how geopolitics are affecting the Bank of America, whether it's the US-China escalation, whether it's the Middle East or Ukraine and Russia. What impact does that have on your business and the economy?
Well, you heard the president talk about, rattle off places, China, Africa, this. And that's obviously creates impact. And the impact is people slow down. And that's what you're seeing out there. So if something goes in a way the market doesn't predict, or economists don't predict, or people don't predict, it'll happen. But if you look, the consumer confidence slows down. People are worried about tomorrow. They're worried about the escalation of these, of the various areas. All that would impact the economy. And if you go study, war mode versus not war mode, you'll see that substantial resources in these companies move to fight the war, whether it's people, whether it's munitions and things like that. That takes part of the economy away from the rest of the private sector, so they have slowing impacts because that is really unique thing. So, we monitor them all, worry about them all, game them all, think about what could happen. But the way an institution or a company is going to feel across the world is higher energy prices. If you have something that disturbs the energy flow, higher commodities prices. You pick your thing, but it's going to reflect in the economy and pricing, confidence, spending, borrowing, and all that is already slow. And so you'd have to be careful that one of these could actually tip it in a way that was very unpredictable.
So there are macroeconomic risks from geopolitics, but there's also the fact that your bank is called the Bank of America, and you are the target in some ways of non-state actors and hacking. How do you operate in this environment when you are kind of seen as a symbol of the US financial system?
Well, this isn't new. I mean, this has been going on for a long time. So you get really talented teammates who really know what they're doing, and you keep refreshing that. You keep dedicating more resources to it. You cooperate among the industry. We cooperate heavily with the government. We cooperate heavily. And you never take any solace or any that anything's right tomorrow. I mean, so you're always thinking what could go wrong. And so the team, Aditya Bastian, who runs our technology group, and the teams that run our cybersecurity group, a fellow named Chris Fader and Craig Fellick, they have been at this for years, thousands of people working on billion plus dollars. You just have to keep going. But the real value is over the last, I'd say, 10 years, the administration cooperation with the private sector has been much increased. And that's helpful because the information can flow faster and we can then defend ourselves better.
And so let's stick on the international stage for a while. You are very active in terms of your environmental work, your ESG work. That's become somewhat of a buzzword in this country on both the left and right. I'm curious what your next steps are in ESG, and then how do you deal with the pushback from anti-ESG critics?
We think the role of a company like ours is to deliver profits and purpose, not or both. Because when you have 60+ million consumers and tens of thousands of businesses, they want to work with a company that sees how to help society make its progress. The second fundamental thing is none of this is going to happen. The environmental change is going to be talked about by a lot of people, by philanthropy. About $1 trillion is given away a year. That's really spectacular. But if you say the SDGs, the environmental part of them costs $3 trillion a year, it's not close to doing it. If you look at the public sector, the governments have huge deficits, so they don't really have any money to spend, and the way they do it is by giving tax breaks, therefore that creates more deficits. So who's going to lead this? The private sector has the innovation, the talent, and the effort. And so what I've been completely shocked by, honestly, is the amount of private sector effort that goes on. We made $1 trillion commitment to finance the transition, and we made it over 10 years, and at the time, my guess is we had 70% of it covered by math. You'd look out 10 years and people would say, we're through 40% of it in 2.5 years. We'll be through 50% of it probably in another year. And so, but that's supporting our clients and our customers. The private sector will lead this, and they're extremely talented people, innovative people, oil companies, gas companies, new energy companies, cement companies, steel companies. And when you see COP come together, there'll be, from the Sustainable Markets Initiative I work on with a group of CEOs with the King, Charles III, we'll have, just that group will have 130 CEOs at COP. Overall, we think 300 to 400 CEOs will be there. If you go back to COP 26, there were about 150, 200 CEOs there, about 100 from the SMI. The private sector is deep into this and helping drive it with a balance towards energy for all, critical energy supply, critical electricity supply, dealing with the issues of a fair resolution for the global South versus the global North, and also bringing that innovation. So that's what we do.
So on 2 points. So on one extreme, you have some banks, you're a huge muni lender, and yet you have some banks reconsidering or criticizing Texas for its kind of anti-ESG policies. What is your response to that? And then on the other side, there have been banks that have pushed back against the Global Financial Alliance for Net Zero that say it's too onerous. So give me your response to both of those issues.
We just basically do what we think is right based on our clients, what they need, and what our company can do. And some people, on a given day, were criticized for being a large lender to energy companies, and the same day were criticized for being a large renewable lender and redlining those energized companies. And so you got to have it about right if you sort of think about it. If everybody doesn't like you, you're in probably pretty good shape. So we just do what's right for the company and our customers. And you know, we're not like some little company hiding in the woods. You know, we represent the world out there. We have 4,000 to 5,000 corporate clients around the world. We have 70,000 small and medium-sized businesses in the U.S. We have millions of small businesses. We have 60 million consumers, and we're seeing what they're demanding from us. And what we see more and more is they are demanding us to help them figure out how they can make this happen. So to me, those kinds of criticisms and debates are interesting, but the fact is how you run the company is based on what the consumers and companies need from you.
So you're not going to pull back from muni business in Texas or Florida?
If they have a rule that doesn't let us do it, we can't do it if it's the law of the land. But on the other hand, we do it all over the country. So we don't, if they have a rule, we'll have to comply with it. We think we do, and we'll see it play out.
And you're still committed to GFANS?
We're committed to GFANS because GFANS is really a product of, do you have net zero commitment? We had a net zero commitment, and it really was a chance to put the financial institutions around the world committed to help their clients make the transition.
Mm-hmm.
The common mistake here is the banks or the financial institutions or investors will drive this. The companies have to drive, the operating companies. And so that's really what happens with a net zero commitment. The operating companies commit to change over a period of time, 2050, et cetera. That change is what people are looking at. In the end of the day, we will have oil out there, there's no question. Mm-hmm. If you look at any estimate. But at the end of the day, you'll have a different kind of power grid produced. You have a different kind of energy segment. You have different kinds of products used in different things. Sustainable aviation fuels are committed to go by the end of 2030, up from 20 million barrels today to 20 million gallons today to 30 billion gallons. So if you think about that, it's a hell of a market opportunity for people if they chase it.
So we've got 4 more topics left, Brian, so I'm going to move you through them quickly. First off, capital. So you and your colleagues have been very strident in opposing the proposed capital rules by U.S. regulators, the so-called Basel III endgame. Your colleagues have called it unnecessary, onerous. What's your latest discussion with regulators in terms of this pushback from the industry? Are they receptive to your criticisms?
Well, they extended the comment period for 3 months or so, and so obviously they're getting a lot of comments. The industry is well capitalized, especially the U.S. industry is very well capitalized. And the point we're making to them is if you add more capital, and this capital we can't take any risk on, so you just basically have to store more capital. That then raises the cost of funds to American business. Those businesses really, to medium-sized companies, up compete in the global supply chain. And other countries aren't doing this. And so if you don't have a level playing field, it hurts American business, American economy. And so the idea is whether the capital rules, over the course of the last 10 years, you've had the leaders in the regulatory environment said the industry has enough capital, they're well capitalized and all those wonderful things, and now they're saying we need to change it. You're saying sort of why? And that's what we're just asking them to think about, because it's not like for our company, we already have the capital we need under the revised rules. That still means that if we didn't have these revised rules, we'd be able to make probably $400 or $500 billion more loans.
But now it's a difficult situation now, though, because regulators don't want to be told what to do by banks. So how do you manage that?
That's been true for 40 years, so I've been in business. I mean, that's not going to change, but it's a thoughtful discussion to have, and we keep pushing our ideas through our trade groups and our individual companies, and et cetera, and we'll see it play out. But the reality is we're trying to say, think about this, a broader impact is sort of why and why now, and why, frankly, take away one of the greatest things about the American economy is its financial system that supports that great American business community.
Would litigation be something you would consider via your trade groups or individually?
They'll have to see what plays out.
Got it. Okay, so let's move on to the investment banking and trading outlook. So your trading division had the best quarter in more than a decade in the third quarter. Talk about the environment now going forward, given that we have the Fed in a more predictable phase. Volatility might cool down a little bit. So how are you going to navigate that at the same time as a pretty bad investment banking outlook?
Yeah, you have to separate trading from investment banking. Jimmy DeMar and a team in trading had one of the best quarters. They had first 9 months of the year better than they've ever had, et cetera, et cetera. So that goes on. The volatility actually helps that. On the investment banking side, you came from a level of X to about half of X, and now it's stabilized and moved up. And there's a tremendous pipeline of activity. And you're hearing some of it announced, and there's a lot not announced because people are trying to figure out how to do it. That is awaiting some stability in the market. So as we look ahead in the next year, we've seen the stabilization come that we'd expect that you'd start to see more activity. Again, just because once a consumer, or once a company, or once a market gets used to a rate environment, they can start to adjust their thinking around pricing and everything else. So it looks like it's stabilized here, and will continue. We were up a little bit year over year, and we expect it to keep going.
Okay, and middle markets are a big priority for you. Talk about the market opportunity there. I think you're hiring a lot of people in the middle market investment banking space.
Well, if you think about this conference and the companies that will be here, and a lot of mid-sized companies and exciting companies, innovative companies, and so what we're trying to do is push our investment banking capabilities deeper out in the market. So there's 70,000 companies that we cover through all the businesses that are potential clients for M&A advice and industry-specific advice, and so we keep pushing people out there. We went from 60 people to 200 people. We'll double it up again, but it's really client demand, and some of that client demand is around the transition. Some of that client demand is around families wanting to sell. Some of that client demand is about families wanting to expand, or groups of shareholders, or private equity-based businesses. So we just think it's a great opportunity for our company here and around the world.
Great. 2 more questions, and we're going to get the hook. So artificial intelligence, we've got to talk about this. You rolled out Erica, your AI virtual assistant, several years ago. Now has 18 million users. But how do you weave in the generative component to your AI assistant instead of just asking it, what's my routing number? What are you doing to sort of advance that?
Well, it's a generative. It's different than autonomous generative tool, but it's a tool that's recognizing language and parsing it and figure out how to respond. And it has 18 million odd users, 170 million people last quarter. We had to build it. A decade ago, there wasn't a natural language that would meet banking, so we went out and had some outside people build it for us. It's hard to believe, but if you said, what's my balance to ChatGPT, I don't know what it would say, but if you said to Google, it could have said, here's a yoga class for you. And so we had to build that. We believe this. We believe a lot of it around programming efficiency and effectiveness. We believe a lot around assisted client service agents, which we already use it for. We believe a lot around Erica. Erica is now into the institutional, the GTS business. And so there's going to be a lot here, but a lot of people run to, well, you can make decisions automated. We've been making underwriting decisions automatically in the consumer business for many years. To make them automatically when you can't explain, that's a different question. And so there'll have to be more work done to be able to authenticate these models in a way that meets the standards that if you got turned down for a loan and I got the loan or vice versa, you can't just say the model said it. It has to be explainable what the criteria was, how it made the decision for discrimination and other issues. So it's a great thing. We've got many pilots going on. We've got programmers using it. We've got all that stuff going on. Erica is a proof point for us. It'll go across the whole company. It'll have a huge impact. But when you're dealing with 60 million consumers, you have to be right. Mm-hmm. And you have to, you think about when somebody asks Erica a question, it's touching 110 systems on a specific inquiry basis for a specific consumer among 67 million about a specific transaction. And you got to do it lightning speed. That's going to take some work to get all this to work that way.
Got it. And finally, Brian, I was on the stage last year with James Gorman from Morgan Stanley. You guys both took your jobs on the same day in January 2010. James is now going to be handing over the reins. What's your succession plan? And are you creating a key man risk by staying in the job, for, as you say, another decade?
We have a succession planning exercise that goes on. A job of the CEO and the board, and I'm the chair of our board too, is to always be ready to go. So if I step out on 6th Avenue and get run over, there's a plan. If I stay X years, Y years, Z years, there's a plan and people are identified. But that's just the way you work. And we do town planning for our whole company through the top 3 levels, very specific for every job and every person and what their development needs are. And so nothing's left to chance here. When I decide, or the board decides that my time is up, we'll activate that plan.
Got it. Thanks, Brian. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much to Brian Moynihan, Bank of America.
Thanks very much. I think you did an excellent job as a follow-up to the President of Ukraine. Particularly interested in what you said about opposing capital rules and those conversations with regulators. I would love to be a fly on the wall. Right, next we have another Reuters event session held in partnership with EY. I'd like to welcome to the stage, please, EY Global Vice President of Sustainability, Amy Braccio. And the session is moderated by Reuters President Paul Bascobert. Give them a round of applause.
Great. So welcome.
Thank you.
For the next 20 minutes, we're going to explore this question of sustainability through a unique lens. We've spent some time this morning talking about sustainability through the lens of COP, through the lens of technology. We're going to spend some time talking about sustainability through the lens of the private actors, the companies that make decisions every day, every year, every quarter, that move us collectively towards or away from our goals in terms of sustainability. Our guest this morning, Amy Braccio, is the Global Vice Chairman of Sustainability at EY. Welcome, Amy.
Thank you.
You spend most of your time flying around the world, meeting with boards. Most of us have to deal with one board in our life. I can't imagine dealing with multiple boards. But you sit at the nexus of the question around short-term versus long-term decision-making among these companies. We have targets out there for 2050 to get to zero emissions, 2030. The halfway point is just 6 years away. And this morning we heard about global uncertainty, conflicts in two regions, and an economy that's sitting on a razor's edge. How are boards dealing with the short-term, long-term question in this moment of uncertainty?
Yeah, thank you. So if you've been listening this morning, we heard loud and clear the complexity within which organizations are operating today. And so when you think about it on the topic of sustainability and climate change, you have a few things happening all at once. One, we all feel it and see it in our daily lives in a way that we probably didn't a few years ago. I'm from Minnesota. Over the summer, the air quality was really challenged with respect to the wildfires from Canada. We see flooding, we see extreme weather conditions. And all of that has implications for individuals, but it also has implications for businesses. Then you've got, and I think we heard it in the last panel, the challenge of pushback coming from multiple different directions, right? The same organization can be accused of doing too much and too little in the same day. So what we've seen from our clients, and this is really around the world, is that they've taken a step back. They've made commitments. We see a large number of CEOs that have made commitments to reduce carbon emissions. And now they're looking at, how do I embed how I think about sustainability across how I run my business? And so I think a few years ago, we thought it would be these transformation programs specifically around sustainability. But instead, it's much more embedded, which I think actually helps to make sure it's part of how you run your business. So what I mean by that is thinking about what are the risks that your organization faces, whether that's reputation risk or operational risk because your factory is being disrupted by extreme weather, whether that's laws and regulations you need to comply with. How will your product mix work? What are the different questions you're getting from your customers? In some areas, that's less pressure from your external customers, and in some areas, it's more. And then are there opportunities for growth and innovation that can bring you into new markets that drive sustainable revenue into the future? And so that's how we really see organizations tackling it. And I think this difference between short-term and long-term is working to cut through the noise and remember that a focus on this topic actually builds resilience in your business. And that's what we're hearing from boards. More and more board members are saying, we can't have a long-term resilient business if we're not factoring in what we as an organization need to do from a sustainability standpoint.
Well, in addition to some of the economic and I think fair points around products, the political and in some ways the legal environment in which companies are operating now is shifting. We heard from Brian in the last session about the laws in Texas and how in some cases companies are pushing through. Is this seeping into the board conversation about strategy now?
Yeah, and in some ways, it's a double-edged sword when you think about the regulations that are coming out and some of the challenges. And so what I mean by that is we do see that there's a lot of reporting standards coming out. And so the EU came out first, but also Japan and India, and more recently California in the US put out reporting standards. So why I say a double-edged sword is that there's a lot of work and there's a lot of cost to get into that reporting being done right. And there will be attestation standards at the end so that when you report against it, there will be external validation of what's been reported. But what it also does is it provides a common framework. And so part of the challenge that organizations face are allegations of greenwashing. And part of that comes from the fact that we didn't really have agreed upon metrics. We didn't have consistency across companies. And so once we have a common language and common ways to measure, I think that that risk goes down a bit. I think with respect to kind of the politics, part of it is also thinking about making sure that organizations are not leaving people or communities behind. And so if you're not thinking about the people that will lose their livelihood through the energy transition and how we help them through at the same time that you think of the opportunities, that's where things can really get stuck.
And this issue of different segments of the economy and populations, it sort of plays into the comp theme around interdependence.
Yeah.
And I noted this morning this issue of interdependence when Alessandra was talking to Secretary-General about the role of UN and can the UN hold nations together, and are we losing collective action? Maybe help us understand what interdependence means in this context and how companies are responding to that.
Yeah, so this is a problem that is so complex that no one organization could solve it on their own. And more, we're looking at organizations not in just what they do within their own four walls, so to speak, but also across their entire value chain. And so it creates a situation in which you absolutely must have collaboration. And that collaboration cuts across the private sector, the public sector, NGOs, academia, to be able to drive the change we need. So I think about even just the electric vehicles, right, and the uptick of electric vehicles. You had to have the automakers produce the electric vehicles. Then you have to make sure that consumers are actually comfortable buying them. You have to, now we're dealing with the pricing, so government subsidies in the US to help with the pricing. You need to have the infrastructure in order to get past range anxiety, which I know is something I was worried about before I got mine. But then you also have to think again about this concept of who gets left behind. So I think a lot about, more than maybe is natural, where I used to get my oil changed, right? So my husband and I, every quarter, like good citizens, got our oil changed in our cars. Well, I haven't seen that guy since. We've got EVs, right? So what are we doing as a community to also make sure, like working with the trade schools and academia, to make sure that you've got the skilling that is changing so that the people that are negatively impacted by this move are able to come along the process as well?
That makes sense. There was, as we think about companies working together, there's an article in Reuters this morning. By the way, it's available in the App Store. I'm just going to put that out there. Article this morning in Reuters where we talked about 95% of the rare earth elements used in making some of the high-powered magnets in electric vehicles are all sourced from China. There's a loose coalition coming together in Germany, Australia, and Canada to provide an alternative to that. But it's going to be more expensive. There's some call for maybe government action to support those. At the end of the day, somebody has to pay for the restructuring of the supply chain. Should that be the taxpayer or should that be the shareholder? And how do the individual actors think about those choices of collective action?
Or the customer, right? I mean, the price can be borne throughout the value chain. So we actually see that across almost every sector where that comes to play. So one that jumps to mind to me is the food sector. And so we would all benefit from regenerative farming practices. There's a lot of emissions and we could do a lot of good for the planet if there was regenerative farming. There isn't a lot of margin in farming and there's not a lot of room for error. I was talking to a farmer about this and they said, think about the risks you'd be willing to take if you got one paycheck a year, right? And so you think about that when you think about the decision making, and they can't bear the whole cost of the transition to a new way of farming. So you've got to be able to look across the entire supply chain. You know, what role can a government play in helping to get through that transition? What are consumers willing to pay for better practices in farming? And then who's willing to take a margin hit throughout the entire value chain to get us to a better place? And I think the real answer is that the cost has to be spread across all of those different players. Getting back to your collaboration. And interconnectedness.
Yeah. Well, just to dig one level deeper on this one too, in that value chain, particularly around EVs, is lithium. And sourcing of lithium has been a real challenge. It's been a battle between the needs of the many and the needs of the few, private land rights. And so a company who has that sitting in their value chain, has that sitting somewhere in there. Does the board, does the company care about that? Do they have to deal with that, or is that somebody else's problem?
Well, I think they have to deal with it or they won't get through the permitting process to be able to produce the lithium. And so I do think it gets back again to the fact that you can't take the human out of this equation. We can't take the human out of the equation in thinking about the impact of climate change, but you also can't take the human out of the equation when you're thinking about the potential damage caused by the transition. We've been sitting up here talking a lot about climate change, but impact on nature is just important, and it's all interrelated. And so I think if boards want to be moving forward on projects like that, they need to have a holistic solution, working with local communities in order to do it in a way that really isn't at the detriment of the local community or biodiversity in the area.
Well, let me go back just a half a step. You talked a bit about metrics. You know, EY's role in this ecosystem is the scorekeeper and has been, and the auditor. And you know, do we have the right standards in place globally for us to be tracking against now? Are boards adopting those, and how is EY pushing that agenda?
So, well, a few things. First of all, we view our role, like many organizations, we think about it in multiple ways with respect to sustainability. So we think about the fact that we're a large organization and we have to have a commitment to doing our business in a way that reduces emissions associated with our business. I recognize that's pretty easy for me to say we don't manufacture anything. We're more of a people business, but we are doing a lot to reduce our travel, make sure that we've got renewable energy for our real estate and all of that. Our clients need our help, and then our people care so much about an opportunity to learn about sustainability and get involved. A lot of what we do is around the reporting agenda, like you mentioned. And so what we're helping our clients with today is understanding the requirements that they face. Do they have the data that they need? Are they able to report with confidence? And then for the clients that we audit, also providing that attestation work as well. We engage, because we see so much across the landscape, we also engage with standard setters and policymakers to help think through how can you report on this really complex topic in a way that you'd be able to compare across organizations, because that's what it's going to take to be able to actually watch progress. Is the question of are we there yet is probably not. I mean, I think the challenge that you face when something like this is regulated in a way that it is that you end up with multiple frameworks. But we are moving more to coalesce because of how some of the standards have been written in Europe, now in California, where it applies to your organization if you do business within the jurisdiction, not just if you're headquartered within the jurisdiction. So I think that we'll start to see coalescing around those standards.
Well, I mean, certainly the last couple of years have been about making promises and making commitments. And we're starting to turn the corner towards implementing and putting these things into capital budgets and expense budgets. Are you seeing the turn? Do you have a point where you think we will start to really make progress in the turn?
So we're absolutely seeing the turn, but I think what we're seeing is that organizations have taken care of the low-hanging fruit. And so now this last mile to get the additional reduction is a lot harder than maybe was anticipated up front. And I know I was on a call actually yesterday for our business where we track, because travel is a big part of it for us, so we track our travel, we have goals set, we put out budgets with respect to reduction in travel so that we meet our missions commitment. But we have certain jurisdictions, there are certain regions where we have really doubled down on growth. And if you've doubled down on growth and you have more people, by nature, there's going to be more of a demand for travel. So how do you handle those aspects within your business where you're balancing growth and reduction? And so we're committed, so we're pushing on how we drive it down. But I think it's that type of thing, that last mile, where it is really a challenge for organizations.
Well, I noted this morning, Gavin Toller, the chief scientist at Honeywell, talked about the role of science in bending the curve on these returns. And I noticed Brian Moynihan mentioned there's still a gap in terms of the ROI and some large investments coming. Are we all betting on science to sort of get us off the hook at the end of the day as we look at our plans in the future?
I think we're all betting on science because this is a scientific problem that we're trying to solve. And so if we don't have those solutions, we're not going to drive the real impact. I am an optimist, and I do think, when you look at the past, our ability to innovate is amazing. And we also, when you reflect on even the last year with respect to the reduction in renewable energy prices, it's gone down significantly beyond what we had anticipated in that time period. And so I would also bet on science.
Well, just as a last question, a year from now we'll be sitting up here talking about the year ahead, but also looking back. What's your prediction for what will happen in the next year? What are you hoping for? What are you expecting we'll be talking about a year from now?
So what I'm hoping for is that two things. One is that business leaders really are able to cut through the noise and think about sustainability through the lens of what drives a long-term resilient business. And if they think about it through that lens, I think that we will get the actions needed really embedded within the business operations, which is really important. The other thing that I'm really hoping is that the shift to renewable energy continues to move at a pace well faster than what we anticipated, and driving the cost down in a way that makes it where organizations really can take advantage.
Well, thank you. And thank you for your perspective.
Yes.
Very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
I'd just like to take this moment to let you all know that the banking and finance stage has just started. So if that is your area of interest, please make your way there. The first panel of the day there is an investment banking outlook with Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, Mizuho Americas, JP Morgan, and Centerview Partners. But in saying that, I would advise you to stay here because whether you like it or not, this next panel is in your area of interest because it's about artificial intelligence. So it's going to be part of your world, whether you like it or not. So this panel is moderated by my colleague, Reuters Global Industry Editor for Technology, Ken Lee. So let's welcome them to the stage.
Thank you for joining us. And thanks, Kim, for the intro. The title of the panel, AI, Blessing or Curse, a nice, narrow topic that our four guests on stage today will definitively answer in the next 25 minutes or so. The panel we have here represent a wide gamut of expertise on the topic. Unfortunately, I wrote this in different order, so I will just introduce it based on my own notes. We have Dr. Sherry Marcus, who joins us from Amazon, where she is a director of applied science of generative AI at AWS, building the next generation of Gen AI models, of which some news actually broke last night, which we might not get to today. We have Paris Qureshi, who is an SVP of Product Strategy at Moody's, who will talk about generative AI applications in the financial services space. Then we have Gary Marcus at the far end, who wears many hats, was an AI entrepreneur, a psychologist, cognitive scientist, and AI safety advocate more recently. He was among more than 1,000 signatories of, which included Elon Musk, earlier this year, of a letter asking for the pause of AI development, spearheaded by a nonprofit group called Future of Life. And from Future of Life, we have Anthony Aguirre, executive director of the nonprofit, whose mission it is to reduce existential risk facing humanity from AI and other threats. A small, ambitious undertaking. The panel was based on actually a very good story we published a few months ago, exploring how historically technology has impacted life, business, culture unevenly. And today we're here to find out how this applies, or how AI will affect these areas as well. So let's start at the most basic of levels and answer the title of the panel. AI blessing or a curse, and why? Let's start with you.
So it's a big question. I would say a curse if we don't change course somewhat from the course that we're on, a blessing if we're able to do that and manage AI well. In particular, I think the progress in AI has just been incredibly rapid. We've gone from narrow AI essentially becoming a solved problem to general purpose AI becoming a semi-solved problem. We now have general purpose AI systems that are comparable to humans across many tasks. And right now, the next generation of those systems is being trained in various giant data centers. We have no idea what the capabilities of those systems are going to be. And we have no idea how those systems are going to be kept safe or beneficial. And so I think the sort of incredible race dynamic and the complete lack of any hard regulation or any constraint or any even meaningful oversight over what's happening with those what we call giant AI experiments, we're gonna come to regret that, I fear. And so I think if we can take a pause, this is what the letter was about, and give the governance mechanisms and human ability to figure out how to keep things beneficial and safe for humanity, then I think the huge capability of AI could be a giant blessing. But I worry that we're going to rush into something that we're going to regret.
Thank you. Sherry?
Well, I'm an optimist, and I view AI as a blessing. The way we think about AI is really from the perspective of working backwards with the customer and really understanding what the needs of the customer are as we build AI responsibly for our customers. And as a great example I'd like to provide, one of our customers, told me that they had a customer in the Midwest that wanted to know whether or not their insurance would cover a copay for eyeglasses, and rather than having to go through a long, call tree or very large documentation, they were able to ask an AI, does this cover? And yes, it did, as well as the address of the eyeglass stores that they could go to. So AI can be of huge benefit, treated responsibly, again, from the customer's perspective.
So unfortunately, AI can't solve my voice problems, so I'm trying to nurse that back to health. But from a Moody's standpoint, and you're going to hear this a lot across, all of us really, is that if used responsibly, there are amazing opportunities that can be unlocked. Moody's is not necessarily the organization that you think of when you think of AI, but we've been in the business actually for quite some time. So we have a number of different, very responsible applications that are out there today. And we have absolutely worked with and experimented with how we can safely and securely implement those concepts. We have News Edge, intelligent screening for KYC, but we are in the business of information and making sure that we can support our customers, thinking from that customer-centric standpoint, in making confident decisions. Right, so our interest in AI is really around how do we thoughtfully and safely look at the practical applications and use of AI. But the existential risk or the curse that folks tend to worry about is, human replacement outright. And I think that we've really, worked on this journey of how do you work with employees first to start from the bottom up, as opposed to the top down. So we actually have a lot of grassroots initiatives that our employees themselves are actually sourcing in terms of ways that we can responsibly leverage AI to make their lives better. So we're looking at it from both angles. So I think it's absolutely possible to thoughtfully engage and safely engage, but it needs to be very, very intentional in terms of application.
So I spent my whole life working on AI in some form or another. I built a company that allowed me to make enough money to retire. AI has been good to me. But I'm really pretty worried right now. One issue is about regulation. I think doesn't really exist yet, even with things like the executive order. There's no teeth there. All you have are reporting requirements, but people can do what they want. If Meta decides that it's okay to release open source software that might actually prove to be dangerous, say because of bioweapon uses or whatever, they can just do that. And in fact, the chief AI officer of Meta recently said, so Meta's board sat around and decided that the benefits outweigh the risks. I mean, this is the same company that really doesn't care about teenage girls, and all kinds of stuff are coming out every day about how they've handled that. And so we need society to make these decisions, the first thing I would say. And the lack of governance is an important issue. The second problem is a complete unknown about what all this stuff will do. We're actually very early in AI. I disagree with Anthony about one thing, which is I don't think we've even solved narrow AI. So look, for example, what's happening with driverless cars and what just came out about Cruise. Turns out, like the Wizard of Oz, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. They have more safety drivers and remote staff than they have cars. Like, we're actually a long way even from solving some problems like cars. And then the broader thing is, and I'm sure Anthony will agree on this part, we have no science here about how to make sure these things are safe. So you have this enormous amount of uncertainty about what they're even going to become, and no principled knowledge the way that we have, let's say, for bridges, right? We know how to make bridges safe. We know how to make airplanes safe. Commercial airplanes are unbelievably safe. And that's because we have many layers of process in place and so forth. We have nothing for AI right now. So I do still think AI could be a blessing. I think it could solve all kinds of problems in medicine, help with elder care and so forth. And this is why I've worked in the field. But we are getting ahead of our skis, and I'm with Anthony on that.
Great. I wanted to seize on one point you made at the beginning of that, the weighing the risk and rewards. What are the biggest risks here? You've touched on some of them, and then also what are the biggest rewards? Why don't we start back with, since you have the floor, and then go back.
So the biggest immediate risk is the threat to democracy. It turns out that even though these current systems are not very sophisticated, they're very good mimics of human text, which they're trained on essentially the entire internet. But they don't know anything about reality. They don't understand truth. And so it's very easy to, for example, set up a bot that will say whatever your Russian troll farm wants it to say. It's trivially easy. It's inexpensive. What used to cost $1 million a month is now like a $300 charge or something like that. That's going to put a lot more players in the misinformation game. It's going to lead everybody to be mistrustful of everybody else, which was always the long-term goal of the Russian fire hose model of propaganda. So we're just playing right into that. There are a lot of elections, like 70 elections around the world in 2024. The chance that none of them will be swung by deepfakes and things like that is almost zero. Already there's an argument that Slovakia has. So that's the number one risk in my mind. Then longer term, I think the biggest risk is that we're going to wind up with people trying to manipulate markets, cause all kinds of mayhem so they can short the market, and that's going to lead to geopolitical instability and could lead to accidental wars. And there are many others, but I'll just take a minute to give you those kind of bounding the spectrum: democracy and possible political conflict from market manipulation.
And then rewards.
Biggest rewards, I would say, is medicine is too hard for individual humans to solve. You have something like 20,000 genes, 100,000 proteins in the body, alternative splicing matter. No human being can sit there and understand how all that interacts. And our very poor track record in developing drugs for things like Alzheimer's and many other things, depression, et cetera, speaks to the fact that we as humans don't really understand the system as a whole. So if you could take the causal understanding of a scientist, which we don't know how to do in software yet, but you could imagine that you might be able to do that, and combine that with the enormous power of computation over large amounts of data, we might totally revolutionize medicine, might also have impact on other forms of science like material science and agriculture that could help with the climate, et cetera, et cetera. So enormous upsides if we can get it in line.
So I'll start with the upside because it plays well off of what you're talking about. But the power of being able to leverage the computational power behind AI and being able to apply that to large sets of data and large sets of information to be able to really elevate insights, that's really what we're looking for from a Moody's standpoint. So for us, it's really, risk right now. We are in an age of exponential risk when it comes to market factors. Nothing happens in isolation, right? Cybersecurity isn't an operator alone. Financial statements are not an operator alone. Economic instances, geopolitical situations are not single threaded situations. So looking at all of those various data sets and factors and being able to tie them together, that is the huge opportunity that we are looking at in terms of our proprietary data. Now, taking that and looking at the risks, the biggest concern for us is going to be hallucinations. And it's going to be about the power of creating inaccurate and sometimes entirely fabricated results, right? So it's extremely important. I would agree, Gen AI on its own doesn't have those controls necessary. But it's going to be very important for every individual consumer that's leveraging the power of that technology to put those frameworks in place. So we're looking at preventative strategies, detective strategies that are critical to how we approach any AI implementation, making sure that we've got the right risk and governance framework, making sure that we've got explainability at the forefront. From a Moody's standpoint, that's our trusted brand. We cannot sacrifice that in any shape, way, or form. So that is critical for us. Making sure that we've got the appropriate detective strategies, that we're operating and looking at the AI model constantly to see, is it derailing in any way? Is it deviating in any way in terms of the model, the application, the expected outcomes? Obviously, rigorous testing and quality control and what have you. But for us, AI is always intended to be an enabler, not an outright replacement. I think when we talk about outright replacement, it's a bit of a slippery slope in terms of uncharted territory. So it's very important to be thoughtful about that application.
Thank you. So we've been thinking about AI at Amazon for over 25 years, whether it is creating recommendations on our e-commerce site or using machine vision at Amazon Go so that you can take products from a store and having them paid for automatically. Now, the way we think about responsible AI is through four themed pillars. The first pillar is with respect to AI service cards. So every model that we produce has a service card that discusses the operational parameters of the model. The second is through education. So Amazon sponsors many, many hours of responsible AI training on its website, in addition to scholarships for students who are interested in studying that area. The third is we co-sponsor with NSF $20 million of research funding to many universities in the area of responsible AI. And lastly, we think of responsible AI from conception into productization, and we do this using 6 different measures. The first is accuracy. Is the content that being produced correct? The second is fairness. Is the content actually representing content demographically equally across all demographics? The third is copyright. Are we using the data per legal restrictions? The fourth is usage. So is someone asking the AI questions that they should be asking, like medical advice, legal advice, and so on. The fifth is privacy. Are we actually using this data in a way that's subject to people's personal information, and so forth. So we really think very carefully about responsible AI and the risks associated with bringing out these responsible AI applications. And again, I want to reiterate that AI has been with us for 25 years, in many, many different formats. And this is just a new era. We think that generative AI is going to be transformative, the transformative technology in this generation. But we should go forth careful and embracing new technology.
So I see the huge promise of AI in the degree to which it can empower people to do the things that they're already doing better. Using it in science, I'm a scientist, using it in science I think is fantastic. And to the degree that it will allow us to do things that we haven't been able to do, because it can act at scale, it can aggregate things, it can do things with large amounts of data and large amounts of computation that individual people can't do. And I think there's going to be a huge amount of benefit from all of those things. I think the risk is at some level the flip side of that. If AI, AI that empowers everybody, if it empowers people to do things that are sort of asymmetrically destructive versus versus beneficial, I think that's going to be a problem for all of us. So it's much easier to create a bunch of bots that will create disinformation than to create a trustable system to maintain truth and to dispel that disinformation. We will eventually do that. I'm confident, and I think we'll have a great epistemic system. We don't have it now, and so disinformation in the short term, I think, is going to be a real problem. We've got a huge election a year away from now. But I think the downside is really the question of replacement. It's replacement in our economy, which I think is going to cause huge social problems. In the longer term, it's replacement, just to be frank, of us. In preparing a lecture for my physics department, I ran GPT-4 over some quantum mechanics qualifying graduate exam problems. It blew through them. How many people here can do the graduate qualifying exam in quantum mechanics? I think maybe I can, since I teach it, but certainly not as fast as GPT-4. So I think we should not underestimate how powerful these models are now and how rapidly they are going to get more powerful. Whether something that is at the level of a professional physicist or professional AI designer is 10 years away or 15 or 5 or 6 months, I think honestly we just don't know. And I think that is a question that we have in mind. Once that happens, I fear that it's not going to be so easy to go back to AI being a tool and AI something that empowers people, and it's going to be more something that replaces people.
There was actually a question from the audience that flashed by that kind of cues up my next topic. Everyone's asking for regulation. The companies are asking for regulation. Regulators are asking for regulation. In what form do these need to come in? Is it fairly sort of scary and alarmist threats, the technology, especially the next version of it, might bring? What do they need to do?
There are many things that we need to do. I'll give you 4 or 5. I think that every country should have a national AI agency where someone is on point and responsible for understanding both the negatives and the positives. Right now, it's not clear who even owns the executive order. I guess Biden at some level, but there's a lot of distribution of responsibility and not clarity about who owns what. I think we probably need a global AI agency to deal with some of the longer term threats. I think there's also reason to look for interoperability because it's very expensive to train these things, both in terms of dollars, but also in terms of climate costs. And you don't want to have 193 countries with 193 policies, or 50 states with 50 policies, each of which require massive retraining of something. I think that we need to have pre-certification for systems in the way that we do for drugs. We talk about which subset of systems, but some systems that might pose large risks, I think we need to trade off the risks and benefits and say, is this system okay? You know, OpenAI listed a lot of risks for GPT-4. They said it might destroy democracy. They said it might destroy humanity. I mean, like, really not minor things. And then they said, but you know, it's fun. We can use it for computer programming, and it's going to save people keystrokes. Like, someone outside the company should say, well, if it's fun and it's going to save us keystrokes, but it might kill us all, you know, should we be giving you approval for this, and why? And then we should have auditing after the fact. Like, you put this thing out in the world, 100 million people adopted. How did that go for you? Let's, you know, for example, are these things systematically biasing against minority groups in application to job decisions? They probably are. We don't even have any legal means to investigate that right now. There are many, many different risks. There should be some means by which the state can compel the companies to respond to scientists that have legitimate inquiries to say, how is this going for you?
To what extent might that be too heavy-handed, especially for an area that, you know, in which there are a number of startups? I mean, this current generation is, for the most part, dominated by the incumbents, right? So for a topic like pre-certification, for instance, that immediately incentivizes the ones who actually have the money.
There are ways to handle that. So for example, you could say I mean, this is only a crude proxy, but anything that's smaller than a certain size or is deployed to fewer than a certain number of customers is exempt, or at some nominal fee so we can track what you're doing, but it's only, you know, $1,000. I mean, a driver's license is whatever, $100? Like, not every license has to be exorbitant and difficult. So you can scale that relative to the potential impact of some system in some way. And there, you know, I don't think anybody's got a perfect way to do that, but there are ways that people have talked about to do that. So I'm totally sensitive to the issue. Like, we don't want to stifle innovation. But in the end of the day, what's going to stifle innovation is OpenAI gets a valuation of $80 billion. They have a lot of capital, and they start taking over all the things that all the startups are doing. You know, they just had an announcement that basically put out 3/4 of the startups. Like, that's a much bigger deal than a licensing requirement that's not too expensive.
There's one theme of this entire conference that I was hoping to address to some extent, and it is, for AI, especially generative AI, are we still in or out of the proof of concept stage? And if we are out of it, then how do we measure that?
We're totally still in it. I mean, the hallucination error is an example. Like, I've been to a lot of meetings like this, and what you hear, I think, from people who are trying to implement it is, we're trying it, we're having some problems, we're getting some knowledge. Not a lot of places saying, we're using generative AI every day, it's completely revolutionized our business. The place that it really is revolutionizing is coding is just going faster. Like, and that's because coders know how to fix the errors that these systems make. It's not because there are no errors in the code. There are actually a lot, but coders don't become coders if they don't understand how to troubleshoot. But if you have almost any other kind of business, the hallucinations are a serious problem, and that has prevented things. And I see my colleague nodding their head.
I would agree. I mean, it's still very much POC. We're absolutely not out of that. I think to Sherry's point, AI has been around for a long time. I think generative AI is the era that we're kind of stepping into. So there's phases to it, if you will, and different risks associated with that. I think the important thing, especially when it comes to large organizations and large firms engaging with that technology, and very much in line with what Sherry was saying, is in the absence of regulation or specific controls or what have you, it's important for, again, everyone to engage thoughtfully. So we have a set of guiding principles that we rely on, regardless of what's happening outside of us, because our bar is that much higher no matter what we put out there. It has to be purposeful, it has to be accountable, it has to be explainable, it has to be responsible, it has to be secure. And it has to be evolving because we're constantly learning. So to assume that we know everything, it would be a fallacy.
So I'm very keen to hear from Sherry, because you're actually making it. So.
Yeah, I think it's actually both. So with respect to hallucination, you know, we're able to obviate that through provenance in terms of, you know, responses. And we work with customers who are at different parts of the journey, you know, and I've observed many generative AI applications that are in production, and other customers are just beginning the journey and working through POCs. So like Gen AI, it's developing, and some areas are more richer and more developed.
And you've got the last word.
Yeah, I think it's a proof of concept in certain things and a deployable technology in others, as we've seen. It's a deployed technology. And I think what's important is what has been a lesson, I think, is the gap between being able to do something somewhat and being able to do it well enough for a particular purpose. Like self-driving, you brought up, self-driving cars work at some level right now, but they're not reliable enough to replace humans. And that has turned out to be much, much harder than anticipated. On the other hand, there are other things like writing essays if you're a student. I'm an educator. Like, education is so screwed up now because there isn't an ability to evaluate students unless you stick them in a classroom and stand over them. You can't do it anymore because GPT-4 can do their homework for them and do their exams for them and everything else. So I think for some things, it's a good enough technology. For other things, we're quite a far away, and so it's a huge, interesting mix.
We're out of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Yeah, that would be great. That is definitely one panel I could have listened to another half hour of. It's equally exciting and terrifying. With that, the first morning of Next is done. We have 55 minutes for lunch, so make the most of this time, chat to people, make some new friends. After lunch, we have the Norges Bank Investment Management CEO, Nikolai Tangin. Also, a quick note, if you want to attend the banking and finance sessions after lunch, but you don't want to miss the interview with Mr. Tangin, you can head to the banking and finance stage directly because we will stream that interview over there. So it's done here, but you can see it on that stage too. Otherwise, we'll see you back here after lunch. Thanks very much.
Today, the UN Secretary-General sits down with Reuters Editor-in-Chief after calling Gaza a children's graveyard.
Abortion rights activists and Democrats score big wins on Election Day.
The V8 engine is ruled extinct from iconic Ram trucks. Hope for Parkinson's sufferers in the form of a Swiss implant.
And chaos in Australia as the internet and mobile phone coverage goes dark for millions. It's Wednesday, November 8th. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes, every weekday. I'm Carmel Crimmins in Dublin.
And I'm Kim Vanell at Reuters Next in New York. Enough is enough. That's the UN Secretary-General's blunt message about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Antonio Guterres says the enclave is fast becoming a graveyard for children. Here is one of the lucky ones, a child being pulled from the rubble of a destroyed building in Khan Yunis. Rescuers run to a nearby ambulance to rush to hospital, but even there, the UN warns help is limited. International organizations say hospitals can't cope with the wounded, and food and clean water is quickly running out. Médecins Sans Frontières' Claire Magone says we already know the situation in Gaza is catastrophic. But hour by hour, the shortages reach such a critical threshold that the life prognosis of the population of Gaza is in jeopardy. She is begging the international community to force a ceasefire. In New York, UN ambassadors are lining up to condemn the situation. Chief among them is Guterres.
Ground operations by the Israel Defense Forces and continued bombardment are hitting civilians, hospitals, refugee camps, mosques, churches, and UN facilities, including shelters. No one is safe. At the same time, Hamas and other militants use civilians as human shields and continue to launch rockets indiscriminately towards Israel. The way forward is clear. A humanitarian ceasefire now. All parties respecting all their obligations under international humanitarian law now.
Apart from repeated calls for a ceasefire, what can the UN do to force a cessation of hostilities between Israel and Hamas? Later today, Reuters Editor-in-Chief Alessandra Galloni will try to find out in an interview with Guterres in New York. That interview is happening at Reuters Next, which I'm in town for. For 2 days, our correspondents will speak to global policymakers, business leaders and forward thinkers about the challenges the world faces.
Come and see the main room, which is going to be where we do the world stage.
Israel and Gaza will impact many of the discussions, but day one will also see an interview with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskiy. And I'm hosting a panel on COP28, the climate change conference happening in Dubai in just a few weeks' time. We'll also hear from heads of banks and companies about the economy and AI, as well as government leaders from around the world. You can watch it live on Reuters.com. Check out the link to the agenda, which we'll put in the podcast description. We'll also have day one highlights in tomorrow's episode.
Israel says airstrikes on the Gaza Strip have killed a top Hamas weapons maker and several fighters. The latest phase of the offensive is focusing on the vast tunnel network beneath the Palestinian enclave. Hamas says its fighters have inflicted heavy losses. Reuters was unable to verify the battlefield claims of either side.
Senate Democrats have blocked House Republicans' bid to pass a bill providing aid to Israel, but not Ukraine. Democrats are instead backing Biden's $100 billion package that includes aid to Israel and Ukraine and border security funding.
Abortion rights power Democrats to big victories in 3 states on Election Day. Ohio voters put a right to abortion in their constitution. Democrats won full control of Virginia's legislature, and Governor Andy Beshear was re-elected in deep red Kentucky.
I can work, just that I can't get into the office because my office has a specific app because I can't open the app. Unable to get actually into the office today.
I was running late for work. I couldn't let my boss know that I was running late. And when I got to site, I couldn't find my boss.
2 of the millions of Australians left without a phone or internet connection for 9 hours on Wednesday. The country's second largest telecommunications provider, Optus, suffered an unexplained outage, crippling online services and leading to transport chaos.
So what we do know is that this is a deep fault.
Australia's Communications Minister, Michelle Rowland, angry at the issues faced across the country, with hospitals and emergency services also hit.
Apresentei a minha demissão a Sua Excelência, o Sr. Presidente da República.
Portugal's Prime Minister Antonio Costa announcing his resignation just hours after prosecutors detained his chief of staff in a corruption probe. At issue is his administration's handling of lithium mining and hydrogen projects. Prosecutors say Costa is the target of a related investigation. He says his conscience is clear. Markets are in a holding pattern today, waiting for Fed Chair Jerome Powell to speak. Investors had started betting that interest rates had peaked, but some Fed policymakers have warned about getting complacent about inflation. So, traders are looking to Powell to see what he says about the possibility of future rate hikes. In the meantime, Treasury yields in the dollar are hovering above multi-week lows, and stocks are in the red.
The iconic Ram truck is getting a makeover, internally at least. Stellantis says it will no longer use the iconic V8 Hemi engines in its new light-duty pickups. It's part of a strategy to cut the CO2 emissions of its North American fleet. It's also looking to a plug-in hybrid model of the truck as another way to get cleaner. Global automotive correspondent Joe White is in Detroit.
It's a big deal. The Ram pickup truck line, which is one of the most profitable vehicles Stellantis sells, has been sold with a Hemi V8 for the last 20 years or so. There's ads in the early 2000s.
Hey, that thing got a Hemi? Yeah. Sweet.
That thing got a Hemi in it that really caught people's imagination. And this engine has been associated with this truck line for a couple of decades. And it's been very successful.
So then why are they changing it?
They're changing it because of climate regulation. The Biden administration wants significant reductions in greenhouse gases coming from cars and trucks sold in the United States. The Ram truck is not a climate-friendly vehicle with a V8 engine in the front, and Stellantis is under a lot of pressure to clean it up.
But how big of a cut in emissions are we talking about here?
That is a great question, because when we asked the head of the Ram brand that question, and he didn't give us an answer, it's not probably going to be a massive amount. Where the big gains in mileage would come is if Ram is successful in getting people to buy the plug-in hybrid version, and that will definitely be an interesting truck to watch to see if a plug-in hybrid is a thing that American truck buyers will accept.
I'm just trying to understand, if it's just an incremental difference in emissions, what's the point?
Well, the point is every bit counts. This is a high-volume line. Even if they gained a couple of miles a gallon or 2 or 3 miles per gallon over a high-volume product line like this, it would help. Their problem is they're squeezed because a lot of U.S. truck buyers are not ready to buy an all-electric truck. That's sort of being proven in the marketplace every day. People buy trucks because they want to tow stuff, they want to haul things, they want to carry around big loads, and you need a big engine to do that. The question is, can you use technology to get the same load pulling power, load carrying power in a somewhat more efficient package? And that's the bet they're making.
At a Swiss hospital, Marc Gutierres confidently walks across a room. Something most of us do without thinking. For Marc, it's evidence of a life-changing transformation. As a long-term Parkinson's patient, the 63-year-old was previously confined to his home. He's now become the first person to receive a new Swiss-designed implant. The neuroprosthetic has an electrode field placed against his spinal cord. Under the skin of his abdomen is an electric impulse generator. Together, they stimulate his spinal cord to activate his leg muscles. Grégoire Courtine is one of the doctors leading the project.
Not everyone will respond to the therapy. We need to understand the responder, but we believe that many can benefit from improvement in their daily life.
Many Parkinson's patients suffer from debilitating mobility issues. Jocelyn Bloch is the neurosurgeon who carried out Marc's operation.
And in the case of Marc, he was almost always at home because he was scared of falling. You know, a fall means a danger. And I think, and that's something you only realize when it happens to you, that with this therapy, if people can gain more confidence and can go out and have a better social interaction and do more things, it's an enormous plus in the daily activity and the quality of life.
That's it for today's episode. We'll be back tomorrow with our daily headline show. To make sure you know what's going on in the world, listen in for 10 minutes every weekday. And don't forget to subscribe on your favorite podcast player or download the Reuters app. Today, the UN Secretary-General sits down with Reuters Editor-in-Chief after calling Gaza a children's graveyard.
Abortion rights activists and Democrats score big wins on Election Day.
The V8 engine is ruled extinct from iconic Ram trucks. Hope for Parkinson's sufferers in the form of a Swiss implant.
And chaos in Australia as the internet and mobile phone coverage goes dark for millions. It's Wednesday, November 8th. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes, every weekday. I'm Carmel Crimmins in Dublin.
And I'm Kim Vanell at Reuters Next in New York. Enough is enough. That's the UN Secretary-General's blunt message about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Antonio Guterres says the enclave is fast becoming a graveyard for children. Here is one of the lucky ones, a child being pulled from the rubble of a destroyed building in Khan Yunis. Rescuers run to a nearby ambulance to rush to hospital, but even there, the UN warns help is limited. International organizations say hospitals can't cope with the wounded, and food and clean water is quickly running out. Médecins Sans Frontières' Claire Magone says we already know the situation in Gaza is catastrophic. But hour by hour, the shortages reach such a critical threshold that the life prognosis of the population of Gaza is in jeopardy. She is begging the international community to force a ceasefire. In New York, UN ambassadors are lining up to condemn the situation. Chief among them is Guterres.
Ground operations by the Israel Defense Forces and continued bombardment are hitting civilians, hospitals, refugee camps, mosques, church, and UN facilities, including shelters. No one is safe. At the same time, Hamas and other militants use civilians as human shields and continue to launch rockets indiscriminately towards Israel. The way forward is clear. A humanitarian ceasefire now. All parties respecting all their obligations under international humanitarian law now.
Apart from repeated calls for a ceasefire, what can the UN do to force a cessation of hostilities between Israel and Hamas? Later today, Reuters Editor-in-Chief Alessandra Galloni will try to find out in an interview with Guterres in New York. That interview is happening at Reuters Next, which I'm in town for. For 2 days, our correspondents will speak to global policymakers, business leaders and forward thinkers about the challenges the world faces.
Come and see the main room, which is going to be where we do the world stage.
Israel and Gaza will impact many of the discussions. But day one will also see an interview with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskiy. And I'm hosting a panel on COP28, the climate change conference happening in Dubai in just a few weeks' time. We'll also hear from heads of banks and companies about the economy and AI, as well as government leaders from around the world. You can watch it live on Reuters.com. Check out the link to the agenda, which we'll put in the podcast description. We'll also have day one highlights in tomorrow's episode.
Israel says airstrikes on the Gaza Strip have killed a top Hamas weapons maker and several fighters. The latest phase of the offensive is focusing on the vast tunnel network beneath the Palestinian enclave. Hamas says its fighters have inflicted heavy losses. Reuters was unable to verify the battlefield claims of either side.
Senate Democrats have blocked House Republicans' bid to pass a bill providing aid to Israel, but not Ukraine. Democrats are instead backing Biden's $100 billion package that includes aid to Israel and Ukraine and border security funding.
Abortion rights power Democrats to big victories in 3 states on Election Day. Ohio voters put a right to abortion in their constitution. Democrats won full control of Virginia's legislature, and Governor Andy Beshear was re-elected in deep red Kentucky.
I can work, just that I can't get into the office because my office has a specific app because I can't open the app. Unable to get actually into the office today.
I was running late for work. I couldn't let my boss know that I was running late. And when I got to site, I couldn't find my boss.
2 of the millions of Australians left without a phone or internet connection for 9 hours on Wednesday. The country's second largest telecommunications provider, Optus, suffered an unexplained outage, crippling online services and leading to transport chaos.
So what we do know is that this is a deep fault.
Australia's Communications Minister, Michelle Rowland, angry at the issues faced across the country, with hospitals and emergency services also hit.
Apresentei a minha demissão a Sua Excelência, o Sr. Presidente da República.
Portugal's Prime Minister Antonio Costa announcing his resignation just hours after prosecutors detained his chief of staff in a corruption probe. At issue is his administration's handling of lithium mining and hydrogen projects. Prosecutors say Costa is the target of a related investigation. He says his conscience is clear. Markets are in a holding pattern today, waiting for Fed Chair Jerome Powell to speak. Investors had started betting that interest rates had peaked, but some Fed policymakers have warned about getting complacent about inflation. So, traders are looking to Powell to see what he says about the possibility of future rate hikes. In the meantime, Treasury yields in the dollar are hovering above multi-week lows, and stocks are in the red.
The iconic Ram truck is getting a makeover, internally at least. Stellantis says it will no longer use the iconic V8 Hemi engines in its new light-duty pickups. It's part of a strategy to cut the CO2 emissions of its North American fleet. It's also looking to a plug-in hybrid model of the truck as another way to get cleaner. Global automotive correspondent Joe White is in Detroit.
It's a big deal. The Ram pickup truck line, which is one of the most profitable vehicles Stellantis sells, has been sold with a Hemi V8 for the last 20 years or so. There's ads in the early 2000s.
Hey, that thing got a Hemi? Yeah. Sweet.
That thing got a Hemi in it that really caught people's imagination. And this engine has been associated with this truck line for a couple of decades. And it's been very successful.
So then why are they changing it?
They're changing it because of climate regulation. The Biden administration wants significant reductions in greenhouse gases coming from cars and trucks sold in the United States. The Ram truck is not a climate-friendly vehicle with a V8 engine in the front, and Stellantis is under a lot of pressure to clean it up.
But how big of a cut in emissions are we talking about here?
That is a great question, because when we asked the head of the Ram brand that question, he didn't give us an answer. It's not probably going to be a massive amount. Where the big gains in mileage would come is if Ram is successful in getting people to buy the plug-in hybrid version, and that will definitely be an interesting truck to watch to see if a plug-in hybrid is the thing that American truck buyers will accept.
I'm just trying to understand, if it's just an incremental difference in emissions, what's the point?
Well, the point is every bit counts. This is a high-volume line. Even if they gained a couple of miles a gallon or 2 or 3 miles per gallon over a high-volume product line like this, it would help. Their problem is they're squeezed because a lot of U.S. truck buyers are not ready to buy an all-electric truck. That's sort of being proven in the marketplace every day. People buy trucks because they want to tow stuff, they want to haul things, they want to carry around big loads, and you need a big engine to do that. The question is, can you use technology to get the same load pulling power, load carrying power in a somewhat more efficient package? And that's the bet they're making.
At a Swiss hospital, Marc Gutierres confidently walks across a room. Something most of us do without thinking. For Marc, it's evidence of a life-changing transformation. As a long-term Parkinson's patient, the 63-year-old was previously confined to his home. He's now become the first person to receive a new Swiss-designed implant. The neuroprosthetic has an electrode field placed against his spinal cord. Under the skin of his abdomen is an electric impulse generator. Together, they stimulate his spinal cord to activate his leg muscles. Grégoire Courtine is one of the doctors leading the project.
Not everyone will respond to the therapy. We need to understand the responder, but we believe that many can benefit from improvement in their daily life.
Many Parkinson's patients suffer from debilitating mobility issues. Jocelyn Bloch is the neurosurgeon who carried out Marc's operation.
And in the case of Marc, he was almost always at home because he was scared of falling. You know, a fall means a danger. And I think, and that's something you only realize when it happens to you, that with this therapy, if people can gain more confidence and can go out and have a better social interaction and do more things, it's an enormous plus in the daily activity and the quality of life.
That's it for today's episode. We'll be back tomorrow with our daily headline show. To make sure you know what's going on in the world, listen in for 10 minutes every weekday. And don't forget to subscribe on your favorite podcast player or download the Reuters app.
on. 1, 2, there we go. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a lovely lunch. Hope you're feeling refreshed. Now, I know usually the afternoon is where we all feel a little bit slumped, but I promise you the lineup of speakers will make sure that does not happen. We're going to keep you on your toes for sure. Before we get back into it, I want to remind everyone about our Reuters Trust Principles. All of our sessions helmed by the Reuters newsroom come under the Reuters Trust Principles that ensures our reporting is free and fair. Questions are not agreed in advance. No topics are off the table. Other sessions are helmed by our events colleagues. Next, we have one of those newsroom-led editorial sessions with Norges Bank Investment Management CEO Nikolai Tangen. Conducting the interview is Reuters Breaking Views Global Corporate Finance Editor Jeffrey Goldfarb. I just want to mention, whether you're watching in the room here or over in the banking and finance stage where this is being streamed, or if you're watching from home, you can submit your questions at slido.com. Let's give them a round of applause.
Great. Thank you for being here, Nikolai.
Thanks.
And thank you for your flexibility. Nikolai was supposed to be on this morning, but was bumped by some guy named Zelenskiy. So at least you get a story to tell the grandchildren.
Absolutely.
Okay. For those of you who don't know, Nikolai runs a small fund. He's got about $1.3 trillion under management, managing the oil and gas proceeds for Norway. It's about $250,000 for every man, woman, and child in the country. Because it's government money, there are some restrictions on what Nikolai can do. Largely, the money is in equities, fixed income, some renewables, a little bit of real estate. Is that right? And everything has to be invested outside of Norway. So the fund is the biggest stock market investor in the world, I think, 9,200 stocks. So I want to start there because there's been a lot of talk lately about the 60-40 model, the 60 equities, 40 fixed income, that may be dead. You're at 70-30, roughly speaking. From 2000 to 2009, the real returns with that 60-40 model were less than 1%. But then from 2011 to 2021, we had 8.7% real returns. What's the next 10 years look like?
Well, I don't think it looks particularly good, to be honest. Since the fund was started 27 years ago, we've had between 6 and 7% returns in an environment where the interest rates have come down and equity markets have done really well. And so I think we are looking at the next 5 to 10 years without particularly strong returns. I think the important thing now is to tell that to all your stakeholders so that they don't expect to get a lot of money. And that goes for politicians, it goes for US universities, I think it goes for all endowments. We'll just have a really, really dull period.
Why are you so, I guess, confident about the levels coming down?
Well, I'm not actually confident about anything, but we have had one of these extraordinary periods. We've had, after the financial crisis, you had, record easing. Then there was no tightening until COVID hit. You had, another record stimuli. So you have like world record on world record. A lot of these liquidity pools need to come back out, and I think it's going to take a lot of time.
So with the tanker that you run, can you reposition? Like, what do you do?
Well, I think the good news by having a 70-30 is that you at least now get a lot of return on your 30. If you go back 2 years, basically what you had a big chunk of your portfolio in negative yielding bonds, and then you had pretty highly valued equities. Now you have at least a bond portfolio which gives you 5%, which is kind of a pretty good starting point.
How long do you suspect that? We hear a lot about higher for longer.
Yeah.
What are you building into your thinking?
Well, we've been pretty kind of negative on inflation for quite some time, and I think there are some forces here which will stay in place for many years. You have the whole climate effect on inflation, which you didn't have in the past. You've had you have worst harvests. It impacts a lot of different things, from orange juice to olive oil to lots of that. You have reduced productivity because of heat in the middle of the day in Europe, those kind of things. Then you have the reversal of the globalization, which is probably perhaps could add 1% to inflation. So you have some of these structural things which you didn't have in the past, which I think could hold it up for some time.
Okay. And I mean, I guess for your portfolio mix, I mentioned that you're sort of restricted in terms of asset classes. I think that you're interested in getting into private equity, which right for now I don't think you're allowed to do. Why do you want to be in private equity?
Yeah, we are in a process now where we are advising the government, the Minister of Finance, on this. And what we are seeing is that private equity companies, they are being held private for longer. So when they come to the market, they are bigger, more of the value creation has happened. We automatically have to buy roughly 1.5% of all the IPOs anyway, because that's the share we have of world equities. So it's just that more has happened and we have not taken part in that value creation. Now we're seeing also that transparency has increased, ESG concerns has increased, and we think with higher rates, we think that private equity will go through a pretty rough period now. We think it's going to be difficult. And so in terms of entry point, we think this looks pretty good.
Interesting. I mean, there are a lot of different studies about the real returns that come out of private equity. Are you a believer that they are sort of sustainably higher than what the public markets give you?
We think they are higher. We think, and I just have to add here, this is a board decision at the fund, so it's not a decision that I make, and we haven't made the final proposal yet. But we think they attract generally better people. We think they are able to do a lot with businesses because they are not listed, so they have a bit more freedom. They are better able to consolidate industries and so on. They got better incentive structures, and so we do think they will. We do think they will continue to create value.
And no doubt they've been banging down your door, hoping to get some money.
Well, we have had some incoming calls.
Very good. You've talked about you're somewhat pessimistic about the markets.
And I just have to add, I'm like a real optimist of nature, okay? So I'm not like a pessimistic person. I'm real optimistic. Despite that, I have a kind of subdued view on the...
So then we really need to be worried if you're an optimist and you're pessimistic. So you have your views. What are you baking in? What are the biggest risks for you? Because I think we've got some equilibrium in terms of rates. I think people kind of have some sense of what's coming, but what are the biggest risks for you?
Well, we have geopolitical situations in several places now at the same time, and you could easily see a few more things happening here, which will be negative for supply chains and so on. So I think the real unknown here would be some more and really complicated geopolitical situations. I think inflation is kind of a known unknown. And the funny thing is, it's always the stuff that you never expected. That's really what scares you. That was the meltdown in Japan, COVID, we didn't know what was going on, the financial crisis, we didn't know. That's, it's that real fear of the unknown that is really what takes markets down big time.
How are you thinking about what's happening in the Middle East? Obviously, your inflows not only come from your investing, but from oil and gas. So you have obviously got a pretty good eye on that market. Do you think anything comes out of what's happening in Israel with oil markets? Are we going to see another shock?
I think it's difficult to say. I mean, the tail risk has probably increased. And the tail risk for higher energy prices, I'm not saying that will happen, but the risk for something happening clearly gone up.
So you're not like sort of baking anything in terms of any specific concerns on the oil. I mean, your oil price has been up, which has been good for you in terms of inflows, but.
Yeah, I mean, it's a mathematical fact that higher oil price means more inflow into the fund, yeah.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit, as we're talking about oil, I want to talk a little bit about renewable energy, because I know it's a particular interest for you. One of the things that's been interesting is there was sort of like renewables were just a big thing. It was like a cluster. And now we've seen with Ørsted, some real problems in terms of the pricing of the cost involved with wind, while the price of solar has come way down. Do you seeing like bifurcation in that market? How are you thinking about the renewable sector right now?
Well, it's a very interesting market. So we got it into our mandate some 3 years ago. So that was the first time we could invest, and we waited a bit, and we made one investment outside Holland. And then we waited a bit more because we thought that prices were really high and expected returns were really, really low, and huge competition for these projects. Now we think it's more interesting. There are fewer bidders for these projects. Returns have been reset at the higher levels or potential returns. So we expect to accelerate the work here now in terms of adding more assets. We did an interesting deal with Iberdrola in Spain, which was a combination of both wind, onshore wind and sun. And we're looking to do more things.
So you're still kind of focused across the spectrum. You're not zeroing in at this. I mean, what about like green hydrogen? Anything? I mean, other things that are.
Well, it's mainly wind and solar. We are zooming in on this stage.
Okay, and you don't see one delivering more value than the other at this stage right now.
I think very much a project by project situation. Yeah.
Okay. What about? I wanted to ask you a little bit about things that you don't invest in. You have very clear rules about whether it's weaponry, tobacco. There are some moral, ethical issues, fraud. How do you, like, at what point does something like that sort of get on your radar and you just cut it off?
Yeah, we have an independent entity called the Council of Ethics, and they look into ethical situations in which we should not be involved. They include things like coal. They have excluded companies on for corruption reasons. They can exclude things for climate reasons. We don't do unethical weapons. So we don't do tobacco. So there is a range of things that we cannot invest in. And those type of things are taken out of our reference index. And then we ourselves can take things out if we don't think that they have a good and sustainable business. We've taken out some 400 companies out of the portfolio over the last 10 years on that basis.
Why cannabis?
We have taken out cannabis. We also need to run the fund according to Norwegian, standards and, in a way, legislation. Cannabis is not legal in Norway. I think it would be pretty odd for the Norwegian population that we made tons of money on cannabis when we are not allowed to smoke at home.
Got it. Let's switch a little bit on to, we talked a little bit about the environmental and renewables, but the broader topic of ESG, because I know it's been a big project for you. We've started, at least in the United States, to see quite a bit of backlash.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's sort of I mean, I know Europe has a different sensibility about it, but I think some of that has started to trickle into Europe as well. What has to happen? Like, what needs to change about ESG to get this right for everybody?
Yeah, there was a lot of focus on ESG a few years ago. Then the backlash started. Right? It started in Texas with higher energy prices. I guess more confidence amongst the oil and gas producers. More focus on energy security, and then it spread. It spread to Europe. It's come to the UK, and we think it's really, really fortunate. We do not think climate is a political issue. We think it's a real financial risk. We mentioned that it does impact inflation, but it's just if you are a big shareholder like we are, and we own a part of all the companies in the world. If one company pollutes here, we'll pick it up in a portfolio here. There is just no way you can hide. We need to care about the environment. And so we continue relentlessly the same way as we always done. We talk to the companies, we have dialogues with them, we vote at 12,000 AGMs every year. So we just continue the way we've done it before.
How do you exert pressure to achieve what you think needs to be done?
But we have a very clear set of expectations. We have expectation documents, how we expect companies to behave in terms of climate, corruption, tax transparency, a range of issues. We raise these issues through dialogue. We have some 3,000 company meetings every year with the top management of the companies we own. And then we also vote. And the important thing is we started now to announce the voting intentions 5 days ahead of the AGMs so that everybody in the world can see how we vote. And I guess that's really where we have some influence.
When did you start that?
Just roughly a year ago.
Okay. So you're sort of becoming more activist, I guess, as an investor by doing that.
Well, I wouldn't put us in the activist camp, but everybody can see how we vote. And there are not that many people who influence voting. You have two very big, kind of institutions which advise on voting. And then I guess we are the large independent vote here.
How often do you vote against management on an issue?
I think it's 6% of the
6%?
cases. Yeah.
Okay. What?
It's a small question mark with that number because I'm not, but that's roughly what I think.
Around there. I mean, we've talked a lot about the VSG. On the G issue, you've taken a pretty big stand in terms of diversity on boards.
Yeah.
Why do you, and you've done that with, you have an expectation of a quota, right, of a 30% female representation. Why do you think quotas work? Aren't there a lot of pitfalls with that?
Well, we think a diversified board is a better board. We think they focus in on more important issues. We think it shows that a company, thinks broadly about society and their workforce and their client base. And so we think we also now see that there is some evidence that it's that you could argue also from a financial point of view that it's a sensible thing to do. There was a study out last week from BlackRock, for instance, which addressed that issue.
What's the sort of stick there for you? I mean, in other words, will you get out of a company if they don't respond to this, or will you how does the?
Well, we can vote. We can vote against the election committee. We can vote against the board. There are places in the world where there is very, very little female representation at board level, like Japan. And so there we have lower standards for where we start to vote against boards, but we are saying that it's moving there as well.
Why lower standards?
No, not lower standards. Just when you start from zero, you don't go from 0 to 30% in one day, right? Give the guys some time, huh?
Okay. Anything else in the? I mean, that's obviously been a focus for you, is the board diversity. Any other aspects of governance in particular on the G that are a big?
Well, we think executive pay is important, and here we are looking at the structure more than the level. But do we want the structure of executive pay to correlate with value creation? We want it to be long term. We want it to be equity based, and so on. So when you now look at the couple of hundred largest pay packages in the US, they would be at roughly $20 million or $15 million. We think that's pretty high, in particular if they are not linked to performance. And so there we end up typically voting against half of them. And to me, the big question is, why do you as investors not care about this? Well, I think it's because they make a lot of money themselves. So it looks a bit odd to vote against the other boards.
What about, when you say tied to performance, I mean, there are obviously lots of different ways to do that. A lot of companies will have just a simple share price or EPS, which all can be gamed. I mean, are you looking for very specific kinds of return?
Yeah, it should be, ideally, it should be linked to share price development. It should vest over a long period of time. You should have to keep your stock for a long period of time. So that's how it should, those are some of the things we look at.
Okay. I wanted to touch briefly, I mean, you're now competing with us, running your own podcast, but called In Good Company, and you've interviewed quite an array of CEOs and investors doing it. If you can distill it, like those interviews, what have you learned?
Yeah, it's interesting. So we thought, since we own all these companies, perhaps we managed to speak with the top management. And we have spoken to 50 of the most impressive leaders in the world, including, Jensen Huang, Bill Gates, Sam Altman, you name them. And we spend an hour talking about all kinds of things. Motivation, what drives them, the business, why is it good business, and so on. I think what it boils down to is basically there is a lot of hard work and a lot of insanely hard work at times. There is passion They generally love what they do. That's why they work so hard. There's a lot of grit, and grit kind of helps you to get through, difficult times. They run towards the problems, really try to solve them. So there are some things which kind of are common denominators in a lot of these CEOs.
Okay.
And some of them have fun, but not all.
Do you?
Yes.
Okay. We've got about a minute left. I just want to ask, because one of the bigger topics of conversation, I think following us as well, is AI. Obviously a lot of hype around generative AI. You've spoken with Sam Altman. We've had a year kind of to sink our teeth into this, really. What's your view?
Huge. It's huge. I asked Altman, hey, I think we can increase our productivity by 10% in the fund over the next 12 months. And by the way, that's a number I got by taking it straight out of the air. What do you think? He said, he was thinking a long time, right? He thinks a lot. You know what? I think 20% you can do, he said. So we are using it now in how we deploy the capital. We use it to reduce the trading we do because we are an index near fund, and sometimes we have to make adjustments to the portfolio, and these type of models can help us trade less. So I think it's going to be a really super big thing.
Is it going to put you out of a job?
We'll see.
All right, Nikolai, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Good to have you here.
I'm going to have to get some tips from you, Nikolai, on how you get callbacks from Sam Altman for your podcast, because he's not replying to my calls. Okay, we are moving now on to a discussion about AI, as Jeffrey mentioned. We're talking about regulating the AI revolution. Now, the first 15 minutes of this discussion will be joined by the EU AI Act co-rapporteur, Brando Benifei, who will have to drop off after that. But the rest of the panelists are very impressive and will hold the fort without a problem. Don't worry about that. The session is going to be moderated by my colleague, Breaking Views US editor, Lauren Silver-Lachlan. Welcome to the stage.
Everybody. We're going to have Mr. Benifei join us here.
And it's just despicable. And
Here he is. Hi, Mr. Benifei.
Using it to
How are you?
To turn against that. It's just
Okay, we need to get a little bit of volume.
despicable. And I just have no time for people who are awful people.
We need a mute somewhere and raise the volume
that's going on
elsewhere,
too.
I think.
You don't have much on your plate. So,
It's just so relaxing being you.
No,
All right, let's see for a minute. Of course, we're going to have technical difficulties. If the sound team can hear me, if you can switch the mics over from whoever we're picking up currently to Mr. Benifei, who is joining us from Zoom. We're picking up some sound, which I believe is from outside this very room in New York, which is not what we want. All right. I would suggest starting with the panelists, and when we've got the sound sorted with Mr. Benifei, I'll ask the team at the back to give you a little nod, and you can turn to him.
Okay, that sounds like a good idea. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you all for being here to talk about this very important topic on AI. I think we'll start with a just general framework here, which is, and Mr. Benifei, hopefully you can hear us as well. The U.S. President Joe Biden has recently put in an executive order to try to give a framework here to regulate AI. The EU has taken a very different approach.
Turn off your mic.
Can you hear me? Now we can hear you. Mr. Benifei, can you hear me here? No. Okay. Sorry about that. The EU has. Can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can hear
Beautiful.
you. Yes, very fine.
Yes, okay, wonderful. Welcome. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Appreciate you being here. So the U.S. President Joe Biden has recently issued an executive order, which has given sort of a framework for how various agencies are meant to think about regulating AI. You have taken a very different approach, and I have to say, even sort of looking at the way the EU has approached data and data regulation, it seems to be sort of much more aggressive and very specific about the risks. Maybe we can sort of start with the acknowledgement of that framework and what you were thinking when you co-wrote this initial proposal.
Yes, first of all, thank you for this invitation to this important moment of reflection. Thanks to Reuters and all the partners and the public that is present. We are now in a very hectic phase of these negotiations on artificial intelligence, because the text is being now negotiated in the final phase between the European Parliament, that I represent as lead negotiator, with the European government. So we are getting to a final text. This is a hard law. This is a regulation. This means, in terms of European legislation, that is the strongest legislative instrument possible, because it is exactly the same in all the European member states. Other legal instruments, like the directive, are more adaptable to the national context, while the regulation is the same. Why? Because this is why in this case we needed a regulation, because it guarantees the same rules everywhere, and it's crucial when you deal with the market. So the European Union has a very unified market, and this is a market regulation, because it regulates how the AI market is working in the European Union. So the first idea behind it was to avoid fragmentation, to avoid that each member state of the European Union would do its own rules, strong or soft, but anyway, their own rules to be contradicted in each member state. So in this way, we have the same rules. They are, as I said, they are not recommendations. They are not code of conduct. They are not we can say a soft law item. It's a hard law. This means that we give an actionable set of rules that can be brought to the supervisory authorities and to the judicial by citizens, workers, businesses, institutions. The idea behind this act is to concentrate on high-risk artificial intelligence use cases.
So I want to stop you right there, because that is one part where I'm very interested in, because you had this sort of outline of high risk, sort of very high, and as we know, if I know nothing about AI, which I know very little, I do know there's quite a lot of gray area, and what you might consider high risk might not be what I consider high risk, or what, for example, the industry providing the AI might consider high risk, and yet you're going to try to sort of legislate around that definition. So maybe you can talk to me a little bit about conceptually, and then you sort of get to that very high, right? And kind of how do you think about those buckets?
But it's quite I would say, put in an orderly way. It's quite clear, because to avoid ambiguity or the risk of legislating on a technology that is changing very fast, the concentration is on the context of the use. So the high risk is not based on the technology, even the business that is developing it, but it's based on where it's used, in which context. I give you an example. As I said, this legislation concentrates on giving extra means of risk reduction for high-risk use cases. So, for example, we are still negotiating the final list of the areas, but for example, we can say that the use in the health sector, the use in justice, administration of justice, the use in the development of children, so in schools, we consider those high-risk use cases areas.
And they wouldn't be able to be applied in those areas, meaning, like, what is your sort of bandwidth on how the application of the law is in those areas? Meaning, if it applies to education in children, zero use of AI.
No. It means It means that when it's used in some higher risk areas, because they are areas where health, safety, and fundamental rights are more at risk in terms of discrimination, physical health, or management of data. In these areas, we see more risk, and so we think that it's good to have a so-called certification procedure, which means that we look at the quality and the appropriateness of data used to train the AI, the governance of the data, the cybersecurity elements, the human oversight, the environmental impact, and so forth. We concentrate on AI used in these high-risk areas, with also some exceptions. When AI is used only in an accessory way, it's not determining the decision-making process of another human or of another system that is deemed to be high risk, then there is an exception. It's difficult to explain in a short way, but I hope I gave you an idea that for some less complex tasks, the AI is exempted, even if it's in these higher risk areas. Otherwise, the developer needs to foresee this and undergo, this certification procedure to reduce the risks. And we also foresee a level of risk that we consider too high, and we say in these cases we want AI to be banned in these use cases. For example, when we use biometric cameras in public spaces in real time for surveillance, because we think that it's too risky in terms of the risk of mass surveillance, that is not targeted enough. So we allow biometric, but for security and surveillance, but with a more targeted approach. And also so it needs to not be in real time. Also, we proposed, it's still under negotiation, to ban emotion recognition in schools and in workplaces, because we think this is a way to manipulate workers and put into control and pressure workers and students. And we also banned predictive policing. I think many of you have seen the movie Minority Report, where in fact in the movie there was no AI. It was like another thing to predict. You find it at the end of the movie, but predictive policing today is already experimented with, but we see it's not accurate, it's discriminatory, and in our view it violates the presumption of innocence. And so we do not want that to be used. So we also, just on a few cases, we identify use cases that we just want to be banned. In this scale of risk, there are a lot, we consider the majority of the AI systems that will not be included. They will be low risk. And so in these cases, we just have some principles. So more in line with the soft law approach that we see until now in US or in Japan, to give examples in G7 countries. Or if we look at the code of conduct of generative AI that has been just negotiated at G7 level. We go for a harder approach when we go for higher risk areas or even prohibited use cases that I mentioned. Then lastly, I need to say that the frontier that we worked on in the last 6 months is to also how to adapt this idea that we worked on before the explosion of the generative AI, how to adapt also to the generative AI and high impact models behind generative AI that have been proliferating now. And they are at the center of a lot of debates, as you know, systems that we could lose control of, that are too risky, that, I mean, can lead to all these kind of systemic risks debates that we have heard a lot. So
I want to stop you there just for a second, because I am curious about, again, sort of a lot of what you're saying has a subjective element. I'm playing devil's advocate here, you know, as the pretend I'm the industry representative of ChatGPT, saying, you know, you're making rules and regulations that are going to challenge my business. You're setting them up in a lot of ways before the United States. Are you getting input from those industry professionals and how you're rolling this out? or are you using?
You can imagine that we get loads of inputs, lots of them, and we have been working to go for technically feasible solutions. And in fact, all the risk-based approach I talked to you until now, because on high impact models and generative AI, we have some different approaches. But on the rest that I just explained, we see a lot of big industries also American ones, that are happy with this.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, what is their reception? Because in the United States, there has lacked a framework, and you see a lot of industry professionals, including Sam Altman, begging for that framework.
Yeah, I've seen a good reception from many industries. I do not want to name them, but some of the biggest ones were quite happy with this idea, because they think it's quite delimiting. Obviously, it's complex. I mean, it's a legislative exercise. It's more and more legally certain and watertight. It's still an ongoing work, but we differentiate between AI that needs only to follow the existing regulation, the lower risk AI, and higher risk AI that needs to be looked into with more attention to risks of discrimination, of impact on health, on safety, on fundamental rights at large. For example, I give you one easy example. The systems that are used to select curriculum, to choose people to hire. We do not want anymore systems that systematically discriminate women and people that are not white. Today, we are flooded with this kind of systems because they have been trained to learn like that, because they've been trained with data that have convinced them that they should exclude women from higher level jobs. We know these examples. There is a scientific literature on that, and it's a very easy example. But we could give more examples when we deal with minors, etc.
When it's, I mean, that's one example, but I guess when I think of the AI boogeyman, I think of much scarier examples, meaning like, you hear one we talk about all the time is this sort of paper clips taking over the world, right? And when you're thinking...
But on that, if I may, on that issue, we like to say that these are parallel concerns that need to be to some extent intertwined, but also they need to be looked with some different approach. Because on one end, what I've said until now, and it's the core business, we can say, of the AI Act, is to deal with domestic daily risks of artificial intelligence on citizens, workers, businesses, institutions, etc. This is the core thing, because it's a market regulation. So it works on the market of the European Union. But then we also look at the broader picture that is dealt with by the international debate. You have seen the UK summit, that was a safety summit. So on a more general and global approach on safety of AI development. And this part is to some extent addressed by the part of the AI Act that is dealing with high impact models. We are still discussing on the boundaries for these models, on which we make an exception to the rules of this AI Act in general. Because as I said from the beginning, we do not regulate technology. We regulate use cases that will stay there as technology changes. For the high impact models, we are deviating slightly from this approach, because we say that some models, because of their power or their outreach, I mean, we are still discussing the final criteria to identify this level of high impact models. These ones need to fulfill some security criteria, some security elements before entering the market, being transposed into a system. So we do some preemptive action, because these models are very flexible. They can transform a lot. They are probably the base in the future of most of the AI that we will work on. This is what is being foreseen. So we want some ex ante checks on them. And then on generative AI, let me say that we are in line with many issues that are also in the voluntary commitments that we see all over the world, but also in US. For example, but we put it in a law, so it's not a voluntary commitment. For example, the transparency on AI-generated content. We want to watermark what is AI-generated so that it's possible to distinguish between a human-generated content or human representation anyway, and AI-generated content. This is very important.
That to me seems like one of the biggest challenges that you might have. I think we're coming to the end of our time here with you, and I really appreciate it. I want to ask you quickly one last question, if you can. This genie's out of the bottle. Not a whole lot we can do about that. What keeps you up at night when you're thinking about how to manage it?
Well, I think that it's important that with this legislation we try to give a blueprint for further work at a global level, because we worked on definition of AI systems that is based on the OECD work. We worked on this risk framework that could be applied also in a different form, less mandatory than the EU one, but it could be a model for other applications in other parts of the world, maybe with less stringent rules, because we have our culture on data, on consumers, etc.
I think that's,
I hope we can build this common alphabet, because I think it's very important also to deal with higher level challenges on AI development. For example, the risk of AI used as weapons, the proliferation of AI in the context of cyber attacks or even war.
Thank you. That's actually a perfect segue into my group here, Mr. Boniface. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And I'm going to shift my wonderful. Shift to my panelists here. Thank you so much for being with me. We have a slightly more American-focused group, and I'm excited to talk to you all about what Mr. Boniface said and some other thoughts that I have. Marta, I'm going to start with you because, like I said when I was talking to him, I think of AI as a sort of boogeyman. You know, it's here, and it's scary what we don't know. And you wrote something that put it in really digestible terms, which is, by the way, all of your insurance premiums can rise because they have data information. They know how to use it against you, right? And so I thought that seems like the sort of maybe least risky part of it, but the scariest. And so I wanted to ask you about the application to consumers at the sort of very basic level. When you think about the world and how AI is going to change the consumer's life, would you say for a better or for the worse?
Great question. I really appreciate some of the bright lines that are trying to be drawn in Europe. I don't know that we even have a tracer here yet, but we're getting there. I think when I think about the audience that my organization tries to talk to and its consumer reports, we are also in the marketplace, much like what we just heard. So I have to address that audience in a way that really speaks to what they're facing every day. What are the harms, the risks that they face when they're in the marketplace, whether it's getting a car, a mortgage, a loan. And for us, as you know, when we think about the hardware world, we've been at this sort of being a truth squad for the marketplace for 86 years, and we are applying the same lens, right? It's about transparency, it's about accuracy, and it's about fairness. But when code is law, then how do you have to change the way you evaluate the marketplace in order to secure rights or protections for consumers where they don't exist? Because a lot of the things we did in the past that have secured those rights are not migrating to this new marketplace. So to your example, the one you raised, and I'm glad you put that up, because we go to what is happening now, what are the current harms? There's a lot of speculative risk out there, but consumers right now today are faced with real harms. So what did we do? We know that there is an incredible amount of algorithmic manipulation in terms of pricing, in terms of harms. So think about something like car insurance. In this country, you cannot drive a car unless you buy car insurance. So how is that premium determined? And what we found out when we looked and did an investigation in partnership with ProPublica, we have journalists as well as testers, we found that if you live in a neighborhood that is primarily a Black or brown neighborhood, and you're adjacent to a white neighborhood, you pay 30% more insurance premium because the algorithm that determines your pricing is what's driving that, not your driving record.
So
Okay? That's just
feels...
one example of the algorithmic manipulation where there's no transparency to the consumer in any way. And that is happening in hiring, it's happening in loans. So that's what's happening now.
Yeah, that looks and feels very similar to kind of like the world we've been living in up to this point. And
now it's supercharged.
Right. I'm kind of thinking about the sort of AI puts those issues on steroids, if you say. Liz, I'm going to bring you in here because you're advising on how to sort of think about this and regulate around it. I mean, part of the issue I find might be that people don't understand the algorithms. There's very few people, you know, who can speak to the issues. Sorry, you can, because you build code and you probably understand this a lot better than anybody else in the room. But with a small amount of control, right? A small group of people who have this control and understand it, like how then, you get this question of industry, how then do you take that information, digest it, and apply that to the legislation that gets written so that, you know, consumers are safe? And I'll take devil's advocate in here and say there should actually be a lot of benefits that accrue to consumers based on AI, but we have to figure out how to get there.
Yeah, it's a really good question, and I think that the problem is compounded, in fact, by made a lot worse by the fact that it's not just that a few people or only really like smart people or people who are very good at math can understand. It's that the models are so complex that nobody can understand a core question, which is why did the algorithm, the model, make a certain decision? And so we're seeing applications in, as Marta mentioned, all kinds of consumer-facing industries, including hiring, et cetera, but also in the way that the government allocates benefits, allocates resources for law enforcement, sends police to your door to find out if your child is safe, and many other applications where if we were to replace the existing systems, which are already flawed, with a system that's powered by a black box algorithm, then the critical issue of human recourse to say, no, my child is safe and I didn't deserve this visit, or I didn't commit unemployment insurance fraud, becomes really, really hard for you to defend because the algorithm said so. Well, I didn't, and it becomes just a game of he said, she said.
So do you feel like replacing the system in place with a black box is actually a worse solution?
Absolutely, there's no question.
I'm sort of surprised. So, and it's interesting that you say too, I mean, you kind of plugged into a little bit of what Biden's executive order has tried to do, right? Which is like guide the way that various government agencies are going to use AI. And I would have thought that even though, and Zara would pop in here too, because maybe you have a better understanding of the technology, but I would have thought that we would kind of appreciate the intelligence of a computer. To the extent that, you know, it can make our lives better.
Yeah, I mean, something to remember about AI is that it's a conservative technology, which means that it takes what data it's seen and tries to recreate those conditions in the future. It can't really generalize, or a lot of people think that maybe it can, but it hasn't been substantially proved yet that it can take a new information and come up with something completely different yet. That might change. There's a lot of work on this effort. But in general, right now, it can only replicate the conditions that it's already seen. And the conditions that we have right now involve a great deal of inequity and a great deal of bias. And that's a human bias, not an algorithmic bias. But they do transfer from one to the other.
Yeah, I feel like if I could add to that, I feel like one thing going way back to the beginning of your question of does this help or hurt consumers? I think the first thing I think of is it helps a lot of consumers and it hurts some a lot. And so it's a very skewed outcome, and especially when you think about the black box models. Like, there are things that if you want better ads or to drive up your spending of your customers, it can definitely help with that. But it also has these like unintended consequences to specific people. And I think the other thing that at least from the machine learning community you see is that why not make it interpretable? Like, maybe we can't make it explainable where we don't know why the model did the answer it gave you, but you can get some hints of what it was looking at, so a human can kind of do that secondary check. And I think that's where we're seeing it be incredibly effective, is if you have it automate the tasks that are boring, repetitive, that you have armies of analysts doing, but then you use your unique human skills of the insights you have from working in the space, you can have a better partnership.
So I'm going to challenge you then all, because I've noticed if you're sitting in a conference room, and we all have these cameras now, and then like if I'm talking, the camera never comes to me, but if any man is talking in the conference room, it goes to them, right? So I consider this a challenge because all that it means is I have to talk more often and louder. No, I'm just kidding. That's not what that means. But like it says something about the way that these models are going to learn, right? Because as the world changes, like you say, they iterate and they learn. And so if we have a world that's moving towards a more equitable environment, which I believe that we do, then the model will change with it. So do we really want to take the moment today to legislate around something that will actually move with the way the world is changing? And again, I'm playing devil's advocate here because I do, if these models actually are that good and they are learning, shouldn't we then embrace them to sort of understand that they're human in that way?
Well, I think that's a really important point because the vast majority of models that are in use or that are under research right now are not evolving. They're static. So they get trained and it takes hundreds of millions of dollars to train an algorithm that evolves the entire English-speaking internet and beyond. And it's a snapshot of that in time. That's why ChatGPT can't tell you much beyond 2021. So it's just one example.
I think that's right. And oh, if it were to be true, but the reality is we don't have any way of entering into that algorithm, right? There's no transparency. So we're allowed to play in this playground, but we can't really evaluate. We really can't improve it. We can't have an opinion about the data that's there. There hasn't really been an audit about that data. So it isn't going to change itself, but if so much learning is happening now, given the 8 months that we've been at this, and I was at a conference the other day and some number of CEOs saying, oh, we've learned so much. We don't have access to that learning. So how is that improvement going to happen, and based on what exactly? And what's our vision of good and better?
I mean, one risk with, again, playing devil's advocate here, one risk with the way that we're sort of trying to negotiate this push forward is that other countries, and we've sort of seen this in the crypto industry as well, other countries that are more welcoming get industry, right? So there's got to be some sort of push and pull here in terms of working with the Sam Altmans of the world who are begging for legislation so that they can work around it or work with it, right? I mean, isn't that part of, or should that be part of the conversation?
Yeah, I can jump in. I think it absolutely has to be. And I think one of the things we see in our work is, as we look a lot at fraud, and one of the things we see over and over again is that there's models like Fraud GPT, there's Darkbert, which is research, the Worm, there's Worm GPT talks about like the Beast. In each of these cases, the same things that help me write code more efficiently or write targeted marketing emails lets bad actors do phishing or like voice phishing, fraud, and it makes them 10x more effective. And we see like the first generation of models launched in the spring. The second people who launch their models are the criminal actors because they don't have any regulation to deal with. And so I think it's really important to think of like what the push and pull is. Whereas if if half the actors, the good actors, have their hands behind their back and are like playing in this space, I think the legislation has to be able to adapt really quickly so that when the people who want to do the right thing can do the right thing and that legislation can adapt as the models adapt.
Is that something you think, Marta, can actually happen? Like fast adoption of legislation in the United States?
Wow, I mean, we can't even pass a budget.
Right.
I'm not sure.
That's right.
I mean, let's face it, we're struggling
for
here.
A war, yeah.
I think these models have to learn and adapt, but again, we're not allowed in the playground. We don't have any transparency. We don't have a sense of accuracy. I think, and I think I want to make a distinction. There is AI to enhance a business and create that profitability. And I'll be the first to say, we're trying it. Absolutely. We have years of reliability data and product data and service data. We want to make that accessible in a conversational way and rapid fire for what consumers want now. And then there's the part of what's it doing to the market and the pricing and the fairness and the accuracy of what you're getting. How is it distorting the market? What kind of protections and guardrails? What should they be? Where should we begin? And at the moment right now, we're trying to incentivize the market with the kind of research and engagement that we're doing because we don't see any legislation coming down the pike anytime soon. And we don't see that transparency that you need to hold the industry accountable. You can't get accountability without transparency.
Liz, is there a free market solution to this, though? Would you say that you could, I mean, there's disruption, right? Somebody in the VC industry might say, look, you charge a consumer too much based on the data that they've given you, and I'm going to charge them less. I mean, isn't that the only solution to something like this?
It's really hard to imagine a free market solution when the distribution of power is so vastly concentrated in just a few hands. Going back to the cost and the amount of time and effort that it takes and expertise to train a very large model that could compete with OpenAI, which purports to try to answer every question that a human being has, right? Like this is alchemy, it's the philosopher's stone. Then how do you compete with that as a small business if you don't have the same contacts as Sam Altman, who ran Y Combinator for so long? If you don't have very deep contacts in academia, it's already veering very, very close to an oligopoly, the concentration of power in just a few companies who have the funds to create these models. And as Marta said, there's no outside ability to influence them, there's no outside analysis, and so it's just a really complicated imbalance when the other side of the equation across from these CEOs are the general public, where we have various rights that are under threat from vastly complicated and automated decision-making systems. So I don't know if free market will really do the trick.
Okay, I was going to ask you too, and maybe this is what you're going to get at. I'm going to put you on the spot here. What is that solution then? What does that look like for you? I want to know from all three of you. Is it transparency? Is it distribution of data? I don't know.
There are a few really core concepts that have been researched very thoughtfully and deeply over the last few years that involve audits from outside stakeholders who don't have commercial benefits from the company itself, impact assessments that involve detailed analysis over what kinds of risks the systems present, and then the kinds of risk controls like the ability to turn it off or the ability to disconnect it from various power sources, among other solutions that, and they're not really solutions, but they are governance techniques that can help a lot. And I think regulation that's smart will encourage, again, participation from a diverse set of stakeholders who are all interested in having the right outcome.
Interesting. Marta?
I think you did a terrific job of naming all the ones that we have at the top of our list. So I would say, and all of them get at transparency and accuracy and fairness. And I would just put a caveat to say, given the way we're talking about AI, don't get us wrong. It's not that we want to over-rotate on legislation. What scares us about some of that legislation is that only the big companies can probably address it and come around to it. So who are you squeezing out of that market? Are we going to further monopolize? So there's a really delicate balance when the balance of power is so great on the other side. Is it going to help or hurt that balance of power? I think that's an equally important question. We need that transparency. We need that accuracy. We need the fairness so we can alleviate those disparate impacts. But we also need to be really careful about encouraging more monopolization and concentration.
Yeah, and I have so many thoughts here. I think to your free market question, and this is a slightly hot take, but I think it also depends on what type of company. Because I think one example is for business-to-business companies, there's more market forces that align with doing the responsible thing. And the same way we have security compliance or people who ask for your software bill of materials, doing things as saying we're not sending your data to OpenAI, we're building this and we're trying to understand where our shortcomings are with your data actually is more aligned. I think the scarier part for me is like business to consumer, which I'm very happy we have both of you, which is when the consumer's data, the data that's going into it is not the person who's paying for it. And so those are fundamentally skewed and the market forces will push to do things that are worse for society. I think in terms of how we look at it, to me, there's three different parts of an AI product. There's the data, there's the model, and there's what you do with it and what the use case is. And the EU Act focused a lot about the use cases, which I think is super important. And I think each layer of that needs to have the right stakeholders involved. So if it's the use cases, it's both the people who are working in the biotech sector and also the patients and the medical professionals who are impacted by it. On the data side, it should be the people whose data who's going into the model, in addition to people from academia who can start looking at, is this biased? Did we train a bunch of models off of Reddit and Twitter, which are the road rage version of our digital society? And so I think each layer needs different stakeholders. And I think for the model layer, you have to get the people building the models to come together on that. And I think in the same way that back in the day we got people to agree from the car industry that we need to come together and not have people keep dying or driving into the influence, I think that you have to get a certain level of industry buy-in, hopefully from small and large companies on the model side.
So I think I'm going to, we're out of time here, but I'm going to advocate for something since I have our consumer advocates here and say that what I want is more transparency over the use of my data. And maybe I can monetize that myself through some sort of blockchain payment.
Data minimization, we're all
Thank
for
you
it.
so much for being with us. I really appreciate it.
Thank you all. I love how you mentioned that at the end, Lauren, just like, oh, just a small idea at the end. Maybe I could use my data and use the blockchain and turn that into something. Okay, so up next we have a continuation in a way, talking about how the next innovations in AI present huge opportunities as well as challenges. So to discuss this, we have EY Global Innovation Officer Jeff Wong, who is with Reuters Chief Marketing Officer and Head of Reuters Professional, Josh London. And this session is in partnership with EY. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Jeff, thanks for speaking with us today. As Chief Innovation Officer for EY, can you tell us a little bit about your job?
Yeah, sure. My job is to think about how the world's changing. And then about half of my job is to make sure EY is set up for that new future. And about half of the job is to help make sure that our clients around the world, we have 250,000 of them around the world, are also set up for that change. So that means I have a portfolio of internally funded investments around the world. I also look after our global labs in different advanced technologies like AI, blockchain, Web3, quantum, robotics, things like that.
In our prep call, I think I accused you of rivaling the Dos Equis most interesting man in the world, so no pressure today. But let's start with Gen AI. Gen AI has taken the world by storm this year, with ChatGPT setting records for having the fastest growing user base, and it's not slowing down. How can global policymakers and business leaders balance the hype with real world application?
Yeah, this is actually one of the really important concepts when it comes to technology, right? There's the hype cycle, and that's the level at which we're having this conversation, and there's other conversations sort of in the popular press around different technologies, and now especially with Gen AI. And then there's a reality curve, and that's how people are really using it to change their businesses. And those two things are often different. And I think that that's something that's important for C-suites and boards to be thinking about right now, is where's the hype and where's the reality in their industry? So right now, I love what the promise of Gen AI has for the world, right? I love what it can do for everybody, and I think there's been conversations all day today about how this is going to be transformative. But the reality is we're at the start and the beginning of this technology.
Yeah.
So you're seeing a lot of interesting applications of this technology, but you're seeing early applications of this technology. And you're seeing also some of the infrastructure that needs to be built around Gen AI being built. So how do you measure? How do you know if it's good or not? How do you know if it's hallucinating or not? Or at what rate is that okay? You need tooling to help with that. Privacy, security, a lot of the things that have been started to be addressed. And you've seen some announcements earlier this week from some of the larger players around that are really necessary for the enterprises to get involved in a significant way.
So how do you measure where a technology is on the hype curve, and how do you put that to work for EY and for your clients?
Yeah, so on the hype curve is easy. It's sort of us all talking about the promises of what it could be, right? But the reality curve, that's where we have a unique advantage. So we do have 400,000 people around the world, every major country, every major city. So our unique advantage is we know pretty much every company, what they're buying and how much they're willing to pay for it. So when we look at that, we can understand where the market is right now. And it's early. Everybody's very excited about generative AI. Everybody's investing some amount against it. But we are early. We are in the pilot phases of these concepts that they're putting out there. Now, I think it's going to rapidly come up, but we're still early and people are still looking at those early metrics.
When you're talking to CEOs, chairmen and chairwomen of the board, and they're thinking, where do I invest in Gen AI? What do you advise them?
So Gen AI is one of the really, like all the different technologies, because it cuts across all industries. So the first thing I really tell them is you got to get your hands dirty, right? You have to be playing with this technology, you yourself, but clearly you have to invest in having teams inside your organization that are pushing the concepts of where this can head in your industry to solve the problems you have. I've seen too many folks, when I talk to them, they're looking at the research reports or reading the interesting articles about it. So they're able to talk about it in theory, but not in practice. Figuring out how this works in practice is really where you start to understand the strengths and weaknesses and how far away are you from changing your economic outcome, because we've seen incredible revenue and profit returns on some of our earlier AI investments. First, and how close you are to a disruptive possibility, right? Which is, I think, what every CEO and board chair wants to be thinking, and needs to be thinking about strategically.
And when we were talking, you talked about a portfolio approach, both that you take and that you advise others to take. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so what's really interesting is when we talk about innovation, and I go and talk to people about it, they usually like to think about it as almost like a big bang, right? I'm going to have this great idea, or I'm the CEO, I have a great idea, and we're going to implement that, and that will turn around our fortunes or change the trajectory of our company. When you actually look at innovation and how it works, practically speaking, it's actually a portfolio of efforts that you should be undertaking. This should operate much more like one of your business units, right? You have a portfolio of efforts, you measure the outcomes, you have winners, you have losers inside of it. Your metrics might be different. What you expect from the portfolio might be different, but this is the way you get consistent outcomes. Because really what you should be looking for, again, is the C-suite, is not just one big win now, but how do you build into your organization a way to win consistently? And if you think about it from a portfolio perspective, almost like a venture capital portfolio perspective, that's how you win consistently, not just for today.
Let's pivot to another technology. We'll talk about robotics for a moment. So over the last few years, we've seen robots become more advanced than ever before, and companies have incorporated robots to both increase production and decrease intensive manual labor. What are the best practices that leaders can take to do so in their organizations to streamline their business functions while maintaining quality?
I love robots because they're so much fun, right? They're this physical manifestation of these interesting ideas that people have, and not the least of which is they're in a lot of movies. That always makes it fun too. What's really interesting about where robots have been around for a long time, right? So everybody has seen them. You've seen them around. Maybe you've seen some of the sort of toy versions. Maybe you've been to a manufacturing facility and seen them sort of moving boxes around a warehouse or something like that. So the difference is with the advances in artificial intelligence, you're now starting to see a matching to that makes them a lot more powerful than they were before. So before, you could program a robot to say basically move a box from here to here, right? And it's just sort of everything kind of has to work almost exactly, you know, as programmed. And if the box is slightly off, the bottle's slightly tilted, it doesn't really grab it right. Now with computer vision, it can see it. With sort of machine learning, you can help it understand how to adjust to it, right? So I'm really excited about the era as it goes forward because you're going to start to see this transformation from these machines that were really interesting in very structured environments to these machines that work really in really interesting ways in less structured environments. And so again, if you're a CEO, right, you should be thinking about how do you get your hands dirty here? You know, maybe you don't change over your entire factory, but you should have part of your factory working with robots and understanding what the state of the art is. Because again, if you follow the pathway of how AI has impacted revenues and profits for other companies, this could have a very meaningful impact very quickly. So you need to be at the front edge of that, not wait for your competitors to race ahead.
Any examples of someone who's done that with a surprising outcome?
Oh, you mean with robots specifically?
Yeah, use of robotics, yeah.
There's actually, well, they're all of our clients.
Okay.
Right? So we won't name names, but there is a very interesting set of manufacturers, right, who've taken the standardized machine arms that everybody has seen in videos, I'm sure everywhere, right? The sort of standardized machine arms, and added on sort of the AI component through a partnership with a startup that we happen to know well. And because of that, they were able to reduce the load on the factory floor. So they're able to take people outside these sort of more dangerous environments where things were moving. And I know the next question is usually, wait, but then sort of all these people, they're going to lose their roles and their jobs and the hours associated with it. What I thought was really interesting was then they trained these people to be the managers of the robots, right? So then they became the people who could train, first of all, make sure they physically still operate in the correct way, but also were helping them manage sort of the AI component, right? The knowledge building of the robots. Oh, sometimes the box is shifted in an awkward, even a different way. Okay, we have to make sure that's noted and put into the system, et cetera, et cetera. So yes, you took the person out of the on-the-line job, the hard one, the one where they're wearing the back braces and moving things. Yes, you took those hours away, but you actually upskilled them and put them into more of a managerial role, but they're managing robots now, a factory of robots now. And that, I thought, was a really nice exhibition of making their factory run really well and faster and better, but also upskilling, and the investment and upskilling of the individuals who are there to then make a better output for everybody.
That's really interesting. Thinking about the higher order problems to solve, here's an easy one for you. Let's talk about quantum computing. Certainly, it's we're far off from quantum being used in practical applications, but we're hearing about its massive potential to solve real-world problems, maybe in the near future. Can you tell us your thinking about that?
No, I think it's really fascinating. Yes, there's the sort of more straightforward applications of it, possible application, pick a stock portfolio, things like that, optimize a supply chain. I really actually quite like some of the medical applications. So I actually have a team of PhDs who are working on helping use quantum computers to map the genome. Now you can do that with classical computers and it still does it better with classical computers, but we're closing the gap there. And if you can think about it, the modeling of the interaction of drugs, potential drugs, the exploration of new drugs with the human genome and how it might interact with the human body, that's a really fascinating area where quantum computers could be really, really, really meaningful. Mm-hmm. And so I think we're spending a bunch of time, again, at the PhD level, research level, figuring that out. There are clients and customers around the world really interested in that exploration, because I think everybody sees the longer term impact. When it comes, it's going to be a big, big, big deal. And that's why you're seeing such large investments by universities, by large technology companies who can afford it, and obviously by governments around the world.
And how can leaders prepare to use quantum in their businesses? What if they don't know where to start?
It was an interesting story when I talked to, again, particularly at the C levels of organizations, mm-hmm. the challenge is that I think the primary challenge that people are thinking about is basically breaking all encryption, right? That's sort of the seminal use case that everyone's worried about. And just sort of a small insight. So in 2020, just before the pandemic started, I was talking to, I won't reveal who, but the dean of a big name school within a big name university. And I said, what do you think about this, breaking encryption? He's like, I don't know when that's going to happen, but it's measured in decades with an S. And what's really interesting is over the last 3 years, right, as I go talk to different folks around the world in the quantum space, it went from decades with an S to decade without an S to decade minus within 10 years. Now there are certain people who are telling me within 5 years, within 3 years, there are some government bodies that are saying within 2, right, quietly, within 2. And I think that I'm not sitting here saying quantum encryption, we're going to be able to break encryption in the next 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. What I'm saying is there's a percentage probability that it might. And so if you're a CEO sitting in an organization, I don't know how many enterprises in the room would say, it's okay if somebody else can read all my emails. That's probably a bad thing. And so I think what CEOs and boards need to be thinking about are being very aware of what percentage likelihoods they think are going to be true about quantum computing and breaking encryption. Do they think it's 10 years, 20 years? If it's 20 years, you probably have some time. I would argue you still have to think about it. But if you think there's any chance it's happening in the 2, 5, 7 year time frame, you probably need to be thinking about it now. And I think the word is you're going to start to see some regulatory movement around that, or some suggestions from different governments around the world, particularly for those folks who have sensitive data information, to think about it from a security aspect.
I can see folks in the audience starting to sweat based on that statement. It's pretty thought-provoking if all of our data could be laid bare within a few years.
Yeah, everyone can read my emails. They're not very interesting. It's just when I'm going to get a haircut and stuff. But I think that you're right. The opportunity to see all your secrets, right, across your company, the secret formula that you protect so well, the communications that are confidential, you to client, right? You want to make sure those are protected. And again, I don't know at what percentage likelihood you're comfortable with it, but the numbers I'm sort of sensing and hearing out in the world, or the math of when I looked at the expected value of the people I talk to, I think people should be thinking about it. And I don't hear that discussion enough at the board level.
Mm-hmm. Yikes. About a year ago, we went through a really fervent hype cycle with Metaverse and Web3, yeah. and that seemed to have now settled down, and now we're talking about Gen AI. How have you seen those technologies evolve since they first came on the scene?
Yeah. No, I'll talk about them separately. So Metaverse, obviously, massive jump onto the scene. Again, difference between hype curve and reality curve. So when you look at the hype curve, it probably hit as high as it can probably hit. When you looked at the reality of what was going on underneath, right? The devices sold, number of people on these different metaverse universes, et cetera, if you visited them yourselves, you could see that we were early. Not that the promise isn't there, but that we were early. And the technology needed to evolve. And this is the same thing I said when we were in the middle of the hype cycle. What I actually think is really interesting is that there are continued investments in the evolution of headsets. Somebody just came out with theirs a month or two ago. Somebody's coming out with theirs in the first quarter of the year. Again, all of our clients, so we won't name them. But I'm really, really interested to see how right the ones that are coming out are going to get it. Because there is actual value to being able to use something like a headset to replicate a screen, right? Being able to see a world where your screens can surround you, being able to interact with somebody across distance and not have to fly there like we all did here today, or drive here as we did today, but being able to communicate them as if you were in the same room. There's value associated with that. That promise is actually quite interesting, but the technologies has to get better. And so we're seeing that pathway, and that's the reality curve. We're just seeing the pathway of the evolution of the devices. So come January, February, when the next device hits, I'm really interested to see how that happens. Now, so Web3, the other sort of the cryptocurrency sort of height and low, I thought that was, what I find really interesting there is I see a lot of people talking about it, it's like it's all over, right? It's done. Cryptocurrencies are done. If you look at the actual math of it, right, at the top of the height, cryptocurrency valuation, I just use that as an easy measurement of that space, right? It's not the only measurement, it's an easy one, hit about $3 trillion, right? And so when it all came down, it came down to $800 billion worth of value. It has since come back up to $1.1 trillion. So if you look at the time frame that it went actually from 0 to $1.1 trillion and ignore sort of this big bump in the middle, it's actually really, really impressive. And last I checked, Josh, $1.1 trillion is a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
Right? And so there's a lot of still stored value in that space. And what we don't talk about in sort of the popular press as much is all the banks are setting up for a world where this might be an investment class that you want to be, that us all as consumers want to be a part of. So they're setting up the partnerships, the infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. They're not talking about it, but they're all setting it up. And what you also see is regulatory clarity. That's a space that is crying out for regulatory clarity, because that's when what I call the big dollars, sort of the traditional financial systems, can attach itself to that world. You're seeing that regulatory come to base, not necessarily in all the countries, but if you look at what's going on in Singapore or Hong Kong, you're starting to see some more regulatory clarity associated with it. You're also seeing some very, very large traditional investment managers with trillions of dollars under management applying things for like Bitcoin ETFs. And I can tell you that the financial industry is watching that very, very closely with a lot of fascination. Because if those concepts get approved, they can see a whole series of dollars coming into the system. Again, attaching it to the more traditional systems. We're not talking about that right now, but as these things come to pass, I can see the possibility of these different inflection points that lead us to a very different place when we talk again a year from now.
It's a perfect lead into our last question, which is a lightning round question. We've talked about quantum, we talked about robotics, talked about Gen AI, the metaverse, and Web3. Yeah. What are you looking at in the year ahead? What trends are you tracking?
So I'm really excited about the application of these different technologies to the spaces that I think really matter to all of us, right? So I think that there's a significant possibility of using AI, including Gen AI, in terms of helping our doctors be better doctors, helping our teachers teach more kids around the world more fairly and more evenly, helping our research scientists discover different relationships between things they haven't thought about before. So I know there's a lot of talk on the stage about regulatory and all the challenges and problems with it, but I look at it from the other side. There's a massive opportunity for us to address the large questions that we want to address for our kids, for our society. And that's really what I look forward to over the next year. The folks that are out there applying these amazing advancements and tools, particularly in Gen AI right now, because it's happening really quickly, into these really meaningful spaces that can help move our society forward.
You've given us so much to think about. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeff and Josh. It's always great to hear Jeff's view of the future. It always paints a very bright view. And if you go and visit him in Silicon Valley, it will also scare you, as he did with me, with a headset and made me not want to walk out on a plank. But that's a whole other story for later. As you can tell, I'm not Kim Vanel. Kim is hosting another session in the studio, which will be available online next week. But my name is Jane Barrett. I am the global editor for Media News Strategy here at Reuters, and events as part of my remit. And it is my joy now to introduce our next conversation, Alessandra Galloni, our editor-in-chief, who you heard this morning, but now turning from the pretty brutal world of geopolitics to hopefully a much more fun and hopeful world with Lisa Jackson from Apple, and she is the Vice President of Environment, Policy and Social Initiatives. So over to you, Alessandra and Lisa.
Great. Thank you. So your job is hopeful.
Hopeful. We're hopeful this morning.
So
this
hopeful,
afternoon.
and also, as we'll get through the questions, one of the things that I want to get to is sort of what Apple can teach other companies. What lessons can we learn from Apple's travails, from Apple's successes? So we'll get to that. But let's jump right in.
Okay.
So. You have said, Apple has said, that it aims to make all its products carbon neutral by 2030. Mm-hmm. Can you beat it any faster? And if so, how?
I don't think so. But we did, in coming up with that goal, it's actually kind of interesting. We did challenge ourselves to go faster than the UN asked. Faster than what the world was saying we needed to do at the time to beat 1.5 degrees C. And we thought by doing that, it would give policymakers and our peers and our colleagues the ability to say, okay, if they can do it, let's find out how they're doing it, because we want to be able to copy that. So, part of it is we are a business, and so we wanted to do it in a way that is sustainable economically as well as for the planet. So this is not charity work that we do, and so it's really been about building on our history of clean energy investments, also our strong supply chain relationships. I know we'll talk about that in a minute. And thinking really a lot about materials and the so-called circular economy, this idea that materials themselves all have carbon embedded in getting to you, and how do we minimize that carbon by selection of materials and reuse of materials.
So you've raised a lot of things. We're going to try to dissect and parse each one of them. So the first one on decarbonization and on your efforts for decarbonization. They're heavily based on nature solutions, which involve protecting existing forests, endangered areas. But there is some criticism that this itself is vulnerable to climate change, forest fires, natural disasters. Is there a concern? Are you concerned about relying so heavily on these solutions?
So let me back that question up just a bit, if you don't mind. Our goal is that at least 75% of our carbon reductions come from actual use of clean energy, use of recycled materials, and changes in how we do transportation, which, by the way, is probably the piece that's lagging the most. So in our latest product, which was the Apple Watch Series 9 and the Ultra 2, we reduced the carbon footprint of the product 78%. That left about, I think, 8 kilograms per watch of emissions we just right now don't have the ability to take care of. Those are either transportation, logistics related. They are sometimes related to direct emissions of CO2 not related to energy, because all the energy used to make this is renewable energy. Or they're somewhere in the supply chain, and even like making the windmills to generate renewable energy has a carbon footprint. And so you have to account for that if you're really doing Scope 3 emissions. So all that left something that needed to be addressed. That's when carbon removal comes into play. So I personally believe we're not basing our work on carbon removal, but I also think it's really important not to leave that out. If you want to be aggressive and say, okay, we know, and we're a technology company, we know that technology is going to eventually catch up, but we believe we should also be investing in what science says is important, which is removing carbon from the atmosphere to give us all a little more breathing room, pun not intended.
Yeah, so you mentioned suppliers. So I was going to come to this later, but let's sort of jump there, because obviously a big part of this goal is to work with suppliers, to transition them to clean energy. I mean, talk to us a little bit about how easy or hard that is, and in particular, what do you do with suppliers that don't comply?
Yeah, it's easy until it's not, but let me back up. Part of the important base here is that Apple's own operations have been running on renewable energy since 2018. That gives us the ability to go to our supply chain and say, first, we're not asking you to do something we haven't done. Oh, by the way, since 2015, our carbon emissions have gone down 45%, but our profits, have gone up 68%. So we're also not asking you to do something that's bad for your business. And so then it becomes a matter of investment and know-how, how to make investments in clean energy, because people like me have been saying for a long time that clean energy can be just as profitable or more profitable than the traditional sources we're seeing. It's the know-how that's missing. So you asked about relationships. Apple has an incredible supply chain. We make millions of products, and we call on those same contractual relationships that we have to include in them now. In addition to all the other things we want you to do for us, we want you to run your Apple operations on clean energy. And before a business will sign up to that, they have to see a roadmap, and that's where we can help.
Because in reality, you're essentially, you're not paying extra for it. So you make it part of your contract, you're not paying extra for it. So how do you convince them to sign on to something which doesn't necessarily immediately have a financial impact for them?
Yeah, it is showing them how the financial impact over time makes sense. It is bolstered by the fact that many of them are in locations with governments and policymakers who are saying, we also want to switch to clean energy. We know we have to decarbonize our manufacturing sector. And so it's kind of like this meeting of, opportunity, and sort of in our mind, maybe the back or the front of our mind, we know we have to go here. We'd rather go here with Apple. You asked about enforcement, but the truth of the matter is that's what the contracts are for. And we were pretty transparent about the fact, part of the reason for this carbon neutral goal is, look, by 2030, all of our products have to be made with clean energy throughout the supply chain. So if you want to be an Apple supplier, you need to be there by 2030, and you can't start in 2029. It's not possible to do. So it's kind of all these confluences.
To a certain extent, though, Apple can charge enough of a premium for its products, being that you're Apple, sort of to induce suppliers to come along. But what about industries where the final price is just too competitive, and so they can't seek the premium? What advice do you have for them?
So we were talking about our CFO earlier, because you know him. I mean, I am very proud of the fact that he does not run when he sees me and my team coming inside the company. He
even took you to see the Pope.
He even took, well, the boss took us to see the Pope. But we both went together. It was awesome. But, you know, my point being, we don't factor in a premium to take care of the work that we're doing. What Tim has said to us is that I want to do this work, I want to lead in this work, but I want to do it in a way that other businesses can say, this isn't because they're Apple, per se, it's because they understand how to make clean energy, and I have to emphasize, recycled materials work in the manufacturing chain to drive emissions down. The one place I do think we do work that's kind of pioneering R&D, not yet scaled, is on the recycling and renewable materials, the so-called circular economy, where we're spending a lot of time with small manufacturing reprocessors to try to figure out how to get recycled rare earth elements or recycled tungsten. You know, many of us, recycled gold is not so hard because of the fact that it's worth a lot of money, or copper or tin. Those things are actually really important, and if you think about it, that's somewhere Apple can invest and then help to scale and bring those businesses along and hopefully make that circular economy really be a business, you know, a real economy. Yeah.
So we mentioned shipping, and this is fascinating, of course, because you've had changes in shipping, and Apple is known for flying products, but this is the new Apple, the new Apple Watch, is getting shipped. Is it about 50% of the time to cut carbon footprint? So tell us.
Non-air, 50% of the time, right?
Non-air, exactly, non-air 50% of the time. So how is that affecting your costs, including inventory in your books?
No, so it was a lot of discussion with our logistics and procurement team to make sure we could figure out. It adds to lead time a bit. You have to have more time in order to get product where we say it will be when we have first sales. But because of this product and because we had been working for years with the team, they were able to meet us there.
So sorry, meet us there, meaning you were able to, so the lead time was still long, but it was a compromise over, it wasn't as long as it could have been.
We were able to incorporate the lead time that you need for, say, freight on ocean as opposed to freight in the air. And of course, that cuts emissions dramatically. It's not where we need to stop. There's some really interesting things happening, and we're having discussions, I bet a lot of companies are, with really innovative thoughts around the fuels that are used, not just aviation fuel, but shipping fuels of all kind. And I think that has to continue. In fact, we're members of this First Movers Coalition. We're focusing on two things: sustainable aluminum, because we use a lot of aluminum in our enclosures, but also on sustainable aviation fuel for that reason. But yeah, to answer your question, we had to work with logistics and say, what can we both live with? So 50% by weight, not in the air, is our first change in how we've done business.
Would you say, how successful would you say this trial has been?
No, I think it's very successful. I'm not aware that that's been a challenge from a sales or revenue perspective.
And again, because this is fascinating, this sort of shipping back to ships, as it were. What are some of the? Talk to us a little bit more about some of the challenges that you faced, because again, you're sort of pioneering this, and it could be of interest to others who are thinking of doing this to a bigger scale.
Yeah, no, I think. I will not pretend to know the intimate details of how the processes work. The team have done it. What I'll say is, for most of it is, look, we're a consumer products company. This is about making products you love and getting them to you when you want them, whether it's for a gift or for you or because you're an early and you want it on day one. So that's always a challenge for Apple. It's that we make these products, we have to make them at scale, we have to ship them around the world, and we have to have what you want, where you want, in the time frame you want. Always a challenge. Since the day I started there and way before, we added one more boundary condition, if you will, one more complexity. But in doing that, we didn't start with 100% non-air. We tried to work with the team to figure out what would still give, the customer satisfaction that we want, as well as serve the planet. And, it's going to be a step process.
But do you think that, in this just-in-time world that we live in, consumers are just going to have to get used to not having it just in time or not having it in time? I mean, is that where the world needs to be going? Have we come to sort of expect something that actually is not sustainable?
Yeah, look, I don't think you're talking as much about our business model, because I think logistically, but in general, the idea that everything is available to me in seconds and split seconds, especially if it's a hard item, not something I can get virtually, is tough from a logistics standpoint. We are not there in terms of transportation fuels to be able to do that in a way that doesn't have a really significant impact on the planet. But I think there are great companies that are trying to think about that, and I do think that there's low-hanging fruit, a lot of it that can be had. We found it at Apple, and I'm sure other companies are looking for it.
Do you want to name some other companies that you think are doing a particularly great job?
No.
So let's talk about land use. Apple has supported a number of clean energy products, including in its home state, California. But there is a conflict over the amount of land that is needed to support some of these new technologies, wind, solar, and other forms of clean energy. How do you navigate this landscape?
Yeah,
which is highly politicized, right? Is there enough food? I mean, is there enough land to support renewable energy, to support food, to support nature and other uses?
Yeah, very, very fair question. And I think the answer to your question, how do you do it, is case by case and geography by geography. When I first started at Apple, we were really proud of a solar farm that we had done that was high enough off the ground to allow enough sunshine to come in so that animals could graze on the grass underneath, so you could have dual use. You could have husbandry and clean energy generation. And you have to think that way. We have solar energy in Japan and Singapore, not really known for a lot of land, but we, use rooftops. It was one of the first projects we did there. Obviously, a lot of governments are looking at more advanced technologies. There's offshore wind. There's all kinds of things that are happening. But at the end of the day, there are going to be places that are constrained. And one of the things we want to remember, because in making a carbon neutral product, I didn't say this, but it's my favorite part. It's not just making the product and shipping it, it's the use of the product. So every time I charge my watch, I'm using electricity. That electricity may or may not be clean. We know generally where you're charging, and so we can add clean energy to the grid to cover your charging, my charging, our users' charge. So that means we're having to do clean energy projects around the world. And sometimes, not often, we look and say, another clean energy project in California? Or should we go somewhere that's much more dependent on, say, coal or a highly carbon intense fuel and do a clean energy project there? Because you're actually making a much bigger difference on the grid. So we do occasionally have to look at geographies and really say, are we making a difference? And maybe also look at land use considerations.
So that's very interesting, because it is sort of a segue to the next question I had, which was, one of the things you do is you operate at scale, right? I mean, hundreds of millions of products per year. And so that has led you time and time again to China. And so if Apple's goal is to reduce its carbon footprint at scale, does that inevitably lead you, and inevitably, irrevocably, to China?
I'm not sure I follow. We're in China,
yeah,
so as long as we are manufacturing and have manufacturers there, we need to make sure they're operating on clean energy. And I think most people know that China is a huge energy developer, both of fossil fuel energy, but also I think the largest renewable energy developers in the world, just by virtue of their landmass and the number of people they have. So there's opportunity there. And I cannot remember the number sitting here. I want to say 70 or 80 suppliers out of 300 that are in China that have committed to 100% renewable for Apple's work. And so we have to do the work we're there, but we have to also do it at the other 200 plus suppliers that we're working with around the world. Those suppliers have already put 13.7 gigawatts of clean energy on grids around the world because they want to cover their Apple footprint. And they've committed to 20 plus gigawatts, and that number has to go up substantially. So it's real. It's real clean energy coming onto grids around the world to serve the needs of manufacturers, which is one of the hardest sectors to decarbonize.
Mm. Okay, so this is the moment where sort of we get the news you can use.
Oh.
So, you know, Apple does aim to be a model for other companies, and obviously your premium place in the market and I mean, your profitability allows you to be a leader, you know, to lead. How much, though, of what you do can be replicated in low margin businesses? You know, what would you say to businesses, you know, with smaller margins that are trying to cut carbon emissions?
Yeah, well, first thing is efficiency. You know, we still have a very robust water and energy efficiency program with our suppliers. And that is the easiest low-hanging fruit of all, because you use less energy, it helps your bottom line, and by the way, it helps your carbon emissions profile. The second thing is that in many places, the ability to have choice, to say, I would prefer to use clean energy, is where we can come in with you and say, let's go to the government together and explain why it's important that while this opportunity is in front, this, you know, manufacturing can switch over to clean energy. And you would be surprised how many governments around the world, I actually can't think of one right now who's saying, nope, not interested, you know, just please back off. Everyone has commitments because of Paris. Everyone's committed to making reductions, and so they're happy to come in with us. And I think even thinking about the material you use and efficiency around reuse and maybe even recycled material can be an opportunity. For every company, it's going to be different. But I don't want anyone to leave here thinking I'm here saying we can do this because of who we are or the size we are. I'm saying in this world, in this time, in 2023, November, I think it is, there is no choice between running a good business and being more sustainable. You need smart people thinking about what that means for you. And yes, we've taken an incredibly aggressive approach, but we should because of who we are. But that doesn't mean others should not do it.
But there doesn't have to be a trade-off.
No, there really, really doesn't.
Great. And on that, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us.
Thank y'all. Have a good one.
Thank you so much, Alessandra and Lisa. I think we're starting to see some patterns, right, about ESG and companies, about it really being integrated throughout everything that we're doing. And now we're going to take a little bit of a switch from ESG and sustainability in consumer products to transport. So we've got this next session, which is a panel discussion. The title is Energy Transition and Transportation Net Zero, the Path to a Sustainable Future, which is in partnership with SK. It's going to be moderated by RMI's Managing Director, Clay Stranger, and I will allow him to introduce his panel. So over to you, Clay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us. So I'm Clay Stranger. I'm excited about this distinguished panel that I get to moderate for the next 30 minutes or so. To my left, I have Dr. Kyung-Yul Song, Passkeys Chief Operating Officer. To his left, Roger Millar, the Washington State Secretary of Transportation. And to Roger's left, Lauren Riley, United Airlines Chief Sustainability Officer and Managing Director. And to Lauren's left, Uber's Head of Sustainability Product, Michael Alexander. So we heard a lot this morning, this afternoon, about the lead up to COP. Transportation will be central, I think, in the discussions this year. Transportation emissions are the largest source of emissions in the United States. They're one of the fastest growing sources of emissions in emerging economies around the world. And we also heard in some of the morning conversation that the UN published its global stocktake earlier this month or late last month, which was an assessment of where things stand today, in late 2023 against global climate targets. And frankly, the news was not super encouraging. And at the same time, that runs a little bit counter, at least to some of the narratives that I'm hearing around nonlinear change, exponential growth in some of the key technologies and systems that are going to enable the next, enable a low carbon or a zero carbon transportation future. One particular data point, I was just speaking with the CEO of a large mining company. He told me that every day in 2023, humanity is consuming as much cobalt as we did in the entire year of 2017, sorry. So think about 365x growth in a 3-year period in terms of the amount of cobalt being consumed globally. And clearly some battery chemistries are moving away from cobalt, but at the same time, that's both a leading indicator in terms of the exponential rate of change that we're seeing, also a little bit concerning as we start to think about energy security, mineral security, and so on. So what we've done for this panel, because we have, I think, some very important and different vantage points, is design a couple of questions that we'd like each of you to respond to, so we can kind of start to paint the picture from a multifaceted point of view. The first question I'd like to ask is, from your vantage point in the system, and Dr. Song, let's start with you and move to the left. What's your assessment of our progress to date as we think about global transportation decarbonization? Are you optimistic or pessimistic based on what you're hearing? And how are you thinking about the rate of change or the forecasted rate of change as influencing your assessment?
Thank you, Clay. I believe that we have been able to make a good progress for transportation decarbonization, but not sufficient enough yet to achieve a net zero in the next couple of decades. Let me share some perspective from my company, SK, and my background. SK Group, which is the second largest conglomerate in South Korea, began investment in electric vehicle battery for more than 40 years, early 80s. And in 2011, SK Group was my client for EV battery business when I was a consultant at McKinsey company in charge of EV battery strategy. At the time, which was 10 years ago, our prediction, as well as overall industry consensus, that the electric vehicle would achieve more than 20% of a market share by this time. But everyone knows that we are not there yet. There couldn't be many reasons for the insufficient progress, but I believe there are two fundamental reasons. The first one is that electric vehicle is not affordable enough yet to attract many customers, mainly because of the still expensive battery price. The second one is that the EV charging experience is still not convenient and not seamless enough for customers. If we can come up with solutions to successfully address those 2 points, I believe that we can achieve more and faster acceleration toward the net zero, and that's exactly what we are trying to do at SK. So none of us here would be satisfied with where we are, and I believe that there are still many challenges that we should overcome. But if I have to choose between optimistic and pessimistic, I would be cautiously optimistic about the future.
Thank you, Dr. Song. Roger, how should we be feeling waking up in the morning from Washington's point of view or from your point of view?
Again, I would go with cautiously optimistic. In my day job, I run the Washington State Department of Transport. In other capacities, I'm currently the president of AASHTO, the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials, which is the trade group for all the DOTs. I'm also the immediate past chair of the board of ITS America, so we're looking at the intelligent transportation space. And in that space, I like to tell people it's not your grandmother's DOT. You think of DOTs as getting the farmer out of the mud or building the interstate, the Eisenhower interstate system or what have you. We're moving to a different space, and it varies from state to state, certainly it varies regions around the country, but from a policy level in Washington state, our legislature under Governor Inslee's leadership, and I was appointed by and served Jay Inslee, so I'm kind of into the climate thing, right? We passed the Climate Commitment Act. It's a cap and invest program that is putting billions of dollars into decarbonizing transportation. We passed a clean fuel standard. We also passed the Healthy Environment for All Act, which is about environmental justice and making sure that as we do this work, it is for all of us. And then on the the practical side, down in the space,
We are decarbonizing everything in transport. We have an electric vehicle program that's been in place for about a decade. You hear about the NEVI program, the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program. 76 million of federal money comes to Washington State for that. That's about 10% of what we're going to be investing over the next 5 years. So, you're looking at close to $1 billion being put into charging infrastructure. We recently received a grant for hydrogen fuel, $1 billion there. We're collaborating with our partners to the south in Oregon and California on the West Coast electric vehicle highway system, on a system of electrical charging and hydrogen charging opportunities for heavy trucks. All of that work is going on. And last, but I think certainly not least, one of the things I do is run the Washington State ferry system, which is the second largest ferry system in the world. We move about 24 million passengers a year. And with 15,000 vehicles in our fleet, 21 of them, our ferries, produce 75% of the greenhouse gas that WashDOT's responsible for. The first of our boats, the Jumbo Mark II, called the Wenatchee, is in the yard right now being converted to a electric hybrid. It will run on battery power. We're going to charge them overnight and then top them off as they go back and forth across the Salish Sea. It'll have diesel on it in case of the big earthquake. If the grid goes down, we'll have that redundancy. But we're looking to decarbonize our waterborne system, which is going to make a substantial difference. So, I worry about extrapolating trends because things change. So I think they're changing for the better. I'll remain cautiously optimistic, and I'll do everything I can to bend that curve.
Thanks, Roger. Lauren, you're a senior leader from an industry that has sometimes been called hard to abate or hard to decarbonize. What's your take of where we stand?
Yeah, well, Clay, we are hard to abate. I mean, it's true. So what that means is that we don't have the solutions that we need today commercially available to make a difference. There's a handful of industries out there: marine, aviation, cement. There's a handful. But I would call myself a pragmatic optimist, maybe. Let's get real about what the change needs to look like. Today, aviation is responsible for about 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions. But if we continue to grow and we continue to fly unabated, we could be up in the double digits by the end of the decade, which is the exact opposite effect that we're trying to realize here. By way of just understanding a footprint, United alone, our greenhouse gas inventory last year was about 45 million metric tons. If we continue to grow by decade end, we'll be more than double that. And that's not decade end, sorry, by 2050. And that's just not acceptable to us. We made a pledge to go carbon neutral by 2050. The whole industry did, in fact, globally. United's commitment, though, was to do it without relying on the use of carbon credits. I'm sure folks here in this room are familiar with carbon credits, but essentially you cut a check, somebody else plants a tree, grows a forest, doesn't take the tree down, you name it, but you don't change anything in how you do your business. I'm not incentivized to do anything different, but yet I'm green. So there's something there that just felt a bit disingenuous to us when we made our commitment, which brings me to where we are today. Our emissions are going to go up before they go down. So you're going to see a couple years of emissions going up before they go down. And that has to be okay, because what's happening is that we're actually taking our time, money, and resources, and we're investing them in the solutions that we actually need, like sustainable aviation fuels. And sustainable aviation fuels are an alternative to fossil-derived fuels that we use today, with up to 85% less carbon, with potential to be net zero. Those are the solutions that we want. They're permanent, it's a closed-loop system, there's no net new use of fossil fuels, and it's innovation here in our backyard. And so we're investing in those technologies and those startup companies, because that's really what we need right now. If you ask me to show year-over-year progress, which I get that question all the time, the answer is I don't want to show that to you right now because the market doesn't exist for the solution that we really need. If you're forcing year-over-year progress commitments, I have to go out and cut that check, and that's not what you want me to be doing right now in aviation.
Thanks, Lauren. Moving from the skies to mostly the land. Michael, what's your read? How are we doing globally on transportation decarb?
Yeah, let me also take an optimistic view here. So I work at Uber. I'm thinking mostly about cars, and for me that can be cars that get you from A to B, but also cars that deliver your food or groceries or anything else you can get on Uber Eats. And if you look at the industry overall, it's electrifying pretty quickly. So you've got the number of different EV models is exploding right now. All the car manufacturers are getting involved, which was not the case a few years ago. You've got huge investment from governments like IRA. You've got charging infrastructure growing. EVs are normalizing for consumers, so that's all good. And if you look at our platform specifically, the Uber platform, things are moving even more quickly. So we're at 20% electric right now in London, 10% electric in California, 5% electric in the rest of the US and Canada. And those may sound like small numbers, but in the last year alone, we tripled the number of EVs on our platform. And so I think Uber also, I'm optimistic because we have a really big role to play here. So Uber drivers drive their cars a lot. And if you can get an Uber driver into an EV, that reduces emissions by 4 or 5 times as much, getting that same EV into the hands of somebody who will put it in their garage in the suburbs. And Uber drivers are just 1% of cars on the road, but they're going to make up a really large fraction of demand for public charging in a place like here in Manhattan. And so our efforts to grow charging infrastructure in cities is something that everybody can benefit from. And with riders as well, among riders who end up in an EV on our platform, 40% of them say that the very first time they encountered an EV was in an Uber. So we have a role to play with normalizing EVs with consumers as well. So I'm optimistic about the broader industry, but also optimistic about the role that a company like Uber can play.
Thanks, Michael. I want to stay with you for a minute, actually. Yeah. And you touched on some of what I wanted to get at here, but like electrification is often talked about as kind of the key spear, the key arrow in our quiver for decarbonizing transportation. Yeah. And for me, it's kind of a yes and. So you touched a little bit on the uptake of EVs in a couple of cities. Can you say a little more about the role of electrification from your point of view, and also what complementary other strategies, approaches, opportunities do we need to layer alongside electrification?
Yeah, let me mention, I'll start with talking about Uber's commitments. So 3 years ago, we committed publicly to sustainability for our mobility platform, and this year we added delivery. And the nature of the commitment is that by 2030, we will be net zero emissions in the US, Canada, and Europe, and globally by 2040. And then for delivery, there's also a component that has to do with packaging waste. So we want to reduce the unnecessary plastic packaging waste that might come with your Uber Eats order. And I'm a product guy, so let me talk about some of the products that funnel into that. And starting first with drivers. The name of the game is getting drivers to switch to electric vehicles. And so EVs can be intimidating. There's a lot to learn. And so we've built what we call the EV Hub. It lives in the driver app, so drivers can see it at any time. One-stop shop for everything to do with EVs. So you can hear what other drivers say about EVs. You can learn about public incentives. There's a tool for comparing costs. So you can see how much does a Tesla Model 3 compare to a Toyota Camry over the lifetime of a vehicle. And we know that charging is another challenge that drivers face. And so we're building a bundle of features that together we call smart charging that we think can help. It starts with a map that's in the driver app. You can see charging station locations. You can see power, availability, price. And so that helps a driver decide where to charge, but when to charge is also really tricky. It's actually trickier. So the best time to charge is when there's not that many riders requesting trips. Charging prices are low. Chargers are available, and getting those things right can be hard. So we're building something called the charging widget in the driver app that will provide what we think is the right answer for the best times to charge. And we have another feature called battery-aware matching, where we're pulling the real-time remaining range from an electric vehicle. So we can see if your car has 50 miles remaining, in which case we should filter out the trips that are longer than that. We shouldn't send you a 60-mile trip if you only have 50 miles. And so with riders, we're trying to get riders to request EVs as much as possible. We want to make it really easy in the Uber app for people to go green. So we have a product called Uber Green, where you can order EVs or hybrids for the same price as UberX. If you want a slightly more premium experience, you can order Comfort Electric. And we're building a new feature where we're going to show riders the positive impact from taking those products. So we're going to show them the emissions that they've saved or the emissions they've avoided by getting those cleaner cars instead of the standard ones. And then I mentioned there's a packaging component to our commitments as well for delivery. So what we're building is in the Uber Eats app, if you scroll through, you're going to be able to see which restaurants have sustainable packaging, and then you can order from those restaurants. So we'll make it easy to go green in the Uber Eats app as well. So I think those products all together are not going to be enough to get us to our commitments, but they're going to be useful steps along the way.
Thanks, Michael. Lauren, we hear sometimes in the news about electric aircraft being sort of on the horizon or over the horizon. From United's standpoint, electrification, and how do you think about its role relative to
Well, I'll be
overall?
totally honest, I have electrification envy for sure. But there's a role for electrification in aviation. It's just applying it to the right use case. We have invested in United in a couple of electric aircraft companies that are startups that are looking to put batteries on aircraft. Those will largely be used for short distance commuter or regional destinations. So think, for example, I live in Washington, D.C. I had to get here today for the conference. I could take probably an electric aircraft in the future, and I'm talking maybe in the next 5 years, so not that far off. We're also looking at net new innovation that's enabled by electrification in aviation. So the best example I have of that is vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, which are essentially flying taxis, and I'm sure Uber's looking in this space as well. But there are vertical takeoff and landing aircraft that here in downtown Manhattan, you can get on the helipad on top of a building, fly out to Newark, because I got to catch my flight to Chicago, and it's virtually carbon-free, assuming it's charged with renewable power. And it allows us to extend the customer experience. It allows us to provide a service that today we're not providing, and you no longer are snarled in that congested traffic, trying to get to the airport in what is typically a stressed out experience anyway. But fundamentally, majority of the solution that we're looking at within aviation is really around sustainable aviation fuels. What I will say about that is, it's really kind of an exciting space where we're using a whole host of different feedstocks to enable us to actually fly with lower emissions. Same experience, same engines, same planes, different fuel, and fundamentally taking the emissions out of that whole experience. And so we're using things like crop-based feedstocks that are cellulosic in nature, which means they're the waste stuff, the stuff you don't want. Like if you eat your corn and you throw out the rest of it, we'll take that and we'll convert that into a jet fuel. Trash out of your trash can. We can take that and we can gasify it and turn it into a jet fuel. The fuel of the future that I'm most bullish about is actually using CO2 from the atmosphere. So literally sucking CO2 out of the atmosphere, we got plenty of that, and converting that into a jet fuel. So there's a tremendous amount of innovation going on, and all of those fuels require access to abundant renewable power that's cost effective, and of course green hydrogen. So that enabling infrastructure for industries like mine that are hard to abate, and we're gonna take a little bit longer to take the right steps to permanently decarbonize, we do need fully electric infrastructure to enable our progress.
Thanks. Quick follow-up question. I know there have been some sustainable aviation fuel test flights where some blending of sustainable aviation fuel was required with traditional fuel. From a consumer standpoint, from a safety standpoint, should we have high confidence in these? Do they perform? Do these fuels perform as well as?
Oh, it's super awesome. So I was on one of those planes, and chemically identical fuel. So the same fuel. It's just derived from a different feedstock. And we can drop it in today. The problem is not necessarily the technology, it's that we just don't have enough suppliers. The supply does not exist. There are 2 producers today. But with the right incentive packages, which I really call out the state of Washington for their very ambitious and what I think will be sort of a game-changing policy package to enable some of these innovations to come to market faster, I think we're going to see a lot more producers in the years to come in some of these new pockets that are taking leadership position, and I'm very excited about that.
Thanks so much. So Roger, you talked a little bit about the ferry transition. You have a very multimodal state. how are you all thinking about electrification, and what else? What else do we need to be thinking about as you imagine giving advice to neighboring states, other places in the world that have a heavy multimodal split like you do? How should we think about the mix?
Well, we want to decarbonize cars and light trucks, but a freeway jammed with decarbonized light cars and trucks is still a freeway jammed. I am the sponsor of I-5, where there's always lots of free parking. It's the nature of it. What we need to do is give people choices. People don't want to be directed to do something, but if we can give them safe and convenient and attractive choices to driving alone in a car, regardless of how it's fueled, we're really going to make that difference. We're investing $54 billion in the regional light rail system in the central Puget Sound area. That is going to make a difference. We're investing in electric buses statewide with all kinds of bells and whistles, but they're decarbonized. They're also cheaper to run, cheaper to maintain. They last longer. There's a lot of value there. The other thing we're looking at is land use and reducing VMT per capita. Washington State has the greatest reduction in VMT per capita of any state in the country. It's primarily through our commute trip reduction program, but every one of those trips not taken is carbon not going into the atmosphere. So I think our land use strategies are going to be just as important as our decarbonization strategies. On the heavy truck side, we're looking at hydrogen. The problem there is weight, and frankly, with the cars and light trucks, the problem there is weight too, because energy is energy. And if you take someone who's driving a fairly efficient gasoline-powered car because of the CAFE standards, and you put them in a great big heavy truck with a battery in it that could support a half dozen smaller vehicles, that's a place I think we ought to be looking just for the resource waste and the equity side of it. I hate to see manufacturers stop manufacturing affordable electric vehicles so they can fill this market for the great big heavy electric vehicle with the one guy with the baseball cap driving around in it.
Thanks for that. Dr. Sung, so similar question to you. You've worked a lot extensively on battery technology. Share with us a little bit about Passkey's plans as it relates to electrification, and if anything else you'd like to add, like electrification and what else?
Yeah, definitely electrification is playing a very important role in energy transition toward net zero, and that's the main reason why SK Group established the company Passkey in the United States, where I serve as COO. We named the company name Passkey with the hope that we provide a key and solution that can open a door for transportation decarbonization and energy transition toward net zero. When we found Passkey, we had two missions, which may sound contradictory to each other. The first mission was to accelerate the energy transition toward net zero based on renewable and electric vehicle. And second mission is to provide reliable, convenient, and affordable electricity service to customers, no matter where they are, no matter when they need. As you know, these two missions are very challenging tasks to achieve at the same time, because the power grid tends to be vulnerable and less stable when we have more renewable and electric vehicles. Recently, we are observing and experiencing many blackouts and power shortages because of this region. And also, our assessment shows that many leading cities and key infrastructure in the United States, like airports, already have some issues in power grid shortage because of this problem. So without solving this power grid problem, the current ambitious vision for net zero is almost mission impossible. Definitely adding a long range of transmission line is a very important initiative to solve this problem. And that's exactly what we need to do. But my observation is that adding transmission line is a very important, but at the same time, very challenging task. So that's why, as a Passkey, we are trying to find the alternative solution or complementary solution based on artificial intelligence battery and energy storage and EV charging in such a way that our customers can enjoy affordable and convenient power service even on the net zero vision. That's what we're trying to achieve.
Thanks, Dr. Song. So we are almost out of time, but really quickly, I want to just ask each of you for a parting shot here. Starting with you, Michael, if you look across sort of the landscape, what is an opportunity or a source of hope relative to its impact potential that each of you thinks maybe doesn't quite get enough attention or flies under the radar?
We need to take on personal car ownership. So multimodal transport, I think, is the low emission lifestyle. It's walking, biking, taking the train, the occasional Uber Green, an EV rental on the weekend. So we need to take on personal car ownership.
Lauren?
Well, I know we didn't get a chance to talk about it today, but what's really fascinating to me is how climate is so closely tied these days with discussions around sort of climate justice and social justice issues and enabling those that previously have not been enabled in the transition. And so we're seeing sort of a lot of folks that are not only tolerating a more sophisticated conversation around climate, and they're very interested in it itself, which we have not seen a whole lot of consumer interest in it previously, but we're seeing this movement around actually doing it right. And so how do you make sure that as you transition your business, as you're thinking about a future, how do you succeed in a future that is low carbon? I mean, that's my problem statement fundamentally. How do you do that with the communities around you? And how do you enable sort of a broader representative workforce that allows you to be more successful as a business? And so it's becoming a lot bigger than climate, which is very exciting.
Roger?
I think what young professionals and young policymakers are doing today to link transportation and land use and the environment rather than considering them in separate silos is really showing promise. Going to Copenhagen and seeing their cycle superhighway network and saying, oh, it never happened here. They're doing it in Salt Lake City, and we're working on it in Washington State. But linking land use, transportation, and the environment and thinking of them holistically is going to move us forward.
Great. And Dr. Song?
Well, I began to work on this energy transition starting from 2007, so more than 15 years. Based on my 15 years experience, my belief is that technological innovation and government support have moved in the right direction in the long term. So if we look at just short term, like 1 or 2 years, there's an up and there's a down. But if you look at more long-term horizon, like more than 10 years, I believe that technology and government support will move for the benefit of this energy transition toward the net zero.
Terrific. Well, big thanks to this panel for sharing generously with us, and thanks to the audience for your kind attention. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. If you didn't during this panel, I would encourage you to Google United Airlines vertical takeoff plane, because I just did that and it is very cool, but I hope it's the same cost as an Uber. So if you could take that into consideration, that'd be great. We now have a 30-minute break until our next session, so please go grab a snack, grab a coffee. We'll resume at 3:50 sharp with an interview you don't want to miss. I've just spoken to her outside, Unilever Chief Executive Officer for Beauty and Wellbeing, Kara Sabin. So we'll see you back here shortly. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you got a moment to grab something to eat, get a coffee, feeling refreshed. The rest of the afternoon sessions, we've got about an hour 10, hour 20. We're going to hear from 4 speakers. They're all one-on-one interviews, and they're all helmed by Reuters journalists and follow the Reuters trust principles, which means, as I've said, nothing is off the table. So a reminder also that you can visit slido.com, or you can go on the Reuters Events app. I think it's questions and polling. You can click on that. That will take you straight to Slido, and you can ask questions directly, and the moderator can ask them in the sessions. And the same thing goes for anyone watching at home on the live feed. So up first, we have an interview with Unilever's CEO of Beauty and Wellbeing, Cara Sabin. This is being moderated by my colleague Vanessa O'Connell, who is Reuters Global Industry Editor for Consumer Retail. Welcome to the stage.
Cara, it's so great to sit down with you.
Good to be here, Vanessa.
So just to start, I wanted to chat a little bit about the beauty market, which has been on fire lately. There's been quite a bit of change. I know you've worked at Neutrogena, L'Oreal, Avon, and Sundial. And I'm just curious, what surprised you about being in the business of beauty?
Oh boy, what surprised me? I graduated from business school in the late 90s and had a very close friend who went directly into beauty. And I made the decision at that time, my perception was that beauty was frivolous and not serious. And what surprised me when I entered beauty 20 years ago was it's everything. It's strategic, it's analytical, it's creative, it's scientific, it's a mix of everything. It's incredibly dynamic, super competitive, and no 2 days are the same. And that really is what has kept me in the industry, is the ability to make an impact and make change in such a fast-moving, dynamic industry.
We're looking at Unilever specifically as a global company, and we tend to look at these industries globally. So I'm also just curious to ask you, as CEO of Beauty and Wellbeing for Unilever North America, do you see anything notably different about American consumers in this area versus in China or in Europe, for example?
So my current role, as you said, I am focused on North America. I've had other positions in my career that had more of a global perspective. But I would say that consumers are more similar than they are dissimilar. So fundamentally, consumers want products that work. They want brands that they can connect to, that have a value system that they can enlist in. So I really think there's more similarities than dissimilarities across the world.
Unilever acquired Sundial, whose main product is Shea Moisture.
Correct.
In October 2022, and that's one of the largest producers of hair care products.
Right, in the acquisition.
2020.
Yeah, it was 18, fall of 2018.
Oh, okay, thank you so much, thank you. And that was, Unilever spent about $1.6 billion.
I can't speak to how much. I wasn't there. I don't know how much they paid for it.
And at the time, the brand had about 250 million in revenues.
Approximately.
And Unilever has set a target for Shea Moisture to be a $1 billion brand by what year?
2020. So we call it the Billionaires Club. So Unilever has 14 brands that are north of €1 billion in global sales. And the acquisition of Shea Moisture was with that intention, for that to become one of the brands that is part of that club. So 2030 is the date at which we are striving for.
How close are you to breaking into that?
We're on the path. We're on the path.
Unilever CEO has also recently said that that company is going to focus just on the top 30 products in this vast global consumer products company.
Right.
How does that affect Shea Moisture, for example, and some of the other brands in your portfolio?
Yeah. So the Global 30 does not include all of the brands that are necessarily critical in a particular market. So in North America, we have 5 core brands that we're focused on. 3 of those are global brands that are part of the Global 30, Vaseline, Tresemme, and Dove. But there are markets like the United States and Canada that have what we call local jewels or local gems. And those are brands that are incredibly important to the region. And in the case of Shea Moisture and Nexus, my North America business can't grow if those 2 brands don't grow. So they are incredibly important. And if North America doesn't grow, then beauty and well-being globally doesn't grow. So it's not on the top 30 list now, but it is absolutely important to our growth strategy.
Specifically, since you've been with Sundial for several years now, I mean, a lot has happened since you joined Sundial.
Yeah.
How has the Black beauty marketplace changed?
Wow, it has changed so much. You know, I was saying in an earlier session, being in this industry for so long in my career as a woman of color, as a Black woman, there were times where it was a frustration trying to make the industry or help shape the industry to be more inclusive. I think over the past couple of years, what we've seen, you know, starting with the pandemic and people spending more time at home, having to do their own hair at home, and then in 2020 with the social justice uprising, there was a very sharp call to action to support Black-owned businesses. And that was very much aligned with Shea Moisture's mission, which is to support entrepreneurs, because we think if you support entrepreneurship, you can help close what we call the racial wealth gap. And so we do that by grants, education, mentorship, that sort of thing. But in 2020, what we really saw was a groundswell of support for these founders and these businesses. And the disruption, I you know, would say a welcome disruption in the industry is you know, just opening up the opportunity for new brands that had new offerings or new positionings, and Shea Moisture has played a role in supporting those founders and making sure that they have the platform and the visibility that they deserve.
Shortly after the murder of George Floyd, excuse me, I know that Shea Moisture or Sundial pledged how much to support Black entrepreneurs?
So to date, we have we've invested over $10 million, 50,000 in educational hours, and we've supported about 250 various businesses, either Black, women of color led. And just to give you an example of that, this year we had a program called the Next Black Millionaire. So the name is, you know, kind of a catchy name, but it wasn't a competition show. It really was our opportunity in partnership with Roku to develop a docuseries that chronicled the journey of 3 entrepreneurs, 3 Black entrepreneurs, different industries, different paths on their entrepreneurial journey, but to show the good, the bad, and the ugly, and do that in a storytelling way to not only show what it takes to be an entrepreneur, but to demonstrate the mission that Shea Moisture has, which is to support founders.
Just to change it up a little bit, Unilever is obviously up against, you know, some pretty stiff competition, specifically with prestige companies that have prestige brands like L'Oreal, for example, or Procter & Gamble, of course. What is Unilever's acquisition strategy when it comes to prestige brands, for example?
Yeah, I won't speak to the acquisition strategy, but as you are probably aware, we do have a have a prestige business within Unilever with some incredible brands like Tatcha and Hourglass and Living Proof. And those brands are doing incredibly well. In beauty and well-being globally, we see a lot of growth in prestige. We see a lot of growth in what we call health and wellness. And so we're going to continue to fuel that growth.
Let me also just ask you about this B Corp structure that Sundial had before Unilever acquired it.
Right.
B Corp structure, as I understand it, allows companies to prioritize social missions over shareholder returns. how has that benefited Sundial or Shea Moisture? Have you noticed a difference since it's become a B Corp? Has it always been a B Corp since you have been with the company? And what advantage do you feel that gives Sundial?
Yeah. So when Sundial was acquired, it had already had its B Corp certification. The process, as you probably know, every 2 to 3 years you have to get recertified, so it's on a point system. And the purpose is really to reward businesses that not only sell a product or a service, but to acknowledge businesses that are doing a greater good for people or the planet. And so it has been beneficial in terms of the validation that it provides to the consumer. And it's, you know, the purpose, many of our brands, we have very purposeful brands. And so we have this mantra that we call purpose, science, desire. So within our portfolio, we look at our brands, and the goal is if they are brands that are purposeful, it could be a sustainability mission, it could be a mission like Shea Moisture, based on science and technology, and in terms of desirability, unmissable superiority. If brands can hit on all 3 of those areas, we feel that those brands have a competitive advantage.
Is Sundial or Unilever, are you using AI for your products?
Yeah.
How so in your portfolio? What is working and what is not working in terms of
Yeah.
artificial intelligence?
So we, to answer that, I'd like to talk about our global research and development. So we have a partnership with the University of Liverpool, and there is a lot of work that they're doing around robotics and material chemistry. And so we have technologies like fiber technology that helps build fiber within your hair from within, or technology that targets where your hair most needs hydration. So things like robotics in that partnership help fuel that. In terms of AI, there are a couple of things that we do. One is learning from search data, and in real time being able to, for our brands that have e-commerce sites, being able to change the description or adapt the description so it's more relevant in terms of what we're seeing in search results. So that's like an example where in real time we're taking what we're learning and incorporating that into our DCOM sites. We also have done a lot around diagnostics and tools. And so our Tresemme brand, we have a virtual try-on, which is one of the first where you can try different styles, different hair colors, different textures. And so AI is here to stay for sure, and finding unique ways to apply it and make what we do better.
I have a specific follow-up question to that. If we were to see people start to use ChatGPT this holiday season, for example, or anytime, and put into ChatGPT, what's the best product for my curly hair? Will Shea Moisture pop up? Is there a way for you?
No, we should do it right now and see.
Is there a way for Unilever and for you to, strategize in an environment where people may be using ChatGPT to make more purchase decisions? Have you figured that out yet? Have you looked at that yet?
We have over 300 applications of AI within our global ecosystem of how we're using AI. So, my answer would be nothing is off the table. I can't share with you all the ways that we're leveraging AI, but I think what you're talking about is definitely the path that the industry is headed down, and the consumers using AI almost as a search engine. I think that is what we're probably going to see very soon.
Is it harder to get the attention of Gen Z for a beauty brand than Gen X or Gen Y?
I don't know if it's harder. Gen Z, or even now we're talking about Gen Alpha. They are not only digital first, but the younger end of that spectrum, mobile first. And so that is their world. And so making sure that we are thinking from that mindset and understanding that you can't take a traditional media or advertising campaign and adapt it into a digital or mobile environment, but thinking mobile first and designing content, creative, comms, and all of that, that is, we think, the best way to connect with that consumer.
So, gaming?
Gaming, yeah, yeah, gaming's fun. So gaming is interesting. There's a lot of interesting things happening. I can't speak to all of them, but one that's interesting is 20 years ago, Dove really disrupted the beauty industry with the Campaign for Real Beauty. And what we have done recently is what we're calling the Campaign for Real Virtual Beauty. And so from research, we know that 60% of girls under the age of 10 are gaming. And if you think about the disruption that we did in the real world by showing real representation of women, we are bringing that to the virtual world. And so creating programs to provide education and tools for developers to design more inclusive virtual worlds so these young girls can see themselves reflected and not repeat what we've learned from the real world in the virtual world.
Very cool. I'm going to take a question from the audience real quick. How do you align existing products with the evolving purchasing priorities of your youngest consumers? Do value supersede price as a decision driver?
Great question. So we center the consumer first in everything that we do. So what the consumer needs, and in many cases what they desire and may not even know that they need. And so we start first with filling that need, fulfilling that need, and then building around that. Pricing is obviously an important lever in any business strategy, and we'll continue to flex that lever. So the question went away, so I'm not sure if I answered the full question, but yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Kara.
Thank
it was
you.
Great to have this opportunity to chat with you.
Yeah, thank you, Vanessa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a fantastic discussion. All right, it's my pleasure to introduce our next guest. Again, a conversation which comes under the Reuters Trust Principles. The next guest is responsible for the UK's financial services policy, reform, and regulation. So obviously, in the current climate, there is a lot to talk about. Please welcome to the stage UK Treasury Economic Secretary Andrew Griffith, interviewed by my colleague, editorial events editor Jane Wardell.
Thank you, Kim, and welcome, Minister.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. As Kim just mentioned, you've been wearing a couple of hats now for the UK government for a little bit over a year. One is City Minister. In that role, you're a key liaison between the financial sector and the government, and your other role is Economic Secretary to the Treasury, which brings in tax and customs. I read a recent interview where you were describing the financial service industry as an engine of growth for the country as a whole, and made clear that you're aiming to boost London's competitiveness as a global financial centre. That seems like you're at the tough ask end of that goal at the moment. Where do you think things stand?
Well, first of all, it's a very important focus for us, for the Prime Minister, the Chancellor, myself. The UK financial and professional services is about 12% of our whole GDP. So bluntly, you're not going to grow the overall economy sustainably unless the financial and professional services is a big part of that. It's something where we see a lot of the application of new technology. This would be staggered if this was the first conference where people didn't talk about artificial intelligence. Right? I didn't get that one wrong. And you know, what is a financial services industry? Typically, it handles daily vast amounts of transaction data. So actually, it's a fairly proximate use case for that particular changing technology. But there's others. The transition to sustainable, low-carbon energy generation, the biggest journey that humankind has ever been on in the shortest period of time, is going to suck in prodigious requirements for capital, and so it's really important. So I think there are lots of opportunities. It's not an easy time. The job of the UK, amongst other leading countries, is to try and make sure that we keep together the global financial system at a time when inevitably it was stressed coming out of COVID and the sad geopolitical events of both the last month, but before that, the last nearly 18 months now in Russia and in Ukraine, led by Russia's invasion. There's a proper job to do, and it's a job we do by having conversations, by working with each other, and by trying to keep that system as aligned as possible.
And it's something, you've been overhauling regulation since Brexit. It seems some, are perhaps performing better than others in post that. I mean, to cite one statistic, the UK financial services exports have fallen to 2005 levels in real terms. In contrast, the French exports have surged, and in fact, the French central bank called the result a spectacular Brexit benefit. So where, when, and how is the UK's spectacular Brexit benefit?
Well, I don't recognise those numbers, but we don't get anything by going down into a wormhole on that. There are more people working in the financial services sector in the UK now than there were back in 2016, but perfectly fairly, no one would know what the counterfactual would be. It is a growth industry, and it's an important part of UK exports. In life, you've got to control what you can control, and over the last 12 months in particular, our big focus has been putting in place a new corpus of financial regulation, Financial Services and Markets Act 23. Effectively, that's an update, a generational update. Yes, it wrapped in some of our changed relationship with Europe, but it also went back and looked at a whole bunch of technologies, including ubiquitous connectivity, starting to think about the implications of the chain, and just how financial architecture has moved on in the last quarter of a century. We've got that on the statute book, and the job of work over the next 12 months, it's a sort of 2-year project, if you like, Jane, is to implement that. There's lots and lots of measures, and we've got what we call the Edinburgh reforms, which is about 30 individual measures, and then the Mansion House reforms, which are about freeing up pension capital. As the UK has the second largest global pool of pension capital, but it's quite fragmented, and some of the regulatory incentives, particularly since 2008, have perhaps over-prioritized liquidity versus performance. And of course, we all want, society wants, governments want people to have the best pension in retirement, not necessarily just liquidity for 30 years that they don't need. So we're trying to rebalance some of these things. And the phrase that I would use is the aggregation of marginal gains. My background was in business. I was a chief operating officer. That you sweat each part of the business. It's not one silver magic bullet.
You just mentioned the Mansion House reforms then. There was some concern that there was no legislation included in the King's speech yesterday. Is that an indication of that is falling behind or stalling somehow?
No, I think there's a huge amount that we can do with the regulations as they are today. I mean, essentially, I'm sure this is broadly similar in many systems. The regulation locks in the higher order principles and the power, and then you've got various different regulators write in the detailed code, the rule books underneath that. And that second part generally doesn't require primary legislation. And we know that primary legislation is slow, it takes a while to get through the legislature. Given the imperative to act, much better to really maximize what we can do within the existing system. And I think we can do that because over the last decade or so, we have seen a substantial shift away from risk capital, equities, infrastructure, alternative illiquids, into very short-dated or highly liquid instruments. So that's happened under the existing legislative framework. So my contention is you don't actually need legislation to fix that. You can look at some of the details of the codes, but there's also a cultural piece. I think there is, particularly since 2008, there's been a number of incentives in the system to try and almost extinguish risk. I don't want to exaggerate, but almost to try and extinguish risk. You can't run a prosperous financial system that delivers good outcomes to people in society and growth to the economy without an element of risk. Very much about sort of trying to get to the right place, move the pendulum to a sort of balanced position. I don't want anyone to think, we're going to the extremity, but there is a unifying theme to have a little bit more risk in the system and for the regulators to focus their endeavor. And I hope many of you who operate in this market will see this change, because that'll be the acid test, to focus a bit more on growth and international competitiveness. Sometimes that's the rules themselves. A lot of time, that's the way the rules are implemented, the speed of an authorization or a permission, something like that.
Speaking of international competitiveness, we recently saw the listing of the UK chip designer arm here in New York. How confident are you that reforms being made in the UK will kind of see less of that happening in the future? How enticing people to be listing in London?
It's certainly one way we test the efficacy of reforms. Every particular fact pattern will be slightly differently, but make no bones about it. We are streamlining things like the prospectus and the process of raising new primary capital. We've already done some of that for secondary capital raising. Again, some of that is just shifting from an analog, paper-based world to one that's digital and which people can move faster, so you don't need to hold an offer open for 2.5 weeks waiting for the postman. There's this thing called email or online applications. So there's quite a lot of modernization that's going on. And there's an important point about governance. Everyone wants high governance standards. The UK stands shoulder to shoulder with all of the major developed markets in organizations like the FSB, IOSCO, the Bank of International Settlements. So our commitment to high quality is undiminished. But by the same token, there is a thing that the same fund, the same pool of money managed by the same people shouldn't hold, say, London listings to a different standard to those in New York. So if you've got founder shares or you've got a particular issue with capital structures, you should try and have a level playing field, and we're definitely pushing back a little bit on that.
Okay, I want to hop to the economy more broadly. How concerned is the government about signs of a recent slowdown in the UK economy? Are you headed for a recession?
Well, you'd have asked me that question any time, I think, in the last 18 months, and that's not where the UK is. There's more work to do, don't get me wrong. The point is to grow at a significantly higher rate than the UK has grown, but we're one of the fastest European G7 economies out of COVID, so that's a good start. And the biggest single focus, and there will always be trade-offs, you fully understand that, Jane, has been inflation. And the short-term objective to halve inflation this year. The bank and others forecast that we're on track to achieve that. We're now, in November, so we'll see how the next few weeks and months goes. But you've got policies about making choices, and choices are what you choose to focus on. And at the moment, just so everybody is clear, the choice that we've made, because it's very important and it speaks across to the whole economy, is how we can bear down on inflation.
Do you have any concerns about the situation in the Middle East giving inflation new life by pushing up oil prices?
I don't think there's an economy or a treasury minister from any jurisdiction you'd choose to invite here that wouldn't be concerned about the geopolitical challenges and of course the tragedy that's happening in the Middle East at the moment. But what do you do in that situation? Well, certainly geopolitically, the UK is using its voice in the United Nations, in all of the core security forums to look for containment and restraint. And then we'll carry on trying to manage the stewardship of our economy as best we can.
Tax cuts. When will they be on the agenda? Before the next election?
Look, we've been very clear about. Look, I mean, I'm a conservative philosophically. Myself, the Chancellor, the Prime Minister, all believe in a dynamic, low-tax economy, but one that also has high-quality public services. But in terms of timing, if that's the long-term direction of travel, in terms of timing, you've got to make tough choices. And if you say, look, our priority is first to reduce inflation, to get growth back up, and then to see over time debt falling, you've got to follow that through. And that's not comfortable, and sometimes the political and economic cycles are not perfectly aligned. But we've got to, above all, elevate the duty to the UK people, and at the moment that's helping them with the cost of living and reducing prices.
Before the next election?
You're gonna keep pushing. And look, we did cut taxes at the spring budget, and it was a really insightful thing that we did, which is, what's the biggest constraining factor on the UK economy at the moment? It's the supply side, right? And that's what's causing inflation. We have a very, very tight labour market. And so actually, although it didn't sound like a big tax cut, as it were, it was a tax cut. It was to eliminate a prohibitive tax rate on contributions to people's pensions above a certain level. And although that sounds a bit arcane, that was a real world thing, because you were seeing people in their 50s effectively leave the labour market, because if they'd continued to work and continued to fund their pension, they would have faced some really quite high rates of marginal tax. So that went. And not only was it an affirmation of our desire to cut taxes, it was also a really important measure to help the supply side of the economy by keeping people in the workforce for longer.
I might be jumping from frying pan to fire here, but the election, Conservatives are really quite behind in the polls at the moment. What's going to happen between now and then, from your perspective, to turn that around?
Well, look, we're going to focus on what the reforms that we've set out to do. It was only yesterday that the King's Speech, the legislative programme for the next year, was outlined. I think people should see the UK as getting on and delivering some choices for the long term. There was an interesting bill in there about not legalising, but creating a legislative framework for level 4 self-driving autonomy. That's exactly where you should expect us to be, right? Pushing innovation, being open, progressive, and
just quickly on that, I'm going to throw in this last question from the audience, because you mentioned innovation. They ask, how much has Brexit disincentivized the UK as a centre of innovation, you're just talking about, by limiting the free flow of financial and human capital?
Well, look, I'll be pretty bold. I think not at all in those two respects, because those aren't physical barriers. In terms of the free flow of labour, and I've just come from a tech conference just down the road, we've got a more permissive work visa and immigration framework now as a sovereign country than we had in 2016. There's a global talent visa. You don't even need a job offer to come if you've graduated from some of the top universities in the world, including in the US. If you want to come and found a business, if you're an innovator, then there's the Innovation Founders Program. So actually, you haven't seen a diminution in the level of people who are coming to the UK to work. You've seen an increase since COVID, since Brexit. And in terms of financial capital, I think that's absolutely true as well. I think everyone's got their own favourite statistic. There's more capital that's flown into London in domains like fintech, happens to be my responsibility, than into France, Germany and Sweden combined. So everyone's got their own favourite. I'm pretty cautious about people bandying around statistics. But you talked about the election, and I think it's just helpful to people to know, first of all, everything that we've set out to do on our financial reform agenda, I think we could do before an autumn election. I think we've got pretty much 12 months to run at that, and we can make all of those changes, and we'll start to see the benefits. Secondly, when you see those polls, and the polls will be what they are, just be aware, and I'm sure you are, Jane, that about 1/3 to 40% of respondents say they don't know. And they're excluded from that delta. So when you say such and such is 20 points ahead or behind, I'm sure that's right for those that have got an expressed preference. But there's also, it shouldn't be a surprise after the things that we've all been through, with the global pandemic. There's a lot of people who are, frankly, a bit grumpy, a bit dissatisfied with the status quo, and haven't made up their mind. So I'm not trying to sell you a particular destination, but I would just be a little bit cautious. 12 months, a long way to run, and a lot of people who haven't made up their mind in those polls.
Okay, well, we'll watch with interest to see how you turn around the grumpy folks. But the good news is we've run out of time for me to ask you about tax cuts again, so we will move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's interesting, actually, you should talk about, the number of people who are grumpy and dissatisfied during the pandemic. My background is I worked in the Middle East for a long time, covering conflict, geopolitics, and security. But during the pandemic, naturally, I thought it would be a great time to get into e-commerce. So I launched a dog business specifically for grumpy golden retrievers. And you may be surprised to know or not that it did not last. But nevertheless, it means I am very familiar with the business of the next guest, who is from Shopify. If you've ever bought anything online, chances are you've used Shopify. The e-commerce giant is now making big bets, but will they pay off? So I'd like to welcome to the stage now Shopify President Harley Finkelstein in conversation with my colleague, e-commerce reporter Ariana Michelmore.
I have lots of advice for the golden retriever business. Yeah.
Hi,
Social shopping for golden retrievers is going to be huge, I think. Yeah.
So hi, everyone. Harley, long time no see.
Yep.
So let's jump right in, because I think you're one of the few retail companies or have insights into what is going on into retail at this conference today. I think what's top of mind for everyone right now is what's going on in the economy and what that means for, this holiday season and 2024. So can you kind of make sense of some of the things we're seeing in the economy and what shoppers are doing?
Yeah, it's quite fascinating because there's sort of two stories happening, which is one is that the economy is going through a really rough time right now and consumers are spending a lot less, but actually the metrics, the data doesn't support that. Sort of at a macro level, Q3 GDP was up 5%. I think in September, we saw in the US alone 330,000 new jobs. October was 150,000 new jobs created. So the economy is pretty healthy, and actually the US consumer is pretty healthy as well. We did a survey with Gallup a couple weeks ago where we asked US consumers if they plan to spend, what they plan to spend this year relative to previous years. And 2 out of 3 said they plan to spend as much or more this year than they did last year. So it's difficult to sort of reconcile these two things where on one hand you're hearing that things are kind of rough, but the US consumer is strong. I think the big change is that US consumers and I think global consumers are actually being a lot more intentional about what they're buying. You and I have talked a few times about this now, but there's more intentionality around what they're purchasing. They're buying their favorite shoes from On Running or from Golden Goose. They're buying their favorite t-shirts from Alo Yoga or Viore. They're buying the stuff that is meaningful to them, they are still purchasing. And this idea of buying for yourself is actually a really big part of what is happening right now. But we at Shopify, we just reported our earnings last week, our Q3 earnings, and we saw GMV of around $56 billion across the platform. So I think the consumer is healthy, but I think this next phase of retail is going to be one, brand specific. People are going to be buying from their favorite brands. We're fortunate most of those favorite brands are on Shopify. And the second thing is retail will happen everywhere. It will not be channel specific. This term that we hear at these retail conferences, omni-channel, I buy online or I buy in store or I buy on Instagram, that's over. In the future, retail will be retail everywhere, and the consumer will dictate to their brands how they want to buy. And the brands that are most successful will sell across every single channel.
And in that survey, you talked about how Gen Z was expected to spend the most. Can you explain why, and how does inflation also play into this picture?
Yeah, I mean, Gen Z will be the biggest spenders this holiday season. I don't think that's that surprising. How they're spending, though, is also going to be really interesting. We talked about social commerce recently, you and I. And right now, a vast majority of us spend our time on social media. Let's just use Instagram as an example. But most of us are using social media right now as a discovery tool, not necessarily as a transaction tool. Well, that's changing. The reason that Shopify's partnering with companies like TikTok and Snap and Pinterest, Bible Pins, and YouTube live shopping, but also Instagram commerce is that Gen Z wants to actually complete the purchase right there, and so that's what we're trying to empower. But in terms of inflation, I mean, for a lot of them, they've only been in the workforce for 5, 8, 10 years max, and so they really haven't seen the delta of the before inflation, post-inflation affect them in the same way. A lot of them are also getting to the job force. It's the first time they're making money, or real money in some cases. So it is a very healthy consumer. And you see that when you look at the brands that are doing really well, you know, with some of our brands, for example, like Glossier, for example, or, you know, Skims, for example. When you walk into a Skims store or a Glossier store, or you're on their online stores, the experience is incredibly immersive. It's interesting. It is a showroom. It's a museum. It's this incredible shopping experience. And I think the brands that are going to do the best will really understand how those Gen Zers want to purchase. And we're seeing that happen in real time.
And in October, we saw a number of companies like Walmart, Target, Amazon kind of push for an early shopping holiday season. And I'm wondering, how did Shopify navigate that? And like, what were some of the trends that you saw during that time?
Yeah, we are seeing that, you know, there used to be this kind of 4-day period, Black Friday to Cyber Monday, which was by far the highest concentration of commerce across the entire year. That 4 days is now becoming an entire shopping season. In fact, we saw consumers starting to do their holiday shopping this year as early as October, like early October. That had not happened historically. So that's part of it. The other part of it is that there's this idea of sort of stocking up, where a lot of consumers, even though it's not necessarily related to holiday shopping, they are stocking up on their favorite things, waiting for discounts to happen. And so if you look at some of the more modern retailers, some of their holiday discounting started happening almost when back to school started happening. And you saw consumers use that discounting not just to buy for others, but also to buy for themselves.
And do you think that consumers are still waiting for the best deals for Cyber Monday and Black Friday, or are they willing to just get the stuff now?
No, it'll continue to grow, and one of the things that you'll see us do, we do this every year, is we'll put up a map of all so Shopify, we're about 10% of all e-commerce in the US, so we're the second largest checkout after Amazon. Of course, we're not one retailer, we're millions of retailers, but we'll put up a global map to show you global commerce happening on Shopify. And you definitely will see an increase in traffic and conversions happen during that 4-day period. But it's not just going to be that 4 days, it's going to start much earlier. Consumers will continue to necessarily look for better discounting. I think that's going to be part of this holiday season too.
And Shopify has been a lot more focused on, you know, major brands and enterprise customers. I was hoping you could add more color on that and what that means for, you know, your small and medium-sized businesses. Are they not getting as much traction as they used to? Yeah, can you provide some more color on that?
Yeah, no, just the opposite. In fact, what you're seeing now is some of the largest brands on Shopify. I mean, you know, obviously we built the business around small businesses, but actually more recently we're seeing brands, I mentioned this in the earnings call recently, companies like Billabong and Pucci by LVMH and Black & Decker and Mattel and Nestle are using Shopify. Now you're seeing a lot, these much larger retailers and brands act very entrepreneurial. Rather than use their existing systems that are, in some cases, quite old and dilapidated, that don't, you know, integrate with things like, you know, social media, don't necessarily have accelerated checkout like Shop Pay or Apple Pay, they're now coming to Shopify as well. And so in many ways, we've sort of been stretched up market by these much larger retailers. But in terms of the smaller brands, you're also seeing something that is fascinating, which is the velocity of which these smaller brands are getting bigger is unlike anything we've ever seen before. I told you the story earlier, but you know, Gymshark didn't exist 10 years ago. They are now one of the largest apparel companies on the planet. That velocity of growth, that velocity of scale didn't occur in previous generations of retail. And it's happening right now because technology has made it so easy for Ben Francis in a dorm room outside of London to build a massive apparel brand. Figs, for example, one of my favorite brands that went public last year, which makes scrubs uniforms across pretty much every hospital in America and around the world. I mean, that's a company that was started in 2014. It's now publicly traded. They are the dominant player in their space. So the velocity that these smaller companies are getting much bigger is unbelievable. And we're really fortunate that a lot of those are happening on Shopify.
And I'm going to take a question from here. How has buy now, pay later shifted consumer behavior, and what are you expecting this holiday season from those tools?
I think buy now, pay later was sort of this new, I'm not I wasn't around for the heydays of layaway plans, but my parents often talk about layaway plans being a big deal when they were just getting married. They didn't have very much money. Buy now, pay later, I think, is sort of the modern iteration of it. The difference is that the consumer doesn't pay any additional dollar, not a single dollar more to use buy now, pay later. The retailer is the one that actually purchases. And so if you're Kylie Cosmetics, for example, where your specific target demographic may not have a large limit on a credit card, buy now, pay later is a wonderful tactic to use, and it does increase conversion rate. I think right now with interest rates changing, you are seeing less people use buy now, pay later. But we certainly we have a large partnership with a company called Affirm, which was created by Max Levchkin, who's founder of PayPal. So we integrate that, and it's called Shop Pay Installments. Excuse me. So I think these type of things, whether it's accelerated checkout or it's buy now, pay later, or even it's the layaway, these alternative payment methods or ways to complete a purchase, what it does is it means that more people can check out. And I think if you're selling to a global audience, you have to integrate across every payment method possible.
And as you know, as we go into holiday season, more buying means more potential for returns. What are you seeing in terms of returns on Shopify and for its merchants?
It's not really increasing in terms of the pace of returns happening. What is happening, however, is the best retailers are making it really easy for consumers to make those returns. So often right now you're seeing right in the box where the product comes to you, you're getting a return label. And I think that type of process is really helpful. Now, back to what I said earlier about the future retail being retail everywhere, one of the greatest parts about, my favorite brand right now is a brand called Vuori. You guys familiar with Vuori? Some of you are. Great brand. I mean, they have the most amazing physical stores and a great online store. But the best part of Vuori is that you can actually purchase their stuff online and return in store, or you can buy in store and you can have the product shipped to you. But this idea of channel conflict doesn't exist for them. And I think having both physical and online makes the facilitation of returns much easier. You and I talked about AR recently, the idea of having augmented reality. So if you're buying from Chip and Joanna Gaines' shop called Magnolia, which is on Shopify, you're buying a couch for $5,000, anyone that has a modern version of an iPhone can actually place the couch right now in their house virtually and see how it's going to fit. That didn't exist 3 years ago. What that means is when you actually purchase the couch and it comes to you, you're not surprised. Those type of things facilitate less returns over time because the anticipation is what you expect it to be, and what the reality is fairly the same thing.
And a lot of the people in our audience today are really interested in generative AI. I'm really curious on how is that tool going to be incorporated into retail, and not only retail, but this holiday season?
Yeah, I mean, if for those of you that are card-carrying consumers in the room, if you haven't gone to a browser and typed in shop.ai, you should. It is Shopify's consumer shopping assistant, and it's incredible. It curates 280 million products across all the Shopify stores, and you can do such gnarly things like you can write, I'm hosting a barbecue for my family, and the theme is like unicorn mermaids. I have 2 daughters, and my budget is this, and this is the date of it, and it'll actually curate all the products you should purchase across all the Shopify stores. That is something that traditionally only someone with a lot of means that can hire a concierge or a shopping buyer would do for you, and now everyone can use it. That's the consumer side. On the actual merchant side, that's where it gets really interesting. Shopify's AI product, which we call Shopify Magic, it's not one particular feature, one particular product. It's embedded across the entire platform. So when you're adding a new product, it'll help you write a product description. When you're placing an ad, it'll help you write a better converting ad. When you're writing an email newsletter, it'll select an actual title for that newsletter on your behalf that will have a higher open rate. That is, when we talk about the democratization of entrepreneurship, AI is going to play a real role there, and it's already happening on Shopify.
And here's a question. Do you think that traditional retailers have an inventory problem? And I'll take that a step further because I know you have physical, physical stores that are merchants. How are they also thinking about inventory?
One of the things that the pandemic did a lot of, not so good things, but one of the things that the pandemic did that I think actually was quite constructive was it forced every retailer to spend a lot more time thinking about their inventory and supply chain. What happened was we had basically normal inventory for a long time. The pandemic hit, inventory went down, retailers overbought, supply chain issues came, and all of a sudden, all this inventory eventually showed up at their door, and it was excessive. I think we're now back to this really kind of healthy equilibrium of inventory where retailers are realizing that They cannot have a meaningful amount of their cash tied up in inventory, and so they're using a lot better software and technology to anticipate the needs. And from everything I see right now, we're actually a lot healthier. We're back to sort of 2019 levels of anticipation when it comes to inventory.
And what have those differences been for your small and medium businesses versus your enterprise customers?
I mean, small and medium says, the big issue there is financing. A lot of small businesses can't afford to have 40% of their cash set up in inventory or 20% of their cash set up in inventory. One of the things that is quite helpful are things like drop shipping, whereby a lot of these smaller retailers are saying, I'm actually not going to have major inventory in-house. Rather, I'm going to have my manufacturer ship directly to the end consumer and sort of use the drop shipping business model. That is good from an inventory perspective. It's not as good from a margin perspective. It does obviously affect the margin there, which is why you don't really see too many highly profitable drop shippers over the long run. You see it over a short period of time. But I think small businesses, eventually, once they get to scale and they have some sort of momentum, that's when they can get inventory financing. That's where it gets easier.
And we have another question from our audience. On the business front, how important are emerging markets like India going to be for you? What are the growth strategies for developing countries?
Yeah, so one thing that I'm...
or economy, sorry.
One of the things that I'm deeply fascinated by right now is this idea of default global. I'm located in a country north of here, some of you may have heard of, called Canada. It's not very well known, but it is a real country. And in Canada, one of the things you've noticed is when you look at companies like Canada Goose or Majuri or Lululemon, a lot of our brands, or Moose Knuckles, a lot of our brands, even though they're based in Canada, you'd almost assume, and Canada Goose is pretty obvious, but there are others, you'd almost assume that they're US brands. Why? Because by the very nature of the business and the population of Canada, if you're going to be successful as a Canadian brand, you must be default global, sell to a global audience. And so what we're seeing now, and this is sort of the last couple of years in particular, that most of the brands and businesses set up on Shopify, from day one, they're a global business. They're agnostic to geographies. They're not an American company or a Latin American company, European company. They're selling everywhere. From a consumer perspective, the same thing is the case as well. You're now seeing that a lot of great retailers and great brands, they're building in things like taxes and duties and additional shipping rates directly into the price of the product so that they can actually receive products, not get a phone call from UPS or USPS saying you owe us some duties or some taxes. I think where this leads to eventually is whether you're India-based, US-based, Canada-based, no matter where you are, your total addressable market or your TAM is a global TAM. And I think this is where trade does become global by default.
Well, Harley, we only have 1 minute left, so I have one more question for you. What do you think is the biggest challenge facing retailers in 2024?
I think differentiation is going to be important. This is where the brand becomes important. I think there's a lot of competition for the last couple of years. I mean, the biggest chocolate bar company right now in North America is owned by a YouTuber named Jimmy, Mr. Beast. That didn't exist a couple of years ago. You now have companies like Skims popping up from influencers that didn't exist 2 years ago that are dominant in their spaces. I think there's a lot more competition because the cost of failure and the cost of the barrier to entry in entrepreneurship has gone so low that this is where differentiation and bringing a great brand really matters, having high quality really matters. So I think because it's more accessible to be entrepreneurs, more people are participating, therefore more people there's more competition. But that's the opportunity. When you can sort of over-deliver to your customer on product, on brand, on experience, I think you end up building the next Figs or the next Gymshark or the next Fashion Nova. And those are dominant brands, again, that didn't exist a decade ago.
Well, that's all the time we have.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, just off that side. That was fantastic. I do take issue with differentiation being important for retailers. I don't think it gets much different than grumpy golden retrievers, but my e-commerce store did not agree. I'd like to welcome to the stage now Leila de Crista, who is my colleague. She is also the Global Breaking News Editor. And today she is going to be interviewing the Deputy Prime Minister and Economy Minister of Democratic Republic of Congo, Vital Kamerhe, who is obviously facing some big challenges, not to mention there are elections coming up there, which are now less than 7 weeks away. So to discuss this and much more, we'd like to welcome him to the stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency. Thank you so much for joining us live in New York. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now, you were the Chief of Staff in 2018. Apologies. In 2018, when the President was elected. You've got elections coming up in December. What are you going to do to make sure they're free and fair?
Thank you very much. The main role of Independent Commission, Electoral Commission, is to give the guarantees for all parties about elections. Now we have the law about the election. This law has a calendar. The calendar, we must organize the election at 20 December. The campaign of all politicians is begin at 19 November. Today, we finish enrollment of voters. We know the number of voters in our country is a big country. We have 100 million persons for population for all Congo and 23 voters. Secondly, we finish to dispatch the electoral materials on all centers for electoral. And today, because the big goal is to have the free, independent, and very credible elections. Today, it's not only Tshisekedi candidate. We have all opponents, the big opponents, today from the next week, I think 2 weeks ago, they joined the process and I'm sure it become a big game and very, very lovely for the Congolese.
So you are allowing many opponents to run, and you will allow monitors in if for any irregularities at the polls? Will there be international monitors who will be there on polling day?
Yes. The Congo has the same story. From 2006, when we finished the election, we see in the east of Congo the rebels. The rebels supported by 2 countries, Uganda and Rwanda. And after the election of 2011, Kabila be elected again. And we see again another rebellion, and the UN forces, especially special brigade of African soldiers, finish this rebellion. Now, I'm disappointed to see after 2 years, from 18, we see again the rebel called M23. In the part of east of Congo now, we have the war. Persons are died. And from 94, after genocide in Rwanda, it's 10 million persons in the east of Congo are died. And I'm disappointed to see how international community is mobilized for Ukraine and Russia war, and the last month between Israel and Gaza. We need the same attention for the east of Congo.
And I do want to come back to the east of Congo in a little bit. But first of all, I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the crackdowns on freedom of expression that are happening from your own government. One of our journalists, Stanis Buzikare, has been arrested. Amnesty has called for those charges to be dropped immediately. They've said they're trumped-up charges. What are you doing to make sure he will be released and protect freedom of expression?
Stanis Buzikare is a professional journalist.
Yes, he works for Reuters.
And he has my support. But I cannot say anything about the processes in justice in our country. I think the head of state and the authorities of justice will talk about the rights of these journalists. Will be free, I think.
You yourself.
But all opponents now can talk free and on their members in the meeting, and is a good thing.
You yourself have been charged and convicted and released. Is that the justice that Stanis has to go through?
That is a good example. I was in the jail 2 years ago, and with my passions, the justice now, I'm free, and I become Vice Prime Minister.
Okay, let's shift to Eastern Congo. You mentioned before the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, spoke to your president this week, as well as Rwanda's president, and asked you to de-escalate. What is Congo doing to de-escalate near the border?
About the force of UN in the east of Congo? Yes, when we signed at 1919 the agreement with the UN, it was not to put in the Congo the soldier forever. From this year until today, since 19 until today, it's 25 years, 18,000 soldiers. They finished the all in all parties in the country, but now for 2 territories, Masisi and Rutshuru, we ask them to finish the job and to go after consultation between UN and the government of Congo. It is not a decision is taken by our president and indeed now. No, we'll discuss and to see how to organize this withdrawal of the UN forces.
Can you risk it with the conflict escalating, having peacekeepers removed? We've seen tensions rising in that area. Is it wise to have the peacekeepers gone at this moment in time?
No, it's possible to pacify the east of Congo and the all Great Lakes, because when the president upon the Tshisekedi take the power in Congo, the first destination for him was Rwanda. In Rwanda, I'm, I think, a witness because I participated in the meeting between him and his brother Kagame. He proposed to the president of Rwanda the common projects for the common benefits for our 2 peoples. And one example I can give you, it's Rwandair, the airlines company Rwandese. And this vision of the President Tshisekedi was for all 9 neighbors of our country, because we are a big country in Central Africa, and we must play a big role to set up this part of to stand up this part of Africa. If the Congo is like the elephant is sleeping now, if we stand up and walk, it is work with neighbors, and Africa, I think it's become the big continent, a good partner for the world.
So you believe that economic cooperation is possible with your neighbours to lift, even as the situation is escalating in terms of tensions?
It is not impossible because France and Germany, there was the enemy. Now they become the friends and complices in Europe. I think the vision of the President of Tshisekedi and the dream is to see all leaders of Africa like Africa, talk with Africa, and have the common strategy for the development of Africa. But we can go step by step. We have a SADC, we have a Eastern African community, and the Central Economic Organization, and the CEDEAO in West Maghreb, Morocco, Libya, and Tunisia. Enough. I think Congo is the heart of Africa. Congo is big. Congo has a good and strategic position. We have minerals, we have water, we have bush, we have land. The land in Congo is like China. We can produce for 2,000 persons.
So let's talk a little bit about those minerals. You're renegotiating deals for minerals with China. How do you ensure that in those renegotiations, everyone in your country benefits? I mean, 2 million people are dying of starvation. You've got women and children. You mentioned the figures in East Congo. How do you renegotiate with China so that it can lift your own country?
Yes. The President Tshisekedi and all of the governments at the time I was the chief of staff, it's not acceptable. The minerals are the minerals of the Congolese, but the benefit is for the Chinese. So that we told to our partners, Chinese, we can do the partner in French, in English, if you don't know, agreement. Mm-hmm. Win-win. Mm-hmm. The Chinese win and the Congolese win. And the first step is the trip did my president in China, and they agree, both the president Chinese is now, thank you Fungurume, TFM is the big country, the big company for Chinese. Now we can renegotiate the agreement. With Sikomin, another company of Chinese, now is 50% for China and 50% for Congo. Before Tshisekedi, it was only 20% for Congo. It's not acceptable. And another challenge is the transformation of minerals in our country to give job, to give the benefit of these minerals, to finance agriculture, because the vision of the president of my country, I think for sustainable development, we can put the money in agriculture.
So you've just said you've negotiated from 20% to 50%. What do those jobs look like for Congolese? What are the jobs that come from this renegotiation?
Now we have a new enterprise we call Authority of to buy something to help the company which is work in mines. That is now exclusively for the Congolese. Is the authority of sous-traitance in French. Sous-traitance is like if, no, for example, if you are a big company for mines, if you want another products, we can ask the Congolese company to bring it for you, not mine and another thing.
Okay. There have been a number of coups in Africa recently, the region's instability. How much does that worry you? I mean, you've seen coups in many of your neighbouring countries. What is your concern level there? How much of a threat is it?
I don't understand your question.
We've seen coups, Burkina Faso, Mali, removal of government. Are you worried about the instability in your own region, in your own country? Coup d'etat.
Yes. You talk about that we see in West.
Yes.
No. In our country, I think now we began the elections at 2006. Second experience at 2011. Third experience at 19. And now is the fourth experience. I think we must build a small cohesion between the leaders, between the population, because we have many ethnics in our country. 400 and a half ethnics in Congo, but 4 national languages.
How much of a threat is IS, Islamic State, in Congo versus some of the other countries?
How much what?
Of a threat is IS, Islamic State, in the Congo versus in West Africa?
I have not the answer for your question, but I know the Congo is the big country in Central of Africa. It can do a big role for peace in each part of Africa.
Okay.
And we are member of African Union.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this occasion.
We really appreciate it.
To reach my English.
No, my French.
Your English is a lot better than her French. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
So that concludes day one of Reuters Next. A huge thank you. No, it does not conclude. That's news to me. We have another panel. Jane, do you want to get up and introduce the final panel? I can introduce it. Please do, yeah.
I'm the moderator.
Come on up. So if you guys can exit stage,
Thank you
we'll
very
bring on the next panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Oh, please stay though. Please stay.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
Thank you. Nice to meet you, sir. Good luck. Thank you. Yeah, of course. Yeah. I'll be my own introducer. We will be joined for the final panel tonight by Jared Bernstein, the White House Economic Advisor, and he should be joining us right now on Zoom.
But nice to join you through Zoom.
Hey, Jared. Thanks for joining us. How are you?
I'm well. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person, but nice to be with you through Zoom at least.
We're glad to have you either way. I'll kick right off, sir, with a question that we've been asking a bunch of people today at Reuters Next, which is just kind of a broader theme, looking into the next year. What are your concerns, and what do you see as risks and opportunities to the U.S. economy going into 2024?
Well, that's a good question for me because I walk around with a daily updated list of tailwinds and headwinds for the U.S., for the global economy, and for all the attachments therein. I'd say from the tailwind perspective, we're looking at a pretty clear transition to steady and stable growth. I know you know well that many market shops and financial news outlets told us a year ago that there was a very high probability that we'd be in a recession now. But as you and the audience also knows, we're just coming off a quarter of gangbuster GDP growth, close to 5% at an annualized rate. We've had solid job gains with an unemployment rate below 4% for 21 months in a row. And in an economy like ours, that's 70% consumer spending, that's a very solid and reliable tailwind from the perspective of generating wage gains, which recently, given the easing in inflation, have been real wage gains. So that's one side of the equation. On the headwind side, certainly, being in a higher rate environment is something we have to be mindful of. There is obviously a terrible new conflict in a part of the world that is sensitive for energy production, so we have to watch. We have to watch the price of oil, which of course has actually come down recently, such that the gas price this morning across the nation was $3.40 a gallon. Remember, a year ago in June, it peaked at north of $5. So that probably helps on the tailwind / consumer side. One headwind entry I recently crossed off my list was the UAW strike, because while those votes are still being ratified, that appears to be resolved. Look, government dysfunction. We have, a House, particularly Republicans in the House, who have yet to get organized in a way that we can, be confident that we're going to continue to fund ongoing government action. So we have to watch that as well.
You mentioned the conflict in the Middle East. I know that you said shortly before October 7th that you expected the economy to keep ticking along well unless there is an exogenous shock. Do you see this conflict as representing that?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are, good question. There are always lots of shocks. I think I said, barring an exogenous shock or a policy mistake,
yeah.
The tailwind that I described is one that has been reliable and will continue to be so, given the strength of the job market and its impact on the strength of consumers. We've also had pretty good balance sheets, which helps us as well. I mean, it's one of the reasons why, relative to the G7, we have the highest levels of real GDP, and we actually have the lowest inflation.
But do you see this conflict, Jared, as an exogenous shock?
So I would say thus far, no, in the sense of its impact on oil. But it's something we're going to have to keep watching. Of course, the price of WTI has, if anything, come down since then. And, obviously, this is a part of the Middle East that isn't as deeply engaged in oil, isn't particularly engaged in oil production relative to some other parts, but it is a sensitive area. At the same time, we've been producing very robustly here, whether it's crude, where we've produced we're up to something like 13 million barrels a day. So I believe that's a record, or whether it's natural gas, where we're actually, of course, exporting to Europe. So I would say that my formula that I shared with you remains intact in terms of headwinds greater than shocks or policy mistakes so far, but it's something we're going to have to keep watching.
You made a nod to the Republican-controlled House. The White House and the House have just a few days left, really, week and a half, to meet the deadline to avoid a government shutdown. If a shutdown is not avoided, could that tip the U.S. economy into recession?
I don't think so. I mean, a lot of these questions about that kind of a disruption It's always a function for how long it lasts. So it's impossible to answer the question without knowing the length of the potential disruption. But lots of analysis has shown something like shutdowns shaving something like 1/10 of a point off of GDP growth for each week that they last. So you can do the arithmetic from there. But I don't think that it's particularly even useful to go there at this point. I mean, Congress has a responsibility to keep the lights on and maintain their functioning at a time when we really don't want or need any own goal kicks. There's a lot of stuff going on in the world, as you and I have already discussed in our opening 5 minutes. We've got a very strong backdrop to a U.S. economy that's outperformed us over this patch, and to pass the necessary appropriations to keep the government open, not just through November 17th, but in perpetuity.
Yeah, I'm sure you'd have a lot of support in this room and in the country for that desire. Speaking of things,
well, let me just say one thing about that, Jeff.
Yeah,
that's a great comment. I mean, it's not just a throwaway thing. I mean, and I know you don't mean it that way. Like,
no,
there is also majority support for this in the Congress. Most members of Congress would not like to see another shutdown. And so we need to make sure that everybody gets out of their way and does what they need to do.
I want to move on to China. You mentioned things going on in the world. President Biden is expected to meet with President Xi at the APEC conference in San Francisco next week. What do you expect to come out of that discussion with regard to the economy?
I'll talk about the broader discussion that we expect to go on at APEC. That meeting has not been confirmed by the White House.
Well, I mean, not officially, but we're pretty sure it's going to happen.
So the way to think about your question, in my view, is to look at it through two lenses. One is one we've talked about, which is the very strong U.S. domestic economy, the extremely solid performance under President Biden's leadership as he welcomes leaders from across APEC at a time when the president has consistently reached out, I think, with very welcoming arms to leaders in many of these countries. I mean, you've seen this in Vietnam. You've seen it in, of course, Canada. In Canada, you've seen this with Indonesia. You've seen this with Singapore. Australia, of course, was recently here. Thailand, and the agenda, the economic agenda, to answer your question, is going to be, I think, a particularly affirmative one with urgency, supply chain resilience, critical and emerging technologies, clean energy, high standards infrastructure, connectivity, inclusivity, AI, infrastructure, trade flows. I think all of those will be fodder for these discussions.
What about tariffs?
I think that the spirit of these discussions and the spirit of what the president has brought to the table in this space has been much more about maintaining robust trade flows than anything to do with tariffs. I did a little bit of digging today. Yeah, so here's something that you may not know. We're the largest source. The U.S. is the largest source of foreign direct investment in APEC economies, over $1.2 trillion in 2021. That's more than 6 times the foreign direct investment from the PRC into APEC countries. And in terms of inbound investment, APEC economies provide nearly 1.5 trillion of inbound FDI. Now, we at the CEA, Council of Economic Advisors, have taken a close look at the inbound FDI, and it's been pretty exciting to see because it's been flowing into areas that are very much part of our agenda to stand up domestic production in semiconductors and electric vehicles and in clean energy production. So we've had, and we show this on our CEA website and a number of blogs, historic flows, for example, and foreign direct investment from APEC countries into building manufacturing facilities in those sectors I've just described. That's really much more in the spirit of, I believe, the conversations we'll be having than tariffs.
I take that point, and going, I guess, more broadly / more specifically to China again, without confirming necessarily that the president will be meeting with President Xi. When you look at the topic of tariffs, do you expect that there will be any relief provided by the U.S. to China in terms of U.S. tariffs between now and the end of what would be President Biden's first term?
So there is a process for talking about this, and it's not you and me at this event. It's a review of the 301 tariffs that is led by the USTR, and that is on a timeline, and that will occur. And you and I will definitely talk about it when the time is ripe. I think from the perspective of China, I think we have tried to elevate a set of aspirations and a set of concerns. Let's start with aspirations. Look, we want to maintain robust trade flows with all of our trading partners, but we want to make sure, particularly in the case of China, that those flows are secure and that those flows don't compromise American values and priorities. You've heard our security director, Jake Sullivan, talk about high fences, narrow yard. What that really means in what I'm talking about here in trade flow terms is that we want to maintain robust trade flows with China while we make sure that we are never hurting American security, present or future, while we make sure that we're not providing China with advanced technology tools that are a geopolitical threat, and while we're clear that the aspirations are, one, to cooperate in areas where we can, and to ensure our security in areas where we must do so.
All right, well, let's have that conversation about tariffs down the road again. Going back to the domestic economy, President Biden's polls are sort of in the dumps. And my question for you about that is, clearly Americans are not feeling some of the economic strength that exists. The job market is strong, inflation is coming down. What's the disconnect, and what can or what will the White House do about that?
Well, let me start by saying that there was another poll that occurred last night, and that was when people went to the polls. And so I don't do politics, so I'm not going to talk about those results, except in the following sense. It was brought to my attention that the victorious governor of Kentucky talked in some length about infrastructure programs that had been long awaited in his state, a particular bridge that had been in ill repair for decades. And through the bipartisan infrastructure law that the president made a reality, that bridge got fixed. And of course, that's one of literally tens of thousands of projects across the country. Now, if you go and you ask people about those projects, what do you think about that bridge? What do you think about broadband, affordable broadband internet in your area? What do you think about replacing lead pipes where you live with safe drinking water? What do you think about lower costs for prescription drugs, lower costs for insulin? The kinds of measures that are actually in play here, kind of the granular components of Bidenomics. These things poll in the 70 to 80% range. So that point one is, I think we have to be mindful of what we're picking up when we ask these questions. However, I think you're talking about something real. I don't want it to all be dismissive, and people are definitely the best arbiters of their economic well-being. And there, I think one of the things that is going to be important is the impact of the strong labor market on paychecks. So look, one of our goals has been, getting back to domestic economics, one of our goals has been to maintain the strong labor market while easing prices, pushing back on prices. So inflation's down 60% from its peak. If you can maintain a strong labor market while taking down inflation, which, by the way, a lot of economists said you couldn't do, but that's what's been happening, that's a recipe for real wage gains. And over the past 4 or 5 months, in fact, that's what's been occurring. So people are improving their buying power. So a couple of things have to happen. People have to kind of reset their price expectations, get used to changes we've seen in price levels while their buying power comes up. And I think both of those have occurred.
I'd like to follow up on that particular point. When you say they need to reset their price expectations, do you think Americans are actually wanting deflation and not just a reduction in inflation? And if that's the case, how do you handle that?
In a couple of key areas, they've gotten deflation. So we were talking about gas earlier. So this is a good example. So the price of gas in June of 22 peaked at $5.02 a gallon. Now it's $3 and about 40 cents a gallon. So that's $1.60 per gallon. You fill up 10 gallons, you save $16. Do that a few times a month, and you're 4 times a month, and you're over $60 of savings. But before the pandemic, the price of gas was $2.50 a gallon. So $2.50, $5, $3.40. Now, if your benchmark is $5, you got to feel pretty good. If your benchmark is $2.50, then you're still, you want to see more deflation there. So a lot of this is that's what I mean when I say people rebenching or resetting their price expectation. Eggs are down 57% off their peak, but they're not down 100%. And meanwhile, as I said, the paycheck is coming up.
But things still feel expensive. I mean, the gasoline example is an important one, and that's certainly politically very important to President Biden or any presidential candidate. But people go to the store and they feel like things are expensive, and that has not gotten better, or it doesn't feel like it has.
Clearly the only solution to that is greater buying power. And by that I don't just mean higher paychecks. I mean whatever we can do on the supply side to help ease off of price pressures. And we've done a lot of that. We've tried to help unsnarl supply chains when the time was ripe back in after the invasion of Ukraine. Of course, we released oil from the strategic reserve. We're lowering prescription drugs through the IRA, actively lowering the cost of insulin, actively lowering the cost of health coverage, $7,500 to a credit if you buy an electric vehicle. We are doing all we can to help ease prices while maintaining a strong labor market. That should translate into higher buying power, and that should help. But there's one other thing I want to say, Jeff, which is people have been through a tremendous amount of upheaval in their lives since the pandemic hit. There are ways in which the economy broke back then. I mean, you used to be able to sit at your computer and look at a sweater online and press a button and get it the next day. All of a sudden, you couldn't get it for 2 or 3 months. That's not the biggest deal in the world, especially given geopolitical conflicts. I'm not trying to say that that's analogous to, horrible things we've seen, but I am saying that that's disruptive. An inflation that hit a global inflation that hit a 40-year high, an invasion of Ukraine, people marauding the Capitol on January 6th. There's so many upsetting and I think, challenging things that Americans have had to go through. Here in the Biden administration, we have kept our heads down, trying to realize the president's vision, achieve the agenda he set out for us. And I think an objective look on that would give us high grades. And getting back to your polling question and my polling comment about, what happened last night, I think there are a lot of people who are looking at what we're doing and saying that, this is good governance. And that's what we got. That's the only thing we know how to try to do.
Yeah, and we'll see the final judgment in a year. We're out of time. Jared, thank you very much for joining us. Really appreciate you coming on.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much, Jeff Mason. And that was the United States Council of Economic Advisors Chair, Jared Bernstein. And that is the end, for real, of Day One Next. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you to the speakers, the moderators, the 3 million people who have been watching on the live stream. Fantastic discussion. The night isn't over yet, though. Out there, we've got a drinks reception in the Grand Hall. And tomorrow, of course, we'll further the conversations we've had today. And Reuters World News podcast, Google it if you haven't already. We'll have all the highlights from today, as well as all of the other world news you need to know. We'll see you back here tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.